When you prepare for every outcome, what happens when emotions rewrite the script? In this part, plans are no longer enough. Conviction must take over. Welcome to Grimoire Audiobooks, and thank you for joining us for part 10 of A Marauder's Plan by Catsarecool, a fanfiction where knowledge, friendship, and legacy intertwine to give Harry a future far beyond prophecy. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made adaptation of a story set in the world of Harry Potter, originally created by J.K. Rowling. All rights remain with their respective creators. This audiobook is created for entertainment and to celebrate the brilliance of fanfiction authors like Catsarecool. In this chapter, trust is tested as new players reveal themselves and old alliances are shaken. For all his preparation, Harry begins to understand that leadership means confronting not just enemies, but the fears and failures of those closest to you. If you're enjoying this thoughtful and thrilling take on the wizarding world, subscribe, become a Grimoire Guardian, or join the Wizard Army to support more epic audiobook adaptations like this one. Let's dive into A Marauder's Plan, Part 10. Pronglet Fights Back, Chapter 1. Part 10. Pronglet Fights Back, The Swimming Not Drowning Prank. January 4th, 1995. She hates me. Harry muttered morosely into his oatmeal. Sirius sighed heavily as he sat down at the table in their quarters at Hogwarts, his eyes glancing off the parchment by Harry's breakfast. After a rather tense meeting on the day before with Hermione, Harry had been left simmering somewhere between annoyance and heartbreak. Hermione had ruthlessly pointed out that Harry couldn't expect to have everything go back to normal with a few apologetic words, not when he'd literally pushed her away, made decisions for her, and had taken his time in trying to make it right. She had accepted that the latter hadn't been completely Harry's fault since he'd been asleep most of New Year's Day with magical exhaustion, and Sirius had kept him resting for a couple of days after that just to make sure his son was recovered. But she had been less forgiving about everything else. Harry had sent her a letter as a second attempt at getting her to forgive him. Clearly, it hadn't worked. She doesn't hate you, Sirius assured Harry. He was fairly certain that Hermione loved Harry a great deal, both as his friend and his girlfriend. She was just teaching Harry a lesson by not allowing their relationship to resume until Harry could, in her words, prove he trusted her to make her own decisions. On one hand, Sirius could appreciate Hermione's viewpoint that Harry needed to understand making lone decisions about their relationship wasn't on. On the other hand, he couldn't bear to see Harry hurting in any way. The path of true love never runs smoothly. Sirius said brightly, trying to comfort Harry. Look at your mom and dad. Harry raised an eyebrow. I don't think I want years of Hermione giving me the cold shoulder. Sirius grimaced. I don't think it'll be years, he offered tentatively. And besides, he waved at the letter by Harry's plate, she is still being cordial, isn't she? Harry sighed and pushed the last of his oatmeal away, only because of the house thing. Hermione had assured Harry and Sirius that she wouldn't make things difficult as far as the House of Black was concerned. She was still happy to be a daughter of the house, and was committed to ensuring the safety and position of the house within the magical world. Still, the house thing means she's not going to ignore you. Sirius pointed out, I'm also fairly certain I heard her tell you that she was still going to be your friend and help you with the second task. So, Harry murmured grumpily. So all is not lost. Sirius pointed out as Dobby arrived with a traditional English breakfast. His stomach growled, hungrily. Faint heart never won fair lady. Pronglet, you're just going to have to win her back around. Harry nodded slowly, a glint entering his green eyes in a way that was slightly worrying. Ron and Neville are coming over later. Maybe they'll help me think of something. Sirius couldn't help the nostalgic smile the look on Harry's face prompted. James had looked the same way, trying to cook up scheme after scheme with the Marauders to win Lily over. It was good, Sirius thought that Neville and Ron had forgiven Harry without too much fuss. Ron had been the easiest. His punch on Harry's arm had been accompanied by an exasperated, "You plonker, don't do that again," and that had been the end of it. Neville had settled for lecturing Harry for an hour about the history of fealty and their oaths, and having gained Harry's assurance that he understood pushing them away was not an acceptable way to protect people, Neville had nodded and said, "Apology accepted." Sirius was pleased Harry had the full support of both boys, although the idea of them coming up with a plan to get Hermione back on board had all the hallmarks of an impending calamity. "Try to stay out of trouble," Sirius advised dryly. "You really don't want Minnie upset with you." Seeing her going to town on Dumbledore had been a pleasure. Sirius had ended up not having to say anything while Minnie dressed Dumbledore down for the sheer stupidity of not keeping Harry informed about Sirius's status when Remus had explicitly asked him to do so. Sirius had settled for standing there glowering while Dumbledore's face turned bright red under Minnie's blunt scolding. Dumbledore's apology and subsequent promise to do better, Sirius had accepted with a large dose of salt. He and Harry had already given Dumbledore more chances than he deserved as far as Sirius was concerned. He wasn't getting another one. What had Remus been thinking? Sirius thought again, scowling. They'd agreed they were going to do better than before. And what had Moony done? He'd done the exact same stupid, idiotic thing that Sirius had done so many years before. Moony was damned lucky that it had ended with Harry truly safe somewhere. That Wormtail had chosen to play with Harry's head instead of killing him. "Are you ever going to talk to Moony again?" Harry asked, bluntly breaking into Sirius's unhappy thoughts. Sirius shot his son a pointed look to keep out of his festering anger at his old friend. "I've talked to Moony. He stabbed a sausage. You've sent him mail." Harry retorted, "That's not the same thing. This isn't something for you to worry about, Harry." Sirius said firmly, "Yes, he and Remus were having a bit of a spat, but it wasn't the first time in their friendship, and he doubted it would be the last. But I do." Harry blurted out, capturing Sirius's attention immediately. Sirius frowned. "Harry, it's just—" Harry squirmed under Sirius's concerned gaze. "I mean, Remus isn't to blame, really, when you think about it. And he couldn't have known what would happen, and I hate that you two aren't speaking, and—" Sirius held up a hand before Harry could continue. "Look, Pronglet." He sighed and tried to organize his thoughts into something his son could understand. "I do realize what happened wasn't Moony's fault. Dumbledore should have given you the message that I had gone to the States for treatment. Trelawney's prophecy was unfortunate timing, or the result of too much eggnog. And Peter is obviously smart and slimy enough that he was able to take advantage of the situation when you went to the hospital looking for me. He knew those specific things couldn't be laid at Moony's door. But," he continued with a returning spark of anger at Moony, "the fact is that he didn't deliver the news about me to you himself. He promised me, Harry, that he would be there for you if anything happened to me, and he wasn't." And that was the top and bottom of why Sirius was mad at Moony and why Moony himself was accepting of Sirius's ire. Sirius was all far too aware that there was a danger, that he wouldn't survive the upcoming fight with Voldemort. He knew he was a target, not only because of his relationship with Harry, but because of the power he wielded as Lord Black Power Voldemort had enviously coveted during the last war. He had to trust that the people he'd asked to take care of Harry would take care of Harry. Of course, he'd received a scolding from Augusta, Richard, Amelia, Andy, Molly, and a number of others about giving Harry a bolt hole instead of a list of people to go to for help. Sirius considered the various lectures he'd received with a touch of grumpiness. He had pointed out that when he'd given Harry the bolt hole, the only allies he'd had at the time had been Remus and the healers back at the clinic. He'd also pointed out that in the latest crisis, Harry had been bound and determined to believe. That contact with anyone was a bad thing, and that it wouldn't have mattered if Sirius had told Harry to go to Augusta or Richard or Andy or whoever. Harry would still have bolted. But they had made their argument, and there was now a list of who Harry should seek out in such an event in the future. And since Harry had apparently finally accepted that he wasn't to blame if people got hurt, Sirius was reasonably assured Harry would use it. Sirius had, however, refused to disclose where Harry's bolt hole was. Privet Drive would remain his and Harry's secret. "I just hate it when the two of you argue," Harry murmured, dragging Sirius back to the present and the breakfast table in their Hogwarts quarters. "We'll make up," Sirius reassured him again, before waving a hand absently in the air. "Just not right this minute." Harry snorted inelegantly but poked his letter morosely, and Sirius figured he was safe from his son pushing him to talk with Remus for another few hours. Dobby popped in suddenly beside Sirius, the Daily Prophet clutched in his hands as he hopped nervously from foot to foot. "Dobby?" asked Harry hesitantly, picking up on the elf's distress. "Story in the paper about Master Harry Potter's Moe," Dobby said, pulling on an ear. Sirius snatched the paper out of Dobby's hands, aware that Harry had shoved his chair back to run around to read the article over his shoulder. It was on the front page. "The Dangerous Pet Werewolf of Black and Potter, Steward's History of Violence." It is not a secret in political circles that the steward for the houses of Black and Potter, Remus Lupin, is a werewolf. What is not so commonly known is that Lupin has been reprimanded for unsafe behavior, which led him to attack the hands that feed him. In a document provided anonymously to the Daily Prophet, it is revealed that Lupin lost his place as defense professor at Hogwarts, an appointment that seriously brings into question Albus Dumbledore's capability as headmaster after attacking Black and Potter in his werewolf form at the end of the school year. So bad was the attack that a disciplinary note was added to his file after questioning by the head of the DMLE herself. However, it seems this werewolf was able to convince Lord Black, an old-school friend, and the innocent Lord Potter that his attack was not something to worry about. They generously forgave him and allowed him a place within their family. But worryingly, it is rumored that Lupin has been consorting with European werewolves to create his own werewolf army on the Continent One that threatens the fabric of our wizarding world, and which he intends to use as a coup d'etat against the very people who have given him sanctuary until now. Perhaps with the rumblings that Black hasn't spoken with Lupin in days, the truth has finally emerged, and this werewolf pet has been revealed for the pest he really is. "Bloody Skeeter," swore Sirius furiously, the paper crumpling in his hands. "What was that about a disciplinary note?" questioned Harry, pushing his glasses up his nose, worry in every nuance of his tone. "I don't know," Sirius admitted. The only time he knew Amelia had questioned Remus about the events at Hogwarts had been during the interview Remus had done at the start of the summer, the interview to prove Sirius's innocence and push for Sirius getting custody of Harry. And oh, that bloody idiotic werewolf. Remus had to tell Amelia about turning into a werewolf to explain Pettigrew getting away when he talked to her about what happened with me at Hogwarts. Sirius said tightly. She must have put a note in his file then. A flush of guilt ran over Harry's features, matching the rush of guilt that stampeded through Sirius. As much as it wasn't their fault that Remus had changed into a werewolf after they'd left the shack, who would have attacked them when all was said and done, it was through helping them that the events had led to formal action, and the evidence that someone had given to Skeeter for her atrocious article. "Bugger," swore Sirius again. His mind raced with the political ramifications of Skeeter's article. "We have to go see him," Harry said urgently, pulling on Sirius's arm. Sirius nodded, his previous ire at Remus pushed away under the immediate need to connect with his old friend and provide some reassurance that the article wasn't going to affect Remus's position in their lives. They marched over to the flue, and Sirius followed Harry through to the schoolhouse. Tonks was pacing in her dressing gown in the front parlor. She turned and glared angrily at them, brandishing a rolled-up version of the paper like a weapon. "Where the hell have you two been? Have you any idea?" "Nymphadora." Andy's harsh, scolding tone brought a halt to her daughter's diatribe before Sirius could yell at his young cousin for her disrespect. "That's enough." She turned to Sirius with flashing gray eyes. "Although, where the hell have you been?" "We just got the paper." Sirius snarled. Andy had the grace to look abashed. She crossed her arms and nodded briskly. "He's in the kitchen." Sirius stormed past her and through to the kitchen. He paused in the doorway, arrested by the sight of Remus sat at the table, head in his hands, the remnants of breakfast laid out in front of him. Sion was desperately trying to comfort Remus. A hand on Remus's shoulder patting him gently, her head close to his, whispering soothing words. Sirius cleared his throat and Sion's head whipped up, her eyes flashing amber at him. "What do?" Sion began heatedly. "Leave," Sirius stated tersely. "Now, Sion." She huffed, but a quick glare at Sirius's implacable face had her gathering her dignity, sliding out of the table and stomping sulkily out of the room. Harry gave Sirius a push, and Sirius sighed. He took the space Sion had left while Harry slipped into a chair on the other side of Remus. "You'll have my resignation immediately, of course," Remus croaked out without looking up. Sirius and Harry exchanged a shocked and horrified look over the werewolf's head. "Don't be stupid, Remus," Sirius snapped out. Remus finally raised his head. "You can't possibly think my staying on as steward is a good idea after everything that has happened over the last few weeks, and especially after today." Harry sent Sirius another silent look, pleading with him to fix it. Sirius sighed heavily and grudgingly let go of his righteous anger. "You screwed up, Remus. I trusted you to be there for Harry, and you weren't." But he held up a hand when Remus went to speak. "You trusted Dumbledore, and you had every right to think that everything would be fine if you waited it out at the hospital for the rat to show again." He squirmed in his seat a little. "I can hardly condemn you for making the same mistake I made back in the day, even though I would have hoped you would have learned from my piss-poor example." "I should have." Remus sighed, dropping his hands onto the table. He looked over at Harry. "I am very sorry, Harry." Harry gave a half-hearted shrug. "Dumbledore should have told me." He bit his lip. "And I should have talked to you when I saw you at the hospital instead of hiding. If I had." Remus reached over and patted his arm. "Maybe we all have a lesson to learn from what happened, but don't blame yourself. Harry, you were let down by Professor Dumbledore, and by me." He grimaced. "I can only promise that it won't happen again, but—" He motioned in the direction of the newspaper Sirius still held. "Unfortunately, it seems that events have overtaken us." "What's that got to do with anything?" Sirius asked dismissively, tossing the newspaper down. "It's a pile of crap." Remus frowned heavily. "Sirius, you can't honestly believe that I can continue as your steward after such awful press." He grimaced. "You need to do damage control, and my resigning." "Who cares what they think?" Harry blurted out angrily. "You're not leaving. I don't accept your resignation." "Harry, and neither do I." Sirius cut in before Remus could marshal an argument for Harry's outburst. "Do you honestly think I hadn't considered the possibility that at some point the press would react badly to the idea that a werewolf holds one of the most important positions for two powerful houses within our society, not to mention the whole providing sanctuary thing for the rest of the British pack? Do you think I haven't planned for this particular day already?" "Well," Remus mumbled sheepishly. He pushed a hand through his hair. "When you put it like that. So, firstly," Sirius said, focusing on the problem they faced, "why didn't you tell me you'd received a warning, Moony?" He knew Remus had registered the use of his Marauder name, and knew that Remus knew that it meant Sirius really did forgive him because Remus's shoulders dropped a touch, tension eking out of him. Because it wasn't important. Remus argued succinctly. Your name needed to be cleared, and Harry needed you to be his guardian. It was his turn to gesture for silence, preventing Harry and Sirius from speaking with a simple raised finger. And truthfully, I deserved it. His cheeks turned red. I was monumentally stupid that night. I completely forgot my wolfsbane, and if you hadn't been able to turn into Padfoot to run me off, I could have hurt you all very, very badly. Sirius harumphed. You'd probably have just gone for Snape. It was only a partial joke. Remus chided him with a soft tut. Not the point. He shrugged. Amelia was very kind about the whole thing. She could have had me arrested, but she appreciated it was an accident. She had to uphold the law and make a record of it, but that was it. So, how did Skeeter get her hands on it? Harry wondered out loud. Sirius pointed at his son. An excellent question, Pronglet. A very excellent question. Amelia's dry tone had them all looking over at the doorway. She strode in and took the remaining seat at the table. I wanted to come over and apologize immediately, Remus. Your file is meant to be confidential. I have an Auror investigating. Well, I have 2 suspects in mind. Sirius growled. Wenlock and Diggory. Amelia nodded. Me too. She waved a hand at Sirius. But I doubt Wenlock was behind it. He's far too prissy to get his hands dirty. But not beyond using Diggory to do it. Amelia nodded unhappily. Amos has been a good friend for a number of years. It's not going to be easy if it is him. Harry slumped back in his chair. Merlin, can you imagine what it's going to be like for Cedric? We don't know for certain it is them. Remus protested weakly. Oh, it is them. Amelia contradicted him. The second report on the creatures bill goes in front of the Wisengamot tomorrow, with the overview of the new legislature proposal. What better way to push for another overturn of the committee reviewing the laws if its biggest proponent is discredited thanks to bad publicity? That's cheating. Harry said hotly. Welcome to the wonderful world of dirty politics. Sirius said dryly. There are cheats everywhere. Harry, not just on the Quidditch pitch. I do have a concern for your safety, Remus. Amelia turned to him. Regardless that the article is a load of nonsense, there is a fair amount of anti-werewolf feeling out there, and this paints a target on you. I already had a target on me. Remus countered. I'll be fine. Sirius hid the wince he wanted to make at the reminder that Remus was being hunted by Greyback. I'd prefer to have Tonks provide you with a discreet escort until we can contain this. Amelia shot back. You're that worried? Interjected Sirius before Remus could refuse. Amelia nodded briskly. I am. This type of thing stirs up mob behavior. She spread her hands. Look at what happened over that disgusting article about Hagrid on Boxing Day. Missed it, Sirius reminded her. It was bad. Remus said quietly. Skeeter revealed Hagrid is half-giant. There are rumors a number of the villagers from Hogsmeade went to Hogwarts to demand Dumbledore fire him because they didn't want him around. That's awful, Harry said. He frowned. Is this why Dumbledore had Trelawney looking after me? He was taking care of people wanting Hagrid to leave. Partly, Remus admitted. It doesn't negate the fact that Dumbledore should have just told you the truth about my whereabouts and condition. Sirius said quickly, anticipating that Harry was about to excuse Dumbledore's decision given the situation with Hagrid. He decided a slight diversion was in order. How did Skeeter find that out anyway? I assume she must have eavesdropped on them in the garden at Hogwarts the night of the ball. Remus said, I remember seeing her on the map, near to where Hagrid was sitting with the Madame Maxime. Really? Amelia said, I'm certain I overheard Maxime telling Dumbledore that they were alone. She was taking him to task about security and privacy. I can't blame her. There was a moment of silence while they all considered Hogwarts' wobbly security. Sirius sighed. If Tonks can stay with Remus as an escort, that would be great. Amelia. Now, wait a moment. Remus began. No, Moony, Sirius said strictly. Greyback can't get to you easily, but a mob can. Tonks is a good choice being a daughter of the house. It keeps it within the family. Remus glared at Sirius. Moreover, it's probably not safe to keep your guest here. Amelia said. Sion blinked Remus, taken aback, before the real threat of a mob bent on hurting a werewolf sank in a moment later. No, it's probably not safe. He agreed. This place is well protected, but it would be better if she were elsewhere. Amelia said crisply. There's no reason why she shouldn't head to the sanctuary. Sirius said. I admit it's useful having her here for intelligence on Greyback, but she could provide that through a flu connection or over a mirror. Remus sighed, but gave a nod of acquiescence that had Sirius letting out a slow breath of relief at not having to argue about it. Amelia got up from the table. I should head back and see what the investigation is doing. I'll be in contact later. Sirius said. I'm going to call a meeting of the Potter Alliance. We'll need to discuss strategy for the Wisengamot. Harry, you should return to Hogwarts. No, Harry said so firmly Sirius's eyebrow rose in surprise, making Harry blush. It's just, this is my fight, Padfoot. Remus is the steward for the House of Potter, and this is an attack on my political agenda. I should be at the meeting. Sirius leaned over and ruffled his hair. Well said, Pronglet. He glanced at Remus and motioned toward the door. Why don't you walk Amelia to the flu? Harry nodded a touch, unhappily, but Sirius figured that Harry understood he needed a moment alone with Remus. It's going to be brutal. Remus said as soon as Harry and Amelia were out of earshot. Are you sure he should? He'll stand up. Sirius said simply. Regardless of his romance troubles, Harry seemed more settled in his skin. Sirius suspected some of it was down to Harry finally meeting Lily and James. A touch of envy and jealousy spiked sharply in his gut, but he shook it off quickly. He was raising Harry, got to live with him, see him grow into a fine young man. James and Lily were gone, but if talking to their ghosts had helped Harry even a little bit in facing up to his destiny, how could Sirius think of it as anything but a good thing? And hadn't Harry admitted he loved Sirius? Sirius felt himself settle into his own skin with that final thought. I talked with James and Lily. Remus stared at him. What? I found Harry at the cemetery with the resurrection stone talking with James and Lily. Sirius explained quietly. Dear Merlin. Remus breathed out thinly. Are they? They looked exactly like they always did. Sirius said, grief churning through him, as always, but it was tempered by the knowledge of seeing them. They forgave me, Moony. He shook his head. I never realized how much I needed them to until... Remus clasped his hand on top of the table. It was never your fault, Sirius. I let them down, Moony. There was a hushed silence. And I let you down. Remus said, regretfully. Sirius sighed. We have to stop making the same mistakes, Remus. Lily and James told Harry that he's stronger with his friends than without. The Marauders, we were stronger together. We are stronger together. So, Remus said tentatively. So I really do forgive you. Sirius said sincerely. Thank you. Remus said. He wiped a hand over his face, hiding suspiciously shiny eyes. I just wish that Skeeter hadn't gotten hold of that note. Sirius squeezed the hand that was clasping his own. We're brothers, Moony. You, me, and Prongs. We didn't run when you told us as teenagers, and Harry and we're not running now. Now, come on. Let's find our youngest marauder and work out how we're going to prank the pants off Wenlock. Remus gave a huff of laughter. I hope you don't mean that literally. Sirius's eyes gleamed with mischief. Well, now that you mention it, he slapped Remus on the shoulder as the other man chuckled and felt his own equilibrium return with a vengeance. Wenlock was going to deeply regret taking on the Marauders. The fire in the parlor was down to a dull ember. Remus sipped the whiskey he had poured out and dropped his head back against the cushion of the sofa. Tonks switched on the wireless and sat down beside him, but didn't say anything for which he was eternally grateful. There was a blast of music before the sound faded, and the tones of the radio host echoed through the room. This is Malcolm Mitherington, reporting on today's extraordinary news from the steps of the ministry, where I have the minister himself here with me, to make a statement. Remus snorted. He remembered Malcolm as a rather pompous Hufflepuff in the same year as Sirius's brother. Minister, Malcolm continued, what can you tell us about the werewolf Lupin, and what will happen now? My dear Malcolm, and faithful Wizarding Wireless listeners, of course, I fear this article today has become something of a mountain when it is, in fact, simply a molehill. Fudge's smooth politicking slid through the airwaves like honey. So Lupin didn't attack Lord Potter and Lord Black at Hogwarts at the end of the school year in June? Malcolm inquired sharply. Fudge gave a small cough. No, that is to say, Remus Lupin did admit that on the full moon in question, in trying to apprehend Peter Pettigrew and understand the truth behind Lord Black's situation, he had forgotten to take his wolfsbane and did turn into his werewolf form when he was in the open. And he attacked them. Malcolm insisted. Oh no, my dear fellow. Fudge said cheerfully. On the contrary, Lord Black was able to divert him, and Lupin chased after the fleeing Pettigrew. No harm befell Lord Potter and Lord Black from Mr. Lupin's actions that night. I see. Remus chuckled dryly, because it was evident Malcolm didn't see. Obviously, when Director Bones investigated the situation with Lord Black at the beginning of the summer, the truth about the evening at Hogwarts came out in her interview with Mr. Lupin, and as per protocol, a note was added to his creature file. Fudge continued when Malcolm remained silent, all completely above board and normal process. He gave it sking sound. What has not been above board is leaking this confidential note to the press, and I will assure you and the listening public that the DMLE will thoroughly investigate how this happened. Surely it doesn't matter, though. Malcolm argued. Lupin is a werewolf and doesn't have the same right to privacy. Surely this was in the public's interest to know. Lupin is dangerous. Well, let's examine those three statements, shall we? Fudge sounded almost gleeful. Tonks shot Remus a questioning look, and he smiled weakly back at her. Firstly, the law that stated werewolves did not have the same right to privacy as wizards and witches was suspended by the authority of the Wisengamot following the decision to review the creature laws. At the present time, werewolves do hold the same right to privacy, and it is completely illegal to reveal details of ministerial files containing any private information related to them. Fudge explained. Remus breathed out. It had been a shock to him earlier in the day to realize that whoever had leaked the information would face criminal charges for their action. Secondly, Fudge said, the matter was uncovered in the course of a separate investigation, and Mr. Lupin's actions were examined by the director of the DMLE herself and found to be accidental and non-criminal. There were extenuating emotional circumstances surrounding the event which provide some mitigation to Mr. Lupin for getting the wolfsbane, and the impact coming out into the open would have upon him. Furthermore, all parties involved bar Pettigrew have come forward today to state their support for Mr. Lupin. I think Professor Severus Snape might disagree. Malcolm argued. He did advocate to have Lupin removed from the Hogwarts staff. On the contrary, Professor Snape has contacted me personally to express his dismay that Lupin's record has been besmirched by this incident. Fudge countered calmly. Remus's eyes widened with shock, and he almost dropped his drink. Professor Snape has had time to consider the incident, and admits his immediate reaction was driven from a personal phobia rather than sound logic and his knowledge of Lupin's character. Fudge said, which brings us nearly onto your third point, that Lupin is dangerous. Outside of the full moon, Remus Lupin is a very intelligent and gifted wizard who Lords Black and Potter count as a friend, as well as their steward. He is dangerous on the nights of the full moon, but Lord Black provides wolfsbane as part of their agreement, and Mr. Lupin usually spends the time alone in one of the Black properties. Malcolm cleared his throat. What about the rumors he is building a werewolf army? Fudge laughed lightly. Dear me, no. Mr. Lupin was identified as an alpha by his counterparts in Europe and has undertaken that duty seriously with the support of his lords. They are simply providing a sanctuary to any in the pack run by Fenrir Greyback, a very dangerous werewolf who is a wanted criminal, not least for his act in biting a 4-year-old boy who grew up to be Mr. Lupin. Lupin was 4 when he was turned. Malcolm sounded shocked, and Remus carefully avoided making eye contact with Tonks. Yes, it was very tragic. Fudge said with just enough sincerity to be believable. Greyback had tried to blackmail Lupin's father into a deal, and when he wouldn't kowtow, Greyback took his. Revenge by biting the sun. Lupin deserves our compassion, not the diatribe of unremitting intolerance and hatred typified by today's newspaper article. I adore Rita, but on this occasion, she has it very wrong. Remus waved his wand at the wireless and switched it off abruptly. Well, that was a positive defense. Tonks said brightly. Remus snorted and rubbed his free hand over his face. I really don't want to talk about it. He knew the second stage of Sirius's and Harry's plan involved the Wizengamot the next day, and he really didn't want to think about that. He knew he had royally screwed up trusting that Dumbledore would follow Remus's instruction to tell Harry about Sirius, trusting that Dumbledore wouldn't just assume that he knew best and do his own thing. And he'd let his own want to get the rat get in the way of taking care of Harry the same way Sirius had done all those years before. Well, Sirius had learned and smartened up his act where Harry was concerned, and so would Remus. He took a deep gulp of the scotch. He had to do better at putting Harry first, Remus mused, especially given the support Harry was giving him. The meeting at the Potter Alliance had been as brutal as he had anticipated. The room had been hostile. At the beginning, too many had too ingrained prejudices about werewolves regardless of their liberal views for it not to be. A couple of them had gone so far as to recommend that Harry and Sirius ditch Remus, but they had been quickly silenced by Harry's blunt statement that Remus was staying. There was something different about Harry, Remus mused. Sirius might have chaired the meeting ensuring there was direction to the discussion, and that everyone had their say, but it was Harry who'd led, who'd made it clear that he was going to stand beside Remus and the wider agenda Harry wanted for werewolves. Harry hadn't faltered under the glares of the older men and the arguments they marshaled. Instead, Harry had simply cleared his throat and tersely explained Sirius's plan of how they were going to deal with the press and the Wizengamot, after which the Alliance members had all gone away happy. Remus swirled the amber liquid in his glass. Somehow Harry had taken on the mantle of leader while he'd been in hiding. But why wouldn't he? Remus thought with sudden insight. Harry had believed for a short time that Sirius was dead, that Harry alone was going to have to lead to battle evil and find the power to defeat Voldemort. For those brief days, Harry hadn't had Sirius to lean on, to lead the Alliance and lead the battle for him. And somehow his old friend had realized that because Sirius was allowing Harry to lead, it was disconcerting. "Something on your mind?" Tonks asked, breaking into his train of thought. Remus simply glanced at her incredulously. Tonks flushed, and her hair cycled from pink to green and back again. "I know. Stupid question after everything today. Actually, I was thinking about something specific to do with Harry." Remus admitted. "He seems to have changed, don't you think? Become more authoritative." Tonks changed position to look at him fully, her elbow on the back of the sofa as she propped up her head on her hand, her legs tucked underneath her. "Maybe," she admitted. "He was pretty forceful at the Alliance meeting, but I wondered if that was something he and Sirius had worked out as a strategy." Remus shook his head. "No," he sighed. "I think being on his own to deal with his grief at losing Sirius, it changed him." Tonks bit her lip. "I guess we really don't know what happened to Harry during the days he was alone, what he went through." She reached for his glass, and he let her have it. She sipped and made a face at the harsh spirit. "I'm more surprised that Sirius is letting him take so much of a lead." Remus nodded slowly, understanding Tonks's view. Sirius was so protective of Harry. It was surprising that his old friend had allowed Harry to step forward in the way he had. But his mind skipped over Sirius's mention of seeing James and Lily, how he'd found Harry talking with them, and ignored how his belly churned with envy again. Perhaps Harry's newfound leadership had something to do with that, and Sirius would never presume to interfere with something that James or Lily had said or done. He sighed. "I don't think it's easy for Sirius, but he trusts Harry." "He trusts you too," Tonks said quietly. His lips twisted wryly, knowing she was just trying to make him feel better about the days of silence after Sirius's return from the States. "He had every right to be angry with me, Tonks. I let him down. I let Harry down." "You trusted Dumbledore," Tonks argued. "Most people would say that's a good thing. But it isn't," Remus replied without thinking. Tonks's eyes went wide, a dazed disbelief written all over her face. "Remus..." He snagged his drink back. "Dumbledore has continually let Harry down in the choices he's made for Harry. Tonks, you had to have realized that from everything that Sirius has told you and your parents since reinstituting the house last summer. I guess." Tonks sighed and pulled her knees up to her chest. "It's still hard to believe that Dumbledore is fallible, you know? That he can make a wrong choice." "I know," Remus said softly. Such was Dumbledore's reputation and legend. It was difficult to let go of the old ingrained belief that Dumbledore was right, that he knew everything, that his decision was the best, that he could be trusted above and beyond all others. And despite all Remus knew about Dumbledore's actions and his mistakes, it was still difficult. It had been so easy to turn to Dumbledore after Sirius had been sent to the Valley Clinic to ask him to speak to Harry. He rubbed his forehead again. "You have to stop blaming yourself for what happened," Tonks said bluntly, guessing his thoughts fairly accurately. "It wasn't your fault." Remus gave a huff of disagreement, but didn't speak. Tonks set her glass down and shifted closer to him. She placed her hand on his arm and stroked downwards, soothing him before tangling their fingers together. "Do you think Harry and Sirius would have forgiven you if you'd done something so terrible?" She had a point, a small point, but a point nevertheless. Harry and Sirius had forgiven him, and he had gotten the impression from Harry that there was nothing to forgive. Remus sighed. Maybe Tonks was right. He told her so. "So if they're going to let it go, are you going to let it go?" Tonks pressed. And ultimately there was no choice. Remus would not let Harry or Sirius down again, and to do that he needed to remain strong and face the next few days as though he wasn't bothered by the press and the snide remarks at being outed to the whole of England. "I guess I will," Remus said softly. He squeezed her hand and made to let go as he got to his feet. She kept hold of him and scrambled to stand. Remus. Before he could protest, her lips were on his, and he responded automatically, sinking into the comfort of the kiss, of being wanted. But he had just enough sense to pull away when she went to deepen the kiss further. Tonks. And it felt so wrong to call her by her surname, and yet he didn't want to call her by a name she hated. Dora. Remus substituted and felt a rush of warmth as her face lit up at his choice of nickname. Remus. She breathed his name eagerly and leaned forward again. He quickly placed his hands on her shoulders, halting her. Dora, we can't do this. Sure we can. Tonks argued. You're a consenting adult. I'm a consenting adult. Sion's gone, and we have the house to ourselves. Tonks. The use of her surname had her stilling. This is a bad idea. Remus said quietly. I'm not at my best, and you're my protection detail. Tonks frowned slightly. Remus, we're friends, aren't we? Of course. He was quick to reassure her. And that's why this is a bad idea. Honestly, I don't know what you see in me. I'm far too old for you, and there's that fact that I'm a werewolf. I don't think you're that old. Tonks' hair cycled to a bright blue. You're a charming, funny, and smart guy, Remus. I like that. I'm attracted to that. As far as the lycanthropy goes, well, it's never mattered to you I'm a metamorph, so why should I care that you have a furry problem once a month? Remus couldn't do anything but stare at her. I know I'm not the girl you would want to be with long-term, Remus, and that's fine. She raised her hand to stop him protesting. But you're a good friend, someone I trust, and I like you. She shrugged. I'd like us to be friends with benefits. You've had those in the past, I know you have, and so have I. You can't tell me you haven't thought about us. Remus shifted away from her and paced a couple of steps, his mind racing almost as fast as his heart. I do like you, Dora. He conceded. But this is very complicated. No. He said firmly when she would have interrupted. I'm the steward of your house. Sirius would have every right to fire me if we started something without asking for his permission. Tonks made a face at that, and he could understand. The whole thought of having to ask Sirius if he could have an arrangement with Dora was excruciating. So we'll ask him. Tonks said bluntly. We'd also have to agree that if we stopped being friends with benefits, we'd remain friends and civil. Remus hurried out as a counterargument. If Harry and Hermione have managed it, I'm sure we will. Tonks agreed eventually. It was hardly a ringing endorsement, and Remus wondered for a moment when he'd stopped arguing against getting involved with Tonks and started negotiating terms. So, you'll speak with Sirius? Tonks asked blithely, unaware, it seemed, about Remus's confusion. We should sleep on it. Remus said, if in the cold light of day we feel the same, then I'll talk with Sirius. And he had no idea if he was hoping for Tonks to change her mind or not. He shook himself. I should head up. Let me come with you, Tonks said, stepping into his path. Just to sleep, I promise. Remus sighed and looked away, but she closed the gap between them and placed her hand on his cheek, forcing him to meet her gaze. Hey, no funny stuff, she reiterated. But I don't like the idea of you being alone after today. And I want to be there for you, Remus, as your friend. Remus felt torn. On one hand, he knew it was the height of stupidity not to turn her away, to reassure her he was fine and go up to his bed alone. But on the other hand, he yearned for the comfort of pack, of snuggling into another warm body, and knowing he belonged somewhere. He sighed and held out his hand. Tonks smiled, her face lighting up with delight at his capitulation. But as her hand slid into his, and she tugged him towards the stairs, Remus couldn't help shake the notion he was doing the wrong thing. Pronglet Fights Back, Chapter 2. Sirius's study within Hogwarts lacked the intimidating feel of the Black family magic, but Hogwarts seemed to have responded to the need for the study to be a safe place for Sirius, and Albus, as the headmaster, could feel the shift in the ambient magic. Sirius and Harry would be defended within the space, even against any action Albus might take. It was a sobering realization. Albus tucked his robes around him as he sat on a cozy armchair in the seating area in front of the fireplace. Cornelius and Amelia had ended up on the small settee, Croaker had taken the other chair, and Sirius, Remus, and Harry had chosen to stand. First things first. Sirius waved at Harry. Harry will be joining us from now on when his schedule allows for it. Albus's gaze sharpened on Sirius, but the head of the House of Black had been trained well, and there was nothing on his expression to give away why Sirius had changed his mind about including the teen. He thought about protesting for a moment, but determined from the look of satisfaction on the others' faces that he would be a lone voice, so refrained. Secondly, we have a political crisis to deal with before we get to the rest of the agenda, so... Sirius motioned at Cornelius. Cornelius smiled grimly. Wenlock is clearly moving against us. He waved a hand almost absently. Nothing we didn't plan for, but still very annoying to have to deal with. Sirius exchanged a look with Harry and Remus, heavy with the truth that the reality for Remus was a good deal more than annoying. The papers were a good start at a defense. Bertie said, stepping in before Cornelius could say something else. The international press has been the most supportive. Sirius nodded, and as he glanced again at Cornelius, a glimmer of approval returned to his gaze. The wireless interview was a stroke of genius. The prophet is running for cover this morning. It was something of an understatement, Albus thought. The prophet had published a full apology to the houses of Potter and Black in the morning edition, with a full article from Rita claiming she had been duped by incorrect information from an informant. Amelia snorted in a very unladylike way. They claimed that Rita found the information on her desk, and after verifying that the incident had taken place, although they don't say how she verified it, that she went ahead with the article. So, they don't know who gave them the information. Bertie sighed. That's very convenient for them, isn't it? Albus nodded in agreement. And not a good thing when I'm trying to pin down the culprit responsible for giving her the information for criminal charges. Amelia pointed out dryly. It's a shame Rita can't be charged. Sirius muttered unkindly in Albus's opinion, and he had no love of the journalist. We can't prove that she was aware the information was illegally gained. Amelia said with a sigh. Unfortunately, the check on Remus's file has only provided us with 2 suspects as the source of the information. Diggory and Dolores Umbridge. Umbridge, Sirius exclaimed. I thought she was in the depths of the jungle somewhere. Oh, she is, Cornelius hastened to assure them. But she is still a ministry employee, so she still has some access to ministry resources. Not to mention that she still has friends. Well, allies here. Amelia added, allies such as Clarence Smutter, who accessed Remus's file for Dolores soon after it was announced that Sirius was Lord Black. She was looking for dirt. Sirius commented, his disgust evident in his tone. Albus felt disappointment in Dolores. She hadn't been the best student, but he expected better from her. She found some. Remus sighed. It's not your fault, Moony. Harry said softly. If it hadn't been this, she would have found something else. Harry's right, Remus, Amelia said. She also asked Smutter to access the sealed file on Harry's placement with the Dursleys. Smutter, of course, couldn't access that file without my approval, so Dolores agreed. He could leave it. Better my file than Harry's. Remus remarked. Albus noted Harry frowning at the idea that it was better the scandal revolved around Remus than Harry's childhood abuse. Sirius, on the other hand, looked as equally relieved as Remus that Dolores hadn't gotten her hands on Harry's file. Unfortunately, all I can prove right now is that Smutter accessed the file and gave her the information. Amelia sighed. And as she is still a ministry employee, I can't charge Smutter with passing the information to her. She motioned with a free hand. I've sent an Auror to question her, but I doubt she'll admit to anything, and I can't use truth serum without more evidence against her. What about Diggory? Sirius asked, shifting position to glance at Harry, and check he was fine. Same issue. Amelia's frustration bled into her voice. He has plausible deniability given his post means that he has every authority to access Remus's file. He readily admitted to it, and he has offered to take a vow that he didn't give the information to the press. That's a pretty specific vow. Harry commented. Amelia gave him an approving nod. It certainly doesn't exclude him giving the information to someone else who then passed it on. That someone being Wenlock. The disgust was back in Sirius's tone, but again there is no proof. Amelia said, even if Amos admitted giving the information to Wenlock, without more evidence, I couldn't accuse a member of the Wisengamot. Sirius sighed. So that's it? Harry demanded. They just get away with it. Albus felt a rush of nostalgia for the days when he had been as innocent and passionate, when he hadn't been jaded by the reality of political wheeling and dealing. We can move Diggory to another department as a response. Cornelius suggested, move someone with the same agenda as us into his post. We should do that anyway. Sirius agreed. He rubbed his chin. Maybe there's a way to get Wenlock to admit it during the Wisengamot discussion. He's probably expecting you to try something. Remus pointed out, I mean more than you already have planned. Albus wondered at that, especially when Amelia looked amused. Do we want to know what you have planned, Sirius? Nothing too wild, Sirius said evenly. I promise. Remus smiled tightly. I talked him out of pranking Wenlock naked. Cornelius choked on his tea, but then grinned. That would certainly liven things up. Bertie chuckled. I take it you are going to give the counter-argument, rather than Daniel. Yes, Sirius said, and Remus is probably right. Wenlock will expect me to attempt to maneuver him into saying something about the newspaper article and be on his guard. He shrugged. Still, we might be able to trick him into saying something. You're going to have to be on guard yourself, too. Remus remonstrated gently, especially as Harry will be in attendance. Albus frowned. He didn't think that was a good idea, but he refrained from speaking, seeing the glee on Cornelius's face and immense satisfaction on the others. It seemed his view that Harry had no business being at the Wisengamot until he was of age was not shared. Albus. The sound of his name drew him sharply back into the War Council. My apologies, Albus said smoothly. I was wool gathering. We've moved on to the tournament since there's nothing else to say on the politics front. Sirius explained without a hint of the impatience that glimmered in his gray eyes. Albus motioned at Harry. My apologies, but I do not believe I can speak of it with Harry present. Harry's face fell, but Sirius nodded his agreement to Albus's concern. Remus gestured at Harry. Why don't you and I get ready, that while everyone else here finishes up? Harry glanced at Sirius for permission, Albus observed, and on gaining it, left immediately with brief if polite goodbyes to the others. Remus followed him out. Albus repressed the urge to sigh heavily. He had been hoping for a second alone with Harry to make an apology. He shook the thought away and refocused on the discussion. He knew he would also have made an attempt to get Harry to reconsider attending. A Wisengamot debate was no place for a 14-year-old boy, even one as accomplished as Harry. Albus. Sirius prompted with enough exasperation that Albus knew it wasn't the first time his name had been called again. Albus nodded sagely to cover his embarrassment. The preparation for the second task has already begun. Alastair is in charge of the security, and we are keeping an eye on the Durmstrang ship. Unfortunately, this task was made much more dangerous by Voldemort's revisions, and I fear he will not have to resort to sabotage to pose a real threat to Harry's life. It was more than likely that someone would die in the second task outlined by Tom, Albus thought sadly, despite their best efforts to mediate some of the parameters. I'll be giving the same warning to all the champions. Sirius's face was a dangerous blank. I see. In terms of security, Albus continued, we haven't been able to provide any further evidence that young Bartemius and his cohorts are operating from the Durmstrang ship beyond the obvious relationship Karkaroff has as a liaison, which is hardly definitive proof. It's certainly not enough to be able to issue a warrant to search it or ask formally. Cornelius said, regretfully, I have spoken with Bogdan, though since Remus approached him off the record, and unofficially, he tells me he is making some progress with his fellow ministers in the Durmstrang Pact. He feels they may make a decision based on the outcome of the second task, and whether there is additional evidence of sabotage. Now, I don't know if I should be hoping for sabotage or not. Bertie said wryly. Albus inclined his head, understanding the sentiment. Sirius gave Cornelius an approving nod. Thank you for the behind-the-scenes support, Cornelius. Cornelius puffed up proudly in response. Let's move on. Tag the Death Eater. Sirius redirected the meeting with quiet competence. No movement on any front. Amelia sighed heavily. None of the tagged Death Eaters have had any contact with Crouch, Travers, or Greyback as far as we can tell. There have been no sightings of any. Professor Snape has exchanged messages through Karkaroff, of course, but we don't know how Karkaroff is passing the message on. It may be in person or by an illegal fluke connection. What of the Azkaban lot? Sirius asked. Travers Sr. and Mulciber? With your account of what happened, we managed to find the house you and Neville were held at, Amelia said, and we found Rookwood's and Mulciber's remains. Travers Sr. is at large. She took a sip of tea. We've upgraded the wards at Azkaban following the breakout at Yule, so we don't expect a second wave of escapees. I take it the Dementor's Crouch head are still missing too? Sirius asked. Amelia nodded. I'm afraid so. It may be that they'll get hungry enough for some unexplained catatonic states to appear, which will then give us a clue. She tapped her fingers lightly against the teacup. Hearing myself report our lack of progress, I feel we're being rather ineffectual. You're doing the best you can. Sirius reassured her before Albus could speak. You know, Moody told us that 90% of law enforcement was patience, painstaking clue gathering, and desk work. He gave a short laugh. Made us do surveillance after surveillance in training, so we'd learn. I remember. Amelia smiled. He made me watch Florence Parkinson for a whole week because she was going into Nocturne Alley, and the most suspicious thing she did was buy an illegal hair dye. Albus pursed his lips. He had known that particular shade of blonde couldn't have possibly been natural. I should also say, Amelia, that you're not the only one feeling rather ineffectual. Bertie broke in. Harry scowled at him. No, will you just shut up about it? Draco lifted one hand in supposed surrender. Would you prefer we talk about Wenlock and the debate? He sneered. In truth, Harry figured they should be talking about the debate, which maybe was a sign. Harry mused that dating was a distraction, and he needed to be focused on other things. Maybe he really should give up on dating until the whole thing with Voldemort was over. Then he wouldn't have to worry about protecting his girlfriend, nor about upsetting said girlfriend when he protected them in a way they disagreed with, nor worrying about how to make it up to them when he had upset them when he should be thinking about how to defeat Voldemort or prepare for the second task, or how not to allow Wenlock provoke him in the debate. He repressed the urge to sigh and rubbed his forehead, trying to ease the beginning of a nagging headache there. He figured this was one of those moments where Hermione would berate him if he made a decision alone without conversing with her. Truthfully, he really didn't want to give up dating Hermione, although the situation with Remus had distracted him from planning a way to make it up to her. Harry belatedly realized Draco was waiting for him to reply. He dragged his mind back on topic. Sirius will be great in the debate. Harry muttered defensively. I'm sure he will, but Wenlock be expecting him. Draco drawled. He wasn't wrong, Harry thought. The plan he and Sirius had come up bringing another flutter of internal butterflies. He might make mistakes in the debate underestimating Sirius, but the only way I can see him confessing anything illegal is to dose him with truth serum or put him under a truth spell like Sirius did with Father. Draco continued. Harry froze, arrested by the germ of an idea that Draco's words had triggered. Sirius had used family magic to force Lucius to be truthful. Was it possible for Harry to call on Wenlock's family magic to force him to tell him the truth? If the magic was available to him, he could do it, Harry mused, but that was the question. Would Wenlock's magic be available to him as the most powerful in the family magic circle? And how could he do it discreetly? Harry! Hermione's quiet voice yanked Harry out of his thoughts abruptly, and he started a little when he realized she stood next to him. Draco smirked at him knowingly. Hermione. Harry pushed his glasses up his nose. Amelia says Sirius is going to try and get Wenlock to confess in the debate. Hermione questioned, worry creasing her forehead. Harry nodded. Yeah, he's planning to. His gaze flickered to Draco briefly. And Draco's just given me a brilliant idea. I have. He has. They spoke in unison and glared at each other with identical frowns of outrage. If the situation wasn't so important, Harry would have been tempted to laugh out loud. Draco mentioned that he didn't think Wenlock would give too much away unless he was under the family magic truth spell. Harry explained. Hermione's frown cleared almost straight away. So, you're going to see whether you can call on his family magic. Harry nodded. I need some way to do it without actually saying it, though. Why do you think you can call on Wenlock's family magic? Asked Draco, puzzled. I managed to call on Neville's at the World Cup, Harry admitted. Realizing that Draco probably hadn't been told, he wasn't sure Sirius had even told Lucius and Narcissa. The secret of his ability with family magic was too important to share widely. He'd only told Ron and Hermione, and only because Neville had witnessed it. Really? Both of Draco's eyebrows shot upwards. But that would mean, are you that powerful? Well, we don't really know if it's a question of power or whether it's something to do with Harry's and Neville's oaths. Hermione lectured briskly. This would be a good test of that, since Wenlock is not allied in any way with either house. I still need some way of doing it, quietly though. Harry said, if I shout it out, everyone will know, and that would be bad if it got back to Voldemort. Hermione turned contemplative. You couldn't cast it silently? I'm not sure. Harry admitted. I don't think so. I think ritual magic has to be declared when invoked. He glanced toward where Sirius was deep in conversation with Lucius and frowned. I can ask Sirius. It's a shame you can't use Parseltongue. Draco said. Father said you talked to the family snake the entire time you were at the Wisengamot last. He said it drove everyone mad, trying to guess what you were talking about. Harry shrugged, flushing. The snake likes to gossip. Hermione and Draco both gaped at him. Ready, Harry? Harry almost jumped when he realized that in the few minutes that had passed from his glance over, Sirius had moved to stand next to him, along with Remus. I think so. Actually, Draco has come up with something. Sirius's eyes flickered to Draco, who blushed furiously as Harry quickly explained. So we don't know if I can try to invoke it silently, or try Parseltongue, or... Harry shrugged, helplessly. Well, firstly, I'm not sure if it will work. The truth spell usually only aligns to the family head who is cast. Sirius said. Harry's face fell, and he noticed Hermione, and Draco also looked despondent. But I guess there's no harm trying. Sirius added. Harry breathed out, gleeful anticipation sending his blood tingling through his body. Now we can invoke some family magic silently. It's rare, but I remember my grandfather doing it. Sirius said contemplatively. But you've only just started doing silent casting in your lessons, so it could be a bit hit and miss if it works. But you could try it, and if that doesn't work, use Parseltongue. Remus suggested. Harry nodded. It was a plan. And really, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. It's a good idea to have thought of it in the first place. Sirius said approvingly, looking over to Draco. I hope it does work. Harry said. It might be the only way to make Wenlock trip up. Sirius patted his shoulder. Have some faith. He chided dryly. Harry flushed. Sorry, I know we have the plan. It's going to be difficult to ensure Wenlock hangs himself with the rope we're hoping to give him. Sirius acknowledged. He grinned at Harry suddenly. Besides, if it does all goes terribly, I'll make him lose his pants, and nobody'll notice the debate. Harry chuckled, and his spirit lightened. His eyes caught Draco's for a moment, before moving onto Hermione's chocolate gaze. She blushed and looked away. A curl of satisfaction settled in Harry at the small sign that she still liked him. So he thought determinedly he'd get the debate with Wenlock out of the way, and then he'd plan how to win Hermione back as his girlfriend. And of course, finally defeat Voldemort. It was a good plan. Well, it was more of a plan than he usually had at any rate. Augusta watched the chattering groups spread all over the Wizengamot with well-hidden glee. The chamber rang with the verve and energy emanating from the various groups. On one side of the chamber, Richard Bones was urgently conferring with Leonard Abbott, and on the other, an equally passionate exchange seemed to be happening between Wilkes and Nott. Augusta couldn't help noticing Wenlock nodding at some of his allies, a smugness in his manner that had her wondering what else the wizard had up his sleeves to try and disturb the revamp of the creature legislation. She shook her head and once again mused wistfully that Sirius's advent as Lord Black, the steps he'd taken in the protection of Harry, had certainly brought life back to the legislative body of the magical government. And that was a good thing, Augusta thought with inward wry acknowledgement of her own continuing deep-seated guilt that it had taken Sirius to kick the rest of them into action. Her eyes landed on Albus, deep in discussion with Dullard. Times had changed for the Chief Warlock. She mused. He was no longer the foremost authority that the Light looked to, not after his mistakes with Harry. Oh, Sirius's plan wasn't completely without its delays and its problems, Yule, and the incident with Crouch abducting Sirius was proof of that, but ultimately it was working. The DMLE was dynamic, actively and proactively keeping the peace through their constant vigilance, and Augusta smiled at the latter phrasing of her thought, her mind drifting absently to Alaster. The unspeakables in the DOM were equally vibrant in their pursuit of whatever it was that was the focus of the treasure hunt, and even Cornelius seemed rejuvenated, diving into his politicking with a new energy and a new direction that was wholly aligned with the wishes of the Potter Alliance. Augusta fingered her wand and settled back into her chair. It had been a shock the day before when Harry had attended the Alliance meeting, but Harry had done an admirable job. She'd been proud of how he'd listened to them all offer him advice, which had ranged from her own supportive, "Whatever you decide the House of Longbottom will stand with you," to Doge's blunt and very rude statement, since Remus had been right there, you should get some distance between you and the werewolf, before he'd straightened his shoulders, thanked them, and then proceeded to tell them that Remus wasn't going anywhere, that the best defense was a good offense, and he wasn't going to allow the likes of Wenlock to bully them into agreeing to legislation that would only weaken their society at best and totally undermine it at worst. It had been easy to see just why so many of their heirs had sworn fealty to Harry. Her gaze shifted to the fourth tier of the gallery, where those same heirs were gathered. She noted Amos Diggory sat near to grandson. Neville sat beside Hannah. Susan beside her, with Diggory beside her. On the other side of her grandson, a space had been left for the missing but expected members of the House of Black. Just as she began to consider where they were, the doors to the chamber floor opened, and they all entered. The Blacks, Augusta thought amused, knew how to make an entrance as the chamber fell into an almost reverent hush. Sirius, Harry, and Remus entered first, all robes adorned with both Potter and Black crests. The Tonks were next. Nymphadora wore aura robes, and her gait suggested that she was on duty. Her mother and father escorted Hermione Granger between them. The three Malfoys followed close behind them. The procession paused at the bottom of the stairs up to the empty seats Neville had commandeered for them. Remus gave a bow to Sirius and Harry. Augusta heard the worried murmurs trickle around the chamber as the werewolf calmly, and with his head held high, escorted Nymphadora up the stairs. She wasn't surprised to see that when he sat down it was with Neville on his right and the Auror on his left. The House of Black quickly took their places, but the chamber's attention was drawn back to the ancient and noble house tier, where Sirius and Harry had arrived. Sirius was quietly invoking the family magic to protect Harry, as he had done previously on his son's first visit. "Seal the doors," Albus instructed loudly. The doors to the chamber closed with a sharp bang, and Augusta mused ruefully that she'd been so caught up that she'd failed to even see Cornelius, Amelia, and Bertie enter. Sirius made his way unhurriedly to his seat. There was another moment of acknowledgement as the houses rose in deference to him, even Wenlock, although his manner was grudging and mocking, and then they were all sat and the session was upon them. "Point of order." Wenlock jumped up just as Dullard opened his mouth to speak the first order of business. Wenlock pointed over towards Remus. "I demand that creature be removed immediately." The chamber erupted into chaos. Augusta was on her feet and shouting her objection along with several other members of the Potter Alliance, although she absently noticed Harry didn't move an inch after a quick glance at Sirius, who remained calm and seated. Members of Wenlock's group were yelling back, and it was hard to hear what anyone was saying in the cacophony of noise. A small bang from Albus's wand silenced them all. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," Sirius said, as everyone else subsided. "As the objection was raised against the steward of my houses, perhaps I may be permitted to respond." Albus inclined his head, his blue eyes twinkling madly. "Of course, Sirius. Please proceed." "Lord Wenlock," Sirius said firmly, "I will not take insult with you on this occasion, as I assume the erroneous publicity surrounding my steward's one-time lapse in judgment has influenced your opinion." The threat that he would take insult for a second slur was more than evident in Sirius's words and manner. Augusta nodded in approval. However, Sirius continued, "I will reaffirm the statement I made to the press yesterday. Remus Lupin remains the steward of the houses of Black and Potter, and has our trust. While I would not say he isn't dangerous outside of the full moon, he is a fully trained wizard after all, with excellent knowledge of defense of the dark arts. He is only a werewolf during the full moon. As we have some way to go before the full moon this month, I can vouch for him not turning into a werewolf for the next 4 hours of this Wisengamot session. The point that Remus was a wizard more than a werewolf had more than one face turning ashamed in the chamber. Wenlock merely sneered at Sirius. "I agree with Lord Black," Albus said calmly. "Mr. Lupin is hardly a threat to anyone, and will remain." "He's a werewolf," Avery said shrilly. The way he looked towards Wenlock for approval gave away where that thought had come from. Sirius glared at him, and Avery cowered back. Augusta mused that perhaps it was occurring to Avery that the greater threat wasn't the werewolf, but the lord of the ancient and noble house of Black. Nott stood up and cleared his throat. I would like to state that I concur with Lord Black's assessment of Mr. Lupin as a threat. There is no need for his removal. That's easy for you to say, Wenlock responded. You have a détente with the House of Black. Yeah, what about those of us who don't have some kind of détente or agreement? Asked Tripe, scowling as he stood up. Augusta thought she saw a glint of satisfaction in his eyes as he resumed his seat. It was a trap, she realized suddenly. They had anticipated Remus would attend the session and had determined a maneuver to force Sirius into a corner. Either he would have to acquiesce to Remus being removed or concede to conditions on his remaining. Her lips thinned. Well, not on her watch. She was going to. Why don't you just use the family magic? Harry's blunt question broke through her mental ranting. She glanced over and found Harry petting the Potter Griffin absently as he pushed his glasses up his nose and regarding Wenlock and Tripe with guarded wariness. Harry continued, Sirius calls ours to protect me while I'm here, so why don't you call yours to protect you if you're really all that worried about Remus? Wenlock seemed momentarily speechless. Tripe got to his feet, red in the face. I'd remind young Lord Potter that not all of us have family magic. He snarled. Sirius shrugged. I won't take offense if for the duration of the session Lord Wenlock extended his family magic to protect all those in the chamber. I'd offer to extend my own, but I believe some may not believe it would protect them against a protected member of my houses. He smiled darkly. Augusta frowned. It almost seemed as though Sirius and Harry were baiting Wenlock into calling his magic. Dullard sprang up. There is a precedent, he said excitedly. In 1941, Lord Lovegood extended his family magic to protect all in the session from the goblin entourage that had come to sign the last treaty at his behest. Well, then, Albus said firmly, that seems to be the solution. He waved his hand toward Wenlock. Lord Wenlock. Wenlock glowered, clearly unhappy that his grand plan to corner Sirius into making concessions had been thwarted. He made an impatient gesture and called his magic. The silver vulture formed slowly and didn't seem happy to be there as it immediately flew to the ceiling of the chamber and perched itself on the chandelier. Wenlock sat down. The public tier was quiet, hushed by the sight of another family magic avatar, and Albus indicated for Dullard to continue with the notices. It hardly felt like any time had passed before Dullard called on Dirk Cresswell to present the suggested revisions to the werewolf and other magical creature legislation. Augusta had read the legislation and was pleased with it, but she listened intently as the wizard began to make his case. Let me first deal with the relatively non-contentious item. Cresswell stood in the center of the Wisengamot floor, hands behind his back, his blue robes of good quality but not ostentatious. There are currently 2 rough categories of creatures, with the easiest being those identified as benign. The benign creatures range from the firefly to the kneazle to the postal owl, and the review of the laws suggests that only minimal changes are required, mainly to address change in language and terminology, since the last laws were enacted. I'd like these changes to be put immediately to a vote. Dullard addressed the chamber. Does anyone present raise an objection? Augusta glanced around at her fellow Wisengamot members, but all remained silent. The following vote was brief and unanimous for passing the changes into law. Cresswell returned to the floor. The second part of the legislation deals with the remaining creature category. He cleared his throat. Firstly, it is the view of the committee responsible for the review of the existing legislation that the definitions of magical races and magical creatures have been allowed to become blurred in our legislature. It is recommended that those listed in Table 2A of the committee's change will be known as protected and dangerous creatures. Augusta tuned out the list as Cresswell read it out loud. She had read it and agreed with it. Again, the proposed changes in regards to these creatures are mostly minor in respect to registration and control, with the major proposal the establishment of a new ministry-controlled endangered species reserve in the Highlands. Cresswell concluded. The new reserve would be able to be self-sustaining within 3 years and can be funded from the increased registration and licensing fees that are part of the minor changes. I'd like these changes put immediately to a vote. Selwyn raised his wand, and Albus recognized him. What of those you have redefined as not a creature? If we vote this part of the legislature through, are we not already approving this list as definitive? And if we are, I have a problem with that since it's missing a number of creatures you are proposing to redefine. There was a chorus of agreement from a number of seats, mostly those in Wenlock's little enclave, although Augusta noted a number of Lucius's group. Some may have sought a détente with the House of Black, but it hadn't changed their fundamental politics. Cresswell raised a hand for silence, and surprisingly got it. Clause 9 clearly states that the list remains open to the addition of new creatures or creatures that are reclassified. If this list is voted into legislation, it does not prevent any of those we have yet to discuss from being added to it later in this session or another. Mollified, most of the protesters subsided, with 1 or 2 of the minor houses standing up to protest the rise in licensing fees and the breeding regulations. Their objections were swiftly dealt with because any sane person would want the breeding regulations changed, and really the licensing fees have been too low for decades. It didn't seem like any time at all before the second vote swiftly moved the protected and dangerous creatures section into legislation. Augusta huffed out a satisfied sigh. 2 sections of the new law were done, but there were several further sections to go, and she knew neither she nor the rest of the Alliance could be complacent. All others previously known as creatures are now identified as magical races, as listed in Table 2B of the committee's change bill. Cresswell announced. The following sections set out the proposed legislature either repealing prohibitive rules and regulations in respect of a creature species now deemed a race or wizards and witches with special circumstances. There was an immediate objection from Wilkes. What are you saying constitutes a race? And what's this complete nonsense about wizards with special circumstances? A magical race is redefined in this legislature as a magical species with recognizable governance, speech, and intelligence. Cresswell stated firmly, wizards and witches with special circumstances refers to situations where there is a cross-species progeny between another magical race and our own, or where those who were born as a wizard or a witch are infected with a condition such as lycanthropy. Unsurprisingly, the chamber went into an uproar again. Augusta glanced over at Sirius and was unsurprised to find him keeping a close watch on Harry, who seemed to be talking with the black snake. Silence. Albus's stern declaration finally brought order again, and the session resumed. The creation of a new department overseeing wizard and magical race relations was proposed and passed with only a minimum of protest. Each magical race was then discussed in brief, where the Wisengamot voted that they were a magical race and then determined a course of action. They made quick work of giants, centaurs, and mere people since there was grudging admission that all 3 constituted a race with their own governing bodies, and as all 3 races simply wished to be granted dominion over their own lands, something the Wisengamot hadn't fully conceded before and still didn't under the new law. And to be left alone, the sections of the law pertaining to them passed quickly and without debate. Equally, there was no real debate about vampires and Vila, as neither had real communities within Britain, and the sections simply recognized that they existed and restricted their usage of their various powers against wizards and witches on British soil. The goblins were another easily passed section. The Wisengamot agreed that the goblin treaties were not to be touched, but the Goblin Liaison Office would attempt to open a more positive dialogue. The establishment of house elves as a magical race did cause some debate. There was no central governing body to engage with, but ultimately passed along with a new law that protected them from abusive owners. However, it was the final section everyone was waiting for. Firstly, the review stands by the current laws surrounding the progeny of a witch or wizard with a member of a magical race as the second parent. Cresswell began, in that the progeny in all cases is considered to be first and foremost a wizard or a witch. However, if dangerous traits are inherited, such as in the case of vampires and Vila, then they also need to conform to the agreed legal restrictions for that magical race. If no one has any objections, I would like, therefore, to move on to the second category, namely the topic of wizards and witches infected with lycanthropy. There was an expectant hush in the chamber. Augusta could see Wenlock shift minutely, his body tensing in preparation, his cohorts also subtly changing their body language. They thought they had an advantage, and Augusta wondered what it was. Sirius would clearly going to have to think on his feet in a debate if they were going to be surprised. Get on with it, man, Augusta thought impatiently at Cresswell. Cresswell, though, took his time to sweep his audience with a thoughtful gaze, pausing briefly but significantly on Remus Lupin before continuing. He cleared his throat. It is proposed that this section replaces and supersedes all previously written legislation regarding wizards and witches with lycanthropy, or as they have been previously referred to, werewolves. A murmur went around the public tier at the blatant renaming of a dark creature to something that acknowledged their usual state of being more. The committee has found that the previous legislation to be abhorrent and more likely to incite dissension and unrest within our society than to provide protection for its citizens. Cresswell continued. Over 98% of the infected do not actively choose to be infected, nor do they actively seek to harm others, usually securing themselves away during the nights of the full moon. However, our current laws strip them of all basic rights, restrict their employment, education, and housing options, and allow executions of even those of minor age. The committee believes this is a travesty of justice. Yes, our laws should provide protection for the wider community against those who have chosen infection and embraced a feral existence, but at the same time, they should acknowledge the vast majority seek help in managing their condition and desire to continue to be productive members of our society. Augusta found herself nodding along to Cresswell's speech. She was impressed with his eloquence, and as she regarded her fellow Wisengamot members, she could see the rest of the Potter Alliance was pleased at Cresswell's performance and the results of the committee's review. So, Cresswell stated firmly, the proposal is twofold. Firstly, identification and rights. Wizards and witches infected will no longer be referred to primarily as werewolves unless charged and convicted with knowingly attacking another wizard or witch while transformed or partially transformed. They retain all rights as wizards and witches with which they were originally born. If employed in the wizarding world, their employers are encouraged to make all allowances for time off for the day of the full moon and up to 2 days beyond it. He waited for a second murmur of noise to die away before finishing. Secondly, protection. It is understood that transformed or partially transformed werewolves are dangerous creatures. The infected must make every effort, therefore, to secure themselves during the nights of the full moon. Parents assume the responsibility for minors. While the state would like to provide safe houses and make provision for supplying wolfsbane, currently there is not enough budget to support this, and we ask that this to be deferred and discussed within the next annual budget review. Cresswell looked up again. Any attack by a werewolf will be investigated by the DMLE. If the werewolf is found to have attacked knowingly and with forethought, the punishment will remain execution. If the werewolf is found to have attacked instinctively but to have harmed another, the punishment will be imprisonment. If no harm was incurred, a warning will be issued. Multiple warnings may lead to imprisonment. He nodded decisively. This is the committee's proposal. Wenlock barely waited for Cresswell to sit and Dullard to open the debate before objecting. Albus sighed and nodded for Wenlock to speak. He did make an impressive figure, thought Augusta as she took in the finely tailored robes, the aristocratic features, and the impeccable grooming. Wenlock smiled, and Augusta couldn't help but think it was a shark smile, cold, deadly, and predatory. My first point is that the committee has taken its remit beyond what it was tasked to do. Review the legislation. Yes. Provide suggestions for improvements. Yes. But to redefine creatures? No. That is a step too far. He held up a hand when there was a whisper of protest heard from the public tiers. But we have acknowledged that perhaps, yes, in the cases of some such as centaurs, his voice was a sneer, or vampires that redefinition as a race may be in order. However, there is a substantial difference between redefining a creature as a race and redefining a creature as a wizard with special circumstances. Augusta frowned. It was unfortunately a good point, and she could see it resonate with some in the room, few heads nodding along in agreement. We can recognize that for those infected with lycanthropy, it is a tragedy. Wenlock continued smoothly. In one instant, their entire lives are redefined, but to pretend otherwise would be a greater tragedy for our society. Once infected, they are no longer wizards, but werewolves. The wolf's instincts do not only come out at the full moon, and we would be foolish to believe that they are as dormant in the in-between as the committee pretends. They seek out packs. They gather in groups together, and the majority seek the dominance of one they call alpha. They identify as werewolves. Why should we ignore this basic fact and suggest they should have the same rights as us? More head nodding, and Augusta could see that Wenlock's rhetoric was swaying some to his side. Merlin, she could see Doge absently giving an approving head tilt in Wenlock's direction. She pursed her lips. And there is a more important point here, Wenlock continued, because if we allow ourselves to be swayed into believing these creatures are not different to us, then we have no way of recognizing that they are. We could sit beside a werewolf, anger them in ignorance, and find ourselves fighting for our lives, our existence within one breath and the next. Even a scratch from a non-transformed werewolf can be deadly. To identify them as werewolves ensures our protection as a society, ensures that we know to be on guard when one of them is within our midst, ensures that we can choose to place ourselves at risk or not. To allow them to identify as us, to roam among us freely, it is an invitation for the disease to spread and become prevalent. He took a breath. Werewolves are creatures. They are a threat. Any attack, whether intended or not, is an attack and should be met with the full force of the law. Wenlock darted a glance at Remus, and then at Sirius, and clearly to Augusta, if she was any judge of character, reconsidered using Remus in his argument. We should be reinstating our previous laws, not allowing this weak and feeble-minded piece of legislation to pass. Wenlock sat, and his allies broke out into applause, something echoed by a few in the public tier. Augusta's heart sank. The unfortunate thing was that Wenlock's points were perfectly reasonable and no doubt attractive to many. Why should everyone run the risk of infection when the simple answer was to ostracize those from their society and eliminate the threat completely? Augusta exchanged a look with Richard Bones across the chamber. Both of them knew Sirius was formidable, but Wenlock had been better than they had thought. Sirius waited for Albus to recognize him and got to his feet. The chamber fell silent as Sirius cast a serious gaze around the gathered members. Lord Wenlock has certainly summed up the view of the opposition succinctly: maintain the status quo. And it could even be argued that the status quo is the right state of being. For those of us who are not infected, we can go about our daily lives, and know that there are no werewolves in our schools, nor key places of employment and government. We know there is the threat of execution that hangs over every werewolf in the event that they should not take care to chain themselves up during the full moon and revel in the small security that provides us. We can look at the packs with distaste as something feral and different and wrong. And all is well because we are safe. Sirius paused and took a breath. We are wrong. A mutter broke out on the public tier. Wenlock's eyes narrowed, trying to ascertain Sirius's argument. The status quo, Sirius continued, draws lines, them on one side and us on the other. It says we are right and good, that they are wrong and evil. The truth is that who is right and who is wrong, who is good and who is evil, depends upon which side of the line that you stand. He looked around the hushed chamber. That is a universal truth. If we were infected, would we not stand on that side of the line and say, "It is not right that I have lost my home and my job and have to endure that my friends look at me with pity and fear"? Would I not say that the person who would rather kill me than help me is a monster? There was a rustle of movement as people squirmed in their seats, disturbed by the blunt, harsh reality of the picture Sirius was painting. So this is the truth, that the status quo has drawn lines and divisions. It has created the packs in part because where else will an infected wizard or witch find comfort and kinship and belonging when the rest of society casts them out? When they are labeled as a creature, and a werewolf something that society tells them is no longer even human. Sirius took a breath. As a governing body, we are sworn to protect all in our society, the weak and disadvantaged, the elderly and the sick. And those infected with lycanthropy carry an illness. It is a condition that gifts them unusual senses, strength, and endurance on one hand, and harshly punishes them with the torture of changing and losing their mind and sense of self every month on the other. We have as much a duty to ensure their safety and protection, to safeguard their rights and interests, as we do to ensure the safety and protection of those who are not infected. He looked in the direction of Wenlock briefly. Execution and exclusion are easy options, but they only make monsters of us all. His eyes landed on Harry. But those of us who are not monsters, who look at the world through new eyes, it is those among us who show us that the right option is to protect everyone and never draw the line that says them and us. Harry smiled at his father, at the acknowledgement that it was his political agenda that Sirius was arguing for. My son wants to protect everyone, Sirius said, his eyes never leaving Harry. And Sirius would give Harry what he wanted. The unspoken message was as clear as if Sirius had shouted it from the rooftops. The chamber erupted. Augusta found herself on her feet, clapping. All of the alliance was clapping, and a good portion of the public tier had followed suit. It was a good sign, and Augusta breathed out a sigh of relief, even as she sat back down, as Wenlock jumped back up. Are you seriously arguing that we're monsters for wanting to protect ourselves from a threat? Wenlock sneered. Sirius smiled in response, his eyes sharp as flint. When you would rather kill a wizard than help save him. Yes. Wenlock jumped, seemingly unable to help himself. But they're not wizards. They're werewolves. Because we call them that. Sirius thundered back. How we identify anything drives our reactions and actions. You call them werewolves, and you see them as something less than human, as dangerous creatures that must be executed. He glared at Wenlock. Start thinking about what you'd want to be called if you were bitten. Wenlock bristled. Is that a threat? Will you turn your steward loose on me if I dare to disagree with you? After all, didn't you send a schoolboy rival to meet a werewolf on the night of a full moon when you were at Hogwarts? He looked triumphant. There was an audible intake of breath around the chamber. Every eye flew to Sirius's to see his reaction to the charge. Sirius raised one eyebrow. a small mocking smile lurking about his lips, as though to say, "Is that the best you can do?" He gave a shrug. "I was young, very stupid, and I almost fell for a rival setting me up to be expelled, and one of my best friends to be executed." He glanced apologetically at Remus. "Luckily, James Potter rescued us all, including my rival, who knew what he'd find on the night of a full moon." Young and stupid, indeed. Wenlock threw back. "So, why should we trust your word on this? You have gathered an army of werewolves, all under the leadership of your steward." Pandemonium broke out. Augusta tried to retain her composure, wondering how Sirius could stand there and look so unaffected by the accusation as abusive shouts were hurled at him. It took Albus a long time to bring order back to the session. "An army," repeated Sirius dryly. "This is what I was talking about. You say tomato, and I say tomato. You say an army, but I say my son, and I are providing sanctuary and protection for those who want to escape from the Greyback Pack." The announcement immediately caused another uproar. Augusta felt hysterical laughter bubbling in her chest, and she tried to contain it as Dullard shouted ineffectually for order again. Wenlock was furious. "You are building an army with your steward as Alpha," he yelled as soon as the chamber fell silent enough for his voice to be heard. Sirius looked at him pityingly. "Why would I want an army?" he asked evenly. "To become the Dark Lord." Wenlock snapped back. The excited thunder of chatter after that pronouncement was like a roar of sound. There were yells of disbelief, cries of panic. People shouted at Wenlock calling him a liar, some at Sirius condemning him, at Cornelius demanding he do something, with more demands for help directed at Albus. Augusta was tempted to cover her ears, but just as she began to raise her hands, Harry rolled his eyes and stood, surprising everyone with the exception of Sirius. The noise in the chamber petered out as the crowd settled suddenly, eager to hear the words of the boy who lived. "Lord Wenlock, you've insulted the House of Black, and you've insulted the House of Potter," Harry said bluntly. Augusta was sure she wasn't the only one looking stunned at Harry's impulsive move. What was the boy thinking, calling out the older wizard? And yet, her eyes flew to Sirius, who seemed wholly unsurprised. "What?" Wenlock almost stuttered over the word, eyes wide with the shock of actually being called out. "Not only is my father Lord Black, but he was adopted into and is protected by the House of Potter. My steward is protected by the houses of Black and Potter. The army you talk about are a group of wizards and witches who are seeking protection, and who have it provided by the houses of Black and Potter." Harry responded, his eyes shining anger. "You've just insulted both houses 3 times over, and as the Lord of the House of Potter, I take insult. My dear boy, perhaps Sirius hasn't had the chance to explain what that means." Albus was clearly horrified by the turn of events. "Actually, he's explained the matter of house honor to me very clearly, Chief Warlock," Harry replied, not taking his eyes off Wenlock, who squirmed under the hard emerald gaze. "And calling my father a Dark Lord is a grievous insult, especially since my last father died at the hands of a real one." Albus swung round to face Sirius. "You cannot. Harry seems to have this hand." Sirius interrupted Albus firmly. He regarded Harry fondly and sat down. "But," spluttered Albus. Augusta held her breath. They'd planned it, she realized wildly, taking in Sirius's calm demeanor. They'd planned it knowing that Wenlock facing off against a teenage boy would make him appear the villain. Oh, it was so clever, but so dangerous. If Wenlock suspected and called their bluff. Wenlock straightened and glared at Harry. "You cannot expect me to duel you, a boy." Every swiveled back to Harry as though watching some kind of insane tennis match. "Why not?" asked Harry, with all the stubbornness of youth. "I duel with Director Bones, all the time." Amelia cleared her throat. Augusta could tell that the head of the DMLE was a tad bewildered, apparently as much in the dark as the rest of them. I can validate that he does, Lord Wenlock. Richard Bones stirred in his seat. Actually, hasn't he beaten you several times, Director? His teasing tone eased some of the tension in the room. Amelia shot him a sardonic look, but nodded. I believe Harry leads our duels 5 wins to my 3. Wenlock paled visibly. Harry continued to look at him. Perhaps an apology, Lord Wenlock, offered Albus hurriedly, trying desperately to intervene. I'm afraid I won't accept it, Harry said before Wenlock could reply. It's a duel or a forfeit. Oh, Merlin, a forfeit. Augusta had forgotten about that archaic part of house honor, and from the surprised faces around her she could tell most of the other ancient and noble houses had done the same. A forfeit could be offered in restitution to an insult, but it was a rarity. Wenlock turned furiously to Sirius. Are you just going to sit there? You're his regent and his father. You should stop this. Sirius raised an eyebrow, calm and collected. Or you could accept that you insulted our house's honor and take the forfeit. He waved a hand vaguely at Harry. Unless you want to duel with my son. It was clear that Wenlock had no idea how to handle the turn of events. For some reason, he hadn't planned for his accusation to be taken so seriously, hadn't planned for Harry to be the one to challenge him. Oh, those clever boys. Augusta kept the smile off her face with difficulty. I will concede that my words were hasty. Wenlock muttered. But surely you can see that it looks bad. Everybody turned to hear Harry's response, captivated. What exactly looks bad? Harry asked pointedly. The army of werewolves. Wenlock said. As Sirius has already said, there is no army. Harry sounded completely exasperated. We're providing a sanctuary house for any wizard or witch with lycanthropy, especially those wanting to escape the Greyback Pack. We give them work and wolfsbane and somewhere they're safe during the full moon. It's not an army. And he gestured out towards Amelia and Cornelius. Both the minister and the head of the DMLE signed off after Greyback's attacks last year. Augusta crowed inwardly at the completely flustered expression on Wenlock's face and at the way Harry had sold the sanctuary as a good thing. Your steward is alpha and is building a pack from the situation. You cannot deny that. Wenlock said, desperation creeping into his tone. Harry rolled his eyes. Remus already has a pack. He has us. His gaze turned fond as he glanced over at Remus. But he's also the one we put in charge of organizing everything to do with the sanctuary, and for wizards and witches with lycanthropy, part of their condition is recognizing pack or rather social hierarchy to an extent. So yes, they view him as their alpha, and Remus has had to accept the position because he is the one with the most authority within the group. So, you admit werewolves align themselves to pack mentality, that they have their own government and structure. Wenlock tried to deflect Harry back to the original argument. They have no choice at the moment. Harry returned. If the rest of society casts them out, where would they go? The packs provide a place of safety and belonging. Well, most of them. Greyback uses his for his own violent purposes and puts them all in danger. That's why we're offering sanctuary. If society accepted those with lycanthropy, Greyback would never have anyone wanting to follow him apart from those who already have violent tendencies. He paused, allowing the argument to be considered by everyone in the chamber. But that's beside the point. I'm still insulted and awaiting your reply. Wenlock scowled furiously. You should drop this. You're clearly not old enough to determine that for yourself. It's a question of honor, Lord Wenlock. Harry repeated calmly. The boy's right. Tiberius Ogden got to his feet. You insulted the House of Black and the House of Potter. Augusta rose swiftly. Here. Richard stood. I don't think there is anyone in the Potter Alliance who feels you didn't insult them, Lord Wenlock. Augusta was surprised when Not was the next to get up. As much as I am pained to take attention away from the actual debate on werewolves, Not said smoothly, if you had accused me as you did Lord Black, then I would be insulted and demand restitution. Lord Potter has the right of it. Either accept a duel or a forfeit, so we can move on. I am not dueling a 14-year-old boy, Wenlock said defensively. Not nodded his head, thoughtfully. Then a forfeit it is. He gestured toward Harry. Name your price, Lord Potter. Augusta resumed her seat along with the others as Harry's expression turned contemplative. She was surprised that he didn't immediately state a forfeit since she was certain that the move had been planned, but maybe something had changed since the plan was formed, something had been said in the debate, or not said. She shook her head and refocused on Harry. There was a blink and miss it exchange between Harry and Sirius A question that had been answered, Augusta mused, or a confirmation of support. Either way, Harry's demeanor altered almost imperceptibly. One question answered truthfully as sworn on your family magic. Harry announced. Even Augusta could see that Wenlock was sweating profusely. What Harry asked for on the face of it was wonderfully simple. How could Wenlock refuse without looking like an arse? Albus beamed happily. That sounds like a splendid idea. My boy, Lord Wenlock. All eyes were on Wenlock. The faint sheen of his sweat shone from his brow and ruined the picture of lordly perfection he had been so careful to cultivate. What is the question? Asked Wenlock stiffly. Your sworn oath, Lord Wenlock. Harry insisted. Wenlock cast a frantic look about the chamber, but he received no support from any corner, including his own allies. He swallowed hard enough that Augusta saw the movement of his Adam's apple. He was trapped, and he knew it. Very well, Wenlock said between gritted teeth. You have permission to draw your wand for the oath. Albus continued cheerily. Wenlock extracted his wand and held it up. I swear on my family magic that I will answer Lord Potter's question truthfully. The vulture swooped down and landed close to Wenlock, regarding him seriously. Harry gave a brisk nod. Please can you tell me everything you know about how Remus Lupin's actions on the night Sirius Black escaped Hogwarts were leaked to the press? Wenlock went bright red, then white, then red. His family avatar stared at him before making a baleful caw. A gold haze emerged from the vulture and settled over Wenlock. It was a version of the truth spell invoked by family magic. Augusta realized, a demand that Wenlock answer. He would not be able to resist it. Wenlock was trying, though that was evident from the way he was tightening his lips and clenching his fists. Silence dominated the chamber as everyone waited for Wenlock to answer. I put Amos Diggory under an Imperius spell and commanded him to bring me Lupin's file, which I then arranged for someone to leave on the desk of a journalist. Wenlock finally blurted out, as the chamber erupted again on a wave of noise. Wenlock moved, snapping his wand up and across the chamber towards Harry. A cry of warning was on Augusta's lips, but she knew it would be too late, and yet Sirius was already on his feet, casting. Harry stood firm, wand out and casting a shield. The black snake moved, flowing into the Potter Griffin, whose wings were spread wide protectively in front of Harry, so swiftly that to Augusta it looked like one moment it wasn't covering Harry, and in the next moment it was. And Wenlock's purple curse traveled across the chamber, and the Potter Griffin roared, trebled in size, and charged, swallowing the curse. The red flash of a stunning spell shot across from Sirius's wand and knocked Wenlock into his chair unconscious. And the vulture gave another sad cry and abandoned Wenlock, flying to Harry and bowing down at his feet before disappearing. Silence. Sirius was out of his seat, running to Harry as the griffin returned to guard him again. Sirius wrapped Harry in a tight hug before shielding him, pushing Harry slightly behind him. "Are you all right?" Sirius demanded. Harry nodded, but didn't protest Sirius's presence and protection. "Orders!" Amelia yelled. "Take Lord Wenlock into custody now." The Aurors hurriedly ran to do the director's bidding. Augusta watched as Amelia walked up to where Amos sat, and Leonard Abbott hurried to her side. "Amos," she said gently. Amos blinked at them, bewildered. He said, "But wouldn't I know?" Leonard took Amos's elbow and drew him up and off the bench. "Come on, Amos. We should take you to see a healer." A respectful silence filled the chamber as the department head was led away by his friend. Sirius kept his arm wrapped around Harry. The other at his side held his wand. "Chief Warlock, in the circumstances, I suggest a short recess." Yes, quite right, my boy." Albus raised his voice. "The Wisengamot will take a short break. Session will resume in 1 hour. Doors are open." Augusta breathed out. It was over. Pronglet Fights Back, Chapter 3. "Thank you, Remus." Narcissa carefully tucked her personal quill into her handbag and gave thanks that the monthly meeting to review the Malfoy expenditure was over. It still galled her to have to meet with the werewolf, but she was pleased with Lupin's businesslike but respectful approach. He never made her feel that she was being interrogated, and the questions he did ask were all pertinent. She was also pleased that he provided her with statements and briefs regarding the Malfoy estate, and that he asked for her opinions on investments and business deals. She knew more than she had before when Lucius had handled the finances. Indeed, it could be argued that the werewolf was doing better than Lucius. Their investment income had already doubled since putting the werewolf in charge, and with their outgoings restricted to a modest level, their savings were accumulating for the first time in years. One final item. Lupin pulled a sheet of parchment and a small key from his document pouch. "Sirius has made arrangements for a vault to fund the expenses for the baby, such as a nursery, clothes, toys, and so on." Narcissa barely kept her face expressionless. She had wondered how she was going to manage the baby-related shopping on the budget they had agreed for usual expenditure, but had decided to raise it at the next meeting. She took the parchment warily. "Did the funds come from the main vault? I don't remember seeing the deduction on the statement." "Sirius has funded this from the black vaults." Lupin smiled wolfishly, his pleasure at disconcerting her all too evident. "He tells me it's a black tradition for the primary house to take care of these things." It was, but she hadn't expected Sirius to comply with the tradition. In hindsight, she wasn't sure why Sirius had proven to support a number of black and pure-blood traditions since he'd taken up the lordship. He was also teaching them to Harry. It made her wonder whether Sirius really had hated everything to do with the blacks, or whether he had simply hated the madness and blood superiority extremism of his mother and father. If only he hadn't fallen in with James Potter and gone to Gryffindor. "I will convey my thanks to my cousin personally," Narcissa conveyed to Lupin coolly. She was happy with the vault. It was more than enough for her to substantially redecorate a suite of rooms and to buy enough new items for the baby with galleons left over. She folded the parchment, tucked the key away into her purse, and made to leave. Lupin stood and helped her into her cloak. "I'll see you out." "There's no need," Narcissa said firmly. While the pretense of Lupin providing steward services to the House of Malfoy was enough to stem gossip, she had no wish to be seen with the werewolf outside of formal family occasions. Additionally, while fervor had calmed down over Lupin's lycanthropy with the Wisengamot session the previous day and the revelations of Wenlock's criminality, she wasn't certain she would be safe in his presence should someone take exception to him. As though he'd read her thoughts, Lupin winced. "Yes, probably for the best, in the circumstances. Sirius would not want me to place you in any danger." Narcissa waved him back into his seat with a muttered confirmation that she'd see him later at the family dinner at Hogwarts. She exited the Gringotts conference room, gave a nod of farewell to her niece who apparently was on guard duty still, wondering vaguely why Dora had chosen to remain outside the room, and headed for the main hall. She entered to hear the shrill tone of a woman protesting by the farthest counter. She ignored it. Whatever drama was happening, Narcissa would not lower herself to be interested. She started to draw on her gloves and headed for the exit with a grimace. The January weather was rainy, cold, and miserable. She'd order one of Creature's hot chocolates when she got back to the manor. She mused, but despite the weather, she needed to shop for a while. Her figure was changing, and it was time to invest in some maternity wear, something fashionable, but something that would also enable her to be discreet about her condition. Wait. Narcissa frowned at the call and turned back slightly, uncertain it was meant for her. The fast-approaching Lady Alexandria Wenlock, clearly heading toward her, had her freezing in place and fingering her wand, although she knew she couldn't use it within Gringotts. She caught the hastening figures of a matronly woman and a young man hurrying behind Alexandria and quickly identified them as Christopher Wenlock, the heir and oldest son, and Catherine Delware, Alexandria's sister. Narcissa contemplated leaving, but had no wish to see herself pursued into the alley. She straightened and tilted her chin upwards a touch. Alexandria. Narcissa coolly greeted the other woman as she came to an abrupt halt in front of her. Don't Alexandria me, as though nothing was wrong. What is the meaning of this? Alexandria waved a parchment in front of Narcissa's face, obscuring her view of the otherwise attractive and fashionable brunette whose Slavic heritage told in her high cheekbones and graceful lines. Christopher caught hold of the parchment and yanked it out of his mother's hands. My apologies, Madame Malfoy. My mother and I have had some distressing news, and she is overwrought. Alexandria huffed and shook off the comforting hand her sister tried to restrain her with. I am not overwrought. This is all the fault of that blood traitor and his horrid boy. I demand justice. I demand. Madam. The goblin who interrupted her was well-armored and carried a spear. You are disturbing the peace of Gringotts. If you have no further business, I suggest you take this outside. Alexandria bristled. No further business. Her voice rose shrilly. No further business. I'll have you. Mother. Christopher snapped. Remember where we are. And who you insult. Narcissa said frostily. She may have held similar views about her cousin and Harry prior to the resurgence of the House of Black, but she was content with their leadership and their power. They had certainly trounced Wenlock most comprehensively. My apologies, Madame Malfoy, Christopher said, his dark eyes sincere, although his cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. My mother did not mean her remarks. Do not. Quiet, mother. Christopher demanded sharply, and the order of an heir rang out in his tone as he turned to glare her into submission. She subsided with a glower. Christopher turned back to Narcissa. Once again, I offer my apologies, Madame Malfoy, and I realize my house owes you no favors, but perhaps you could assist us in locating Lord Black? It seems yesterday's events concerning my father had consequences that we could not foresee. He handed her the parchment. Narcissa stared at him for a long moment, determining whether to even look at the missive. But she could see nothing sly in his expression, and so dropped her gaze to read the parchment with well-hidden curiosity. Gringotts has registered the magical surrender of the House of Wenlock to the houses of Potter and Black. All vaults and property have been seized. Further inquiries should be directed to the steward for the houses of Potter and Black. Merlin. She'd heard of magical surrender in the traditional folklore that her father, mother, and tutors had crammed into the heads of the Black sisters, but she had never witnessed it. Until now, Narcissa reminded herself. An image of the silver vulture of Wenlock bowing to harry the day before flitted through her mind. It was monumental and had the potential to give them a political and magical advantage like no other. She glanced back up at the young man in front of her. "Come with me." She didn't wait for him, nor did she pay attention to the hissed protest of Alexandria, which was once again overruled by her son. She strode back into the hall, ignoring the wide-eyed stares of nosy onlookers and the goblin's grumpy disgust at the whole affair. She made her way back to the antechamber Remus occupied. Dora straightened immediately as they approached, and Narcissa could see her training in the easy fighting stance. "What's this about?" "The Wenlocks need to see the Potter and Black Steward," Narcissa said crisply. "He's with Madame Tonks." Dora replied a little uncomfortably. Narcissa arched an eyebrow at the news that her sister was with Lupin. It made her wonder whether her sister and her husband had been subjected to the same financial restrictions as the Malfoys, but that seemed unlikely since they had committed no crimes against the House of Black in Sirius's eyes. Perhaps Andromeda was simply taking advantage of the house steward to get some business tips. But why was Dora still outside the room? Some antiquated notion of professionalism, no doubt, she surmised. "Give him this." Narcissa pushed the parchment into Dora's hand. She was almost impressed by the scathing glare her niece aimed at her before she bent her head and read the parchment. The immediate response of knocking swiftly on the door and entering on Lupin's comm command was proof of the missive's explosive content. The door closed, and Narcissa found herself standing in the corridor with the Wenlocks. She briefly considered leaving, but a part of her was too curious at the outcome, too tempted into staying to influence events. "This is unacceptable," Alexandria hissed at her son. "Alexandria, please do stop making a scene." Her sister reprimanded her softly. "We are fortunate Narcissa was willing to parley on our behalf, especially after the irreprehensible actions of your husband." Her tone gave away that she knew they now owed the Malfoys and the House of Black for such, and Narcissa felt a curl of satisfaction. The de Wares were European nobility and had connections throughout a number of countries. It could only be to the benefit of the House of Black. The door reopened, and Dora ushered them inside. Narcissa's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. The room was no longer the small, cozy office that she had occupied during her review, but a larger space. The small table she and Lupin had shared was extended into a full conference table, and Lupin directed the Wenlocks to the far side. Narcissa made her way swiftly to her sister's side, greeting her smoothly and inwardly approving of the neat bronze robes Andromeda was wearing. Lupin cleared his throat as Dora made to step outside. "You are welcome to remain inside, or Tonks." "It's best I guard the entry to the room, Steward Lupin," Dora said firmly and stepped out once again. The formality had Andromeda and Narcissa exchanging sisterly looks of concern. The werewolf and her niece usually had a warm, flirtatious relationship. Had they argued? Lupin motioned at Narcissa. "May I prevail upon you to perform the introductions?" She inclined her head and smartly announced everyone. Lupin gestured for them all to sit. "I have requested Tonks sends for Lord Black." He tapped the parchment in front of him. "I believe only he has the authority to make any kind of decision regarding this." He looked chagrined. "I'm afraid the official Potter and Black copy must be in my correspondence folder. Kipbold handed me a stack of parchment this morning, but I've been in meetings all morning. While we wait for Lord Black, perhaps some refreshments." Andromeda stepped in smoothly. A moment later, a house elf arrived with a silver tea tray filled with a matching pot, sugar bowl, and milk jug. A stack of delicate china cups stamped with the Potter crest were balanced precariously. Alongside them, Narcissa gave thanks that her niece hadn't been required to carry it in. The girl was clumsy on a good day. She sat politely as Andromeda played mother and poured. The tea occupied Narcissa's hands and gave her a focus other than Alexandria's pinched, white face. She felt a flicker of sympathy for the woman. Sirius and Harry had decimated Wenlock's political career, and Wenlock's own criminality had ensured the rest of his downfall. Of course, if he'd done it correctly, he would never have been caught. Lucius had at least mostly covered his tracks until pinned down by the House of Black primacy, and a Lord Black he'd never anticipated. But then no one ever anticipated Sirius. Narcissa thought with a twinge of amusement. Talk of the devil. Sirius swept into the room with an air of implacable authority that Arcturus would have been proud of, dressed head to toe in black. His open robes revealed the leather trouser, black shirt combination that had the witches of the Wisengamot drooling, and the wizards remembering they were in the presence of a battle mage. Lupin immediately handed over the parchment, while making a set of introductions that Sirius barely attended to since he was reading. "Well, this is unexpected," Sirius said as he took his seat at the top of table. "Have any of us heard of this before?" Narcissa exchanged a quick glance with her sister and gave way at Andromeda's signal that she would answer. "Father told us of an old tradition, which had similar themes of houses surrendering their magic to the will of another, but it was usually a head of house's explicit, consensual, and considered actions that led to such a state." Andromeda said crisply, a slight lecturing air to her demeanor, which had Narcissa nostalgic for her childhood and feeling a pang of grief that Bella wasn't there to roll her eyes at in shared amusement and indulgence of their sister. It could be argued that Lord Wenlock did undertake such an action yesterday. Narcissa cut in before Sirius replied. Sirius motioned for her to continue, his gray eyes flinty and narrowed. Lord Wenlock swore upon his family magic to answer Lord Potter's question truthfully. Narcissa reminded Sirius quickly. He effectively placed the House of Wenlock under the authority of the House of Potter when he did a pseudo-surrender, so to speak. So when Wenlock attempted to lie, and the magic forced him to speak truthfully, the family magic deemed he'd actually surrendered. Sirius nodded briefly. It's an explanation. He ignored the bristling indignation of the Wenlocks on his right and glanced toward Lupin, silently asking for his opinion. It's a good theory. It would explain why the vulture bowed to Harry. Lupin commented, his finger tracing the rim of his cup. I'd forgotten about that. Narcissa sipped her own tea. It was a working theory. Christopher squirmed in his chair and raised a hand to catch their attention. I just want to say, Lord Black, that the rest of the family had no idea of my father's criminal actions. We knew Father wasn't happy about the move to review the laws on creatures, but we never considered he would go further than the usual political maneuverings. Sirius's gray gaze landed on the heir of Wenlock speculatively. How old are you, Mr. Wenlock? 17. Christopher replied, red darkening his cheeks even as his chin lifted a little in stubborn challenge. Lupin frowned. Aren't you part of the Durmstrang delegation for the tournament? Yes, Christopher nodded. Myself, my brother, and sister are all at Durmstrang. In fact, that's one of the reasons why we were so surprised about Father. He has always been somewhat dismissive of his obligations and duties here in Britain. We have determined as a family to return to our home abroad. Alexandria broke in sharply. We came to organize our finances with the goblins, and she motioned at the parchment. Lupin turned again to Christopher. Have you tried to invoke your family magic since yesterday? It looked for a long moment that Christopher would ignore Lupin, or worse, insult him. but finally he settled for violently shaking his head. Right. Sirius sighed. He gestured at the air ring. You should try. Christopher took a deep breath and called on his family magic. Nothing happened. You try Sirius. Lupin suggested. Sirius pushed back from the table and directed his ring to the floor beside him. Familius Magicus. 3 totems shimmered into being. The snake of the House of Black, the griffin of the House of Potter, and the vulture of the House of Wenlock. Well, that's new, Sirius said, staring at the silver vulture. So you have stolen the family magic of my children, denied them their legacy. Alexandria said bitterly. Sirius drew himself up, and she shrank back, dropping her gaze as a dull flush colored her cheeks. Narcissa hid her smile, pleased at Sirius's silent chastisement of the woman. Forgive my mother, please. Christopher jumped in hurriedly. It is a stressful time. Very well. I won't take insult this time, as I realize you're all under a lot of pressure after Lord Wenlock's behavior came to light yesterday, and this entire experience cannot be easy for you. Sirius said sternly. But let's be straight here. There is nobody to blame for this state of affairs but him. Clearly your family magic no longer wants to align itself with your line. What does that actually mean? Asked Christopher. Sirius glanced over at Lupin. Remus, I'm only speculating, as there is more unknown about family magic than known in truth, but Lupin lifted the parchment. Lord Wenlock had taken a vow to protect all in the Wisengamot, but forced under a family magic truth spell, he revealed he'd harmed someone present. He explained that, coupled with the belief we have that family magic originated in an oath to protect the wizarding world, and I believe the magic determined he was an oath breaker. Narcissa could not disagree with Lupin's theory. It had merit, and not just because it was in line with her own thinking. Judgment. Sirius said briskly, if the family magic decided in that moment to judge. He shrugged. The most common punishment is to strip magic from those found guilty of oath-breaking. We should probably check in with Amelia and see whether Lord Wenlock has any magic today. Lupin said quietly. The Wenlocks sat looking perfectly horrified. I can believe that you're right, but judgment is usually limited, is it not, to the guilty? Why did the family magic surrender to the House of Potter? Why not simply skip to the next generation? Asked Andromeda, waving at Christopher. I think my sister and nephew would like to know the answers to those questions too. Catherine spoke up again. She had placed a comforting and restraining hand on her sister's shoulder as Lupin had expounded on his theory. That I don't know. Lupin admitted. It's possibly a combination of judgment, and Lord Wenlock being under oath to Harry at the time he was judged. Narcissa understood immediately. When Lord Wenlock broke faith, the family magic determined that the surrender was owed to Harry. Lupin frowned and nodded. But it's all conjecture. Either way, this is not an outcome any of us could have foreseen. The question is what now? Asked Catherine. She waved at the parchment Lupin still held. That suggests that effectively the House of Wenlock has been placed in service to the House of Potter. I'm afraid that's the upshot. Lupin said succinctly. He managed to sound apologetic. Alexandria maintained her composure, but only just. She went white as a sheet. Christopher remained composed, though, and contemplative. I'll need to check, but I would assume that the Wisengamot has received a similar notification from magic. Lupin continued. I suspect the proxy for the House of Wenlock will fall to the House of Potter. Narcissa sipped her tea, another curl of satisfaction in her belly at just how thoroughly the House of Wenlock had been defeated by Harry. This cannot be considered just, Alexandria exclaimed, slapping the table. It strips the entire family of everything. I don't disagree with you, Sirius answered sharply. The sins of one man should not be paid for by his entire family. Narcissa stopped herself from the eye roll. Sirius still could be such a Gryffindor. However, clearly magic does not agree with either of us. Sirius finished, surprising Narcissa and everyone else in the room. Even if I had a mind to reverse this, I wouldn't know how to convince magic to do it. Christopher cleared his throat. I am not averse to swearing an oath of service in truth to the House of Potter. Narcissa only just managed to conceal her surprise. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Sirius looked faintly amused at the turn of the events, while Lupin looked suitably shocked. Christopher. Alexandria looked horrified. No, Mother. Christopher raised a hand when she would have continued to berate him. My politics are not Father's. I am not interested in becoming the next political powerhouse in British society. He grimaced. Why would I? You and Father have never spent time here beyond what is necessary in Alexander, and I are schooled elsewhere. Alexandria frowned heavily. But your legacy? She demanded tightly. And what of your sister and brother? Are they to be cast out of school and into service too? Alex. Catherine regarded her nephew carefully. I believe Christopher is trying to safeguard all of you if you will let him speak. Christopher nodded in gratitude to his aunt and turned back to Sirius. Lord Black, as I have stated, I have no political ambition. I had already spoken to my siblings some months ago when Father became enthralled with gaining more power within the Wisengamot. We are agreed. We have no interest in making England our home. We are planning to make our lives in Switzerland, where we have spent the majority of our childhood. He paused. I had determined that upon Father's death, I would decline the seat in the Wisengamot and send it to the floor. Interesting, commented Lupin. It's possible that magic knew of your intent, and that coupled with your father's oath-breaking decided the fate of your family magic. Narcissa nodded slowly. She thought Lupin was correct. Why would family magic designed to protect the wizarding population stay loyal to a family who clearly had no intent of following the original oath? As you have mentioned, I am also part of the Durmstrang contingent at Hogwarts, and I have spent a lot of time with Theodore, not recently in preparation of our champion's next task. Christopher continued. He and I share a number of political views. He speaks highly of the houses of Potter and Black. I have observed for myself the power of the head of the House of Potter in the execution of the first task. I will happily swear service on 2 conditions. 1, that my mother is provided with a home and a living allowance which will provide her with the same lifestyle as she is accustomed to living with my father. Alexandria stared at her son. And 2, prompted Lupin. Christopher raised his chin. Our education is protected, and my sister is provided with a dowry for her future marriage. Sirius regarded him thoughtfully for a long moment. Narcissa found herself holding her breath, wondering which way Sirius would decide. He could be so unpredictable. Sirius leaned forward, clasping his hands on the tabletop, and ignoring the cooling cup of tea beside him. You will swear a lifetime of service to the House of Potter. He said sternly, your brother will be in service for a year following his education. Your sister will be considered to be under the protection of the House of Potter until such time as she marries. The house will provide an adequate dowry at that time. You'll all return to Durmstrang to finish your education. Your conditions regarding your mother will be met. Christopher breathed out audibly. Thank you, Lord Black. Narcissa allowed an approving smile to curve her lips. Sirius had guaranteed the young man's loyalty, and he would make a good, intelligent addition to the House of Potter. We'll take the oath before the end of the day, Sirius said crisply. But for now, Remus will see about sorting out the practicalities of your money and housing. We'll leave you to it. A moment later, there was a flurry of hurried goodbyes, and Narcissa found herself once again outside the room, pulling on her gloves as she readied herself for the outside world. Sirius hovered beside her, helping Andromeda into her cloak. Well, that was fun. Sirius. Andromeda said chidingly, pulling on a brightly colored scarf. Why did the bloody vulture have to surrender? Sirius complained loudly, his voice verging perilously on a whine. Narcissa exchanged a sisterly look of exasperation at Sirius's antics with Andromeda, which drew a snort of amusement from Dora. Narcissa took a moment to savor that they were reconciled, and could have such a moment. At least Wenlock's service to the House of Potter will give you a valid excuse for the vulture answering to your call. Narcissa pointed out calmly. Politically, this is well done. Wenlock serves the House of Potter, and you hold the proxy. Its alliances are now all in disarray. The minor houses associated and allied with it will be scrambling. She's right, Andromeda said briskly when Sirius gave nothing but a disgruntled harumph. She patted Sirius's arm. Try not to sulk too much, Sirius. She kissed his cheek before turning to Narcissa. Andromeda hugged her briefly, did the same to her daughter much to Dora's horror, and hurried out with a murmur about already being late for her next appointment. I'll escort you out, cousin, Sirius offered, winking at Dora in goodbye. Narcissa accepted his arm. How are you, Sissy? Sirius asked. I'm well. Thank you, cousin. She said, I was going to thank you for the baby vault when I saw you this evening for the family meal. Just don't paint the nursery silver and green. Sirius sniffed with fake imperiousness, taking her back to the summers at the Black Estate, and their childhood when Sirius had been her favorite cousin, funny and witty and protective. How is the baby? Sirius asked tentatively as they made it into the main hall and started to thread a path through the waiting customers to the outside. Narcissa smiled at him softly, allowing her awe and love to spill over into her expression, knowing Sirius would never use it against her. Regina is doing well. Sirius's eyes softened. Regina, huh? You settled on the name. I wanted to honor Regulus. Narcissa confirmed as they stepped out into the sunshine. This seemed right. What does Lucius think? Sirius asked as he cast a warming charm at her, along with a number of privacy spells, and drew her to a halt on the bottom step. It wasn't an idle question despite the casual nature of Sirius's demeanor. He is happy to abide my wish in this, as he is in all things to do with this pregnancy. Narcissa replied, knowing that her cousin would understand the subtleties of what she wasn't saying as well as what she was. Lucius's only interest in the child she carried was in its ability to keep her biddable within their marriage. She was under no illusion about that. He'll be pleased about today's news. The House of Malfoy is the obvious choice to act as an intermediary between the Wenlock's allies and the House of Black. He snorted, but with a resigned tilt of his head. It seems I might have a bit more politicking to do today than I anticipated. Cornelius will be thrilled. Narcissa hummed in agreement. The minister thrived on political machinations, and he'd be over the moon with the turn of events. What is the position on Diggory? They found the evidence they needed of the Imperius curse. They also think he's been under the influence of suggestion potions for a while. Sirius straightened, a sober expression on his face. The healers said possibly he'd been under them since before Halloween. The Aurors found evidence his alcohol had been spiked. They took advantage of his weakness. Narcissa commented, her nose wrinkling with disgust for Diggory's lack of character and feeble mind. Appears so. Sirius concurred mildly. His wife confessed to Amelia that Amos has had an ongoing problem with drink. He sobered up when Cedric was born. He shrugged. It came back after he didn't get the seat, and then with the pressures of the committee review, and Cedric competing against Harry. Do they believe Wenlock was responsible for the potions? Asked Narcissa. Sirius shook his head. They've questioned Wenlock with Veritasrum. He used an unforgivable, but he didn't do the potioning. He scowled. They think Crouch did that, and Wenlock just took advantage once Crouch couldn't get back to the ministry. I assume Diggory is at St. Mungo's receiving treatment, Narcissa inquired. Sirius nodded. They're trying to assess if he's been given a sleeper spell. An old trick of hiding a compulsion deep in the mind that would be triggered upon a key word. It was an ingenious spell, one that was tricky to do but extremely effective. Cornelius has placed him on sick leave and put Dirk in charge of the department for now. Sirius continued. Narcissa inclined her head. She didn't approve of the majority of the new creature laws, but she had to admit the man who'd spearheaded the review was probably best placed to lead the department until Diggory returned if Diggory returned. The publicity in this morning's press was positive to us. Narcissa commented, changing the subject a touch. The publicity had not been kind to the Diggorys or the Wenlocks. The newspapers had gushed over Harry's performance at the Wisengamot, and there had been more than one respectful note of admiration for Sirius. Sirius sighed. I'm just pleased the worst of it is over. The furor surrounding Lupin and the werewolf sanctuary was yesterday's news. How long will Nymphadora continue to provide him with protection? Narcissa asked, adjusting the hold on her purse. For as long as it takes. Sirius said with a glare, which asked her why she was probing that particular angle. Narcissa inclined her head. Dora seemed very cool towards him today. You noticed that? Sirius gave a huff. Of course you noticed that. They're not exactly subtle, are they? He made a dismissive gesture. She asked, and he turned her down again. I think, but they're both being remarkably close-mouthed about the details. Dora's pursuit of the werewolf was something Narcissa couldn't understand. She could not see why her niece was so enthralled with him. Lupin wasn't unattractive, but his lycanthropy was a severe disadvantage, and her niece could do better. At least it seemed Lupin knew that. Well, I should take my leave and head back to Harry. Sirius sighed. He's probably wearing the floor, out wondering what's going on. Is Harry eager to resume his lessons? Narcissa asked politely. Draco had spent much of the holidays consolidating his alliances with the younger Knot and Zabini. She was pleased, eager to get back to some kind of normality after everything that's happened. Sirius said. Narcissa nodded slowly. I am pleased you are not dead. Cousin, you need to take better care. Our heir needs you. It was a mild chastisement for Sirius putting himself at risk, for putting his son through the trial of thinking he was dead. Sirius's gray eyes flashed with something akin to amusement, but he gave her a brisk nod and kissed her hand. See you later, sissy. Narcissa watched him go with well-hidden fondness. She smoothed a hand over her abdomen and the swell of her body. Sirius's return had granted her a gift she had never thought she would have, and she was determined that she would do all she could to help him rebuild the House of Black. She shivered, the warming charm dissipating with Sirius's departure, and abruptly decided against shopping. She made her way to the leaky cauldron to flue home. Creature popped in beside her as soon as she exited the flue. Mistress Sissy's husband returns. Thank you, Creature. Narcissa watched as Creature disappeared, taking her outerwear with him. She smoothed a hand over her hair, made her way to Lucius's study. Lucius frowned slightly at the sight of her, even as he discarded his correspondence and rose to greet her. I thought you intended to spend the day shopping. An unexpected Black family meeting was held at Gringotts because of the Wenlocks. Narcissa commented dryly. She brought him up to speed with efficient brevity. She saw his eyes light up at the revelation of the Wenlock proxy. My. Lucius said smoothly as he resumed his place behind his desk. This does open up some possibilities, doesn't it? Perhaps we should invite Benjamin and Norman for breakfast tomorrow. Narcissa suggested. An excellent idea. I'll invite Stuart too. Lucius caught on immediately to her plan to brief and discuss the turn of affairs with their closest allies. He turned back to his correspondence. See to the arrangements. I'll owl them now. The order rankled, but Narcissa kept her expression calm as she headed back toward her own study, where she'd call for the house elves. She'd allow Lucius his small victories. She had what she wanted, her fingers brushed against her child. Her future was secure. Harry sat down next to Daphne as Moody directed and shot her a quick grin. She rolled her eyes at him in response, but he knew that she had no real objection to him being placed with her as a partner. Harry's good humor died a little as he caught sight of his former girlfriend across the aisle shooting Draco an admonishing look as he sniffed imperiously and sat beside her. The start of the new term, and Hermione still hadn't agreed to resume their dating. Harry had tried flowers, which she'd thanked him for, but nothing more, and another sincere written apology, which she'd accepted gracefully, but hadn't made any further comment upon. She was perfectly friendly, happy to discuss their holiday homework and to help him prepare for the second task, but no dates, no holding hands, no kissing. Harry poked morosely at his parchment with his quill. He was out of ideas on how to win her back well. There was the one idea, but both Ron and Neville had pointed out he'd likely be grounded for a month by his Aunt Minnie if he did it. Stop brooding, Potter, and focus on the assignment. Daphne hissed, her wand weaving a modified privacy ward around them to prevent others from copying their work. Sorry, Harry muttered, a tinge of heat on his cheeks. He turned his attention to the blackboard again. With the new year, Moody had moved on from recognizing threats and situational awareness to actual defense. On the board were a list of 10 threats, and their assignments were to come up with one solid defense against each. It amused Harry to see that in usual Moody style, there were only 2 acknowledged dark creatures on it. The rest were thought-provoking, including a friend, which made Harry think of Pettigrew, and a man/woman obsessed with you. Harry wondered if his continuing pursuit of Hermione would be counted by her as a threat. Very well, Daphne said with an exasperated sigh. Out with it. Harry turned to look at her, confused. You're clearly not going to focus on our assignment until you've gotten the current state of affairs with Granger off your chest, so out with it. Daphne said impatiently, her eyes flashing with annoyance. Harry didn't try to hide his wince. He sighed heavily and rubbed his cheek. I don't know how to convince her that I'm sorry about what happened. Daphne folded her arms over her chest and tapped her fingers restlessly. What has she said? Said. Daphne rolled her eyes. Yes, Potter. What has she said about forgiving you? Not much. Which was true. Harry quailed a little under the disbelieving stare of Daphne and pulled his thoughts together, remembering the first time he and Hermione had met after Sirius's return and his own. She told me she understood that I thought I was protecting her, but that she couldn't be with me again until I could demonstrate that I trusted her to make her own decisions about her security and protection. Those were her exact words, checked Daphne, a considering expression drifting across her face that Harry knew meant she was thinking. He nodded. Well, it's clear why the apologies haven't worked so far, she said crisply. Granger's not going to believe you until you actually show her you trust her. Saying you're sorry isn't doing that. Oh. And suddenly Harry realized the fine line Daphne was pointing out for him. All of his apologies had been showing Hermione that he cared for her and still wanted to be with her, but they hadn't showed her that she was trusted. He frowned. How could he show her? Daphne sighed as he said the final words out loud. Well, you have 2 options. Harry raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to expand her statement. Either you contrive some kind of circumstance where Granger realizes you trust her dash. Harry was already shaking his head. Hermione will see right through that. Probably, Daphne conceded, and she values honesty, so you'd be in worse dragon dung with her than you already are. Thank you, Harry said dryly. He could always count on Daphne to tell him how it was in blunt, no-nonsense terms. Daphne shrugged, a small smile on her lips. So you're stuck then, because the only other way to regain her favor is to actually trust her and wait for a moment to demonstrate that to her. Harry sighed again, unwilling to accept her words, but knowing they were the truth. I guess. He shook himself a touch, as though that would shake away the melancholy of the realization, and picked up his quill again. We should get on with this. He pursed his lips. How do you deal with a drunk but well-meaning bystander? Sobering charm, Daphne suggested immediately, and he was inordinately grateful to her for allowing him to change the subject. The rest of the defense lesson flew by, and before he knew it, school was over for the day. He fell into step with Daphne as they made their way to the room of requirement, where they were due to meet up with the rest of the Potter Alliance and his other friends for his second task preparations. Daphne remained quiet beside him, as though she understood he needed the silence to consider what they had discussed. The room opened into its usual formation for the task discussions, and Harry made his way to the dais where Draco, Neville, and Hermione all joined him. Bill, who was ostensibly performing guard duty, entered at the end of the stream of Hogwarts students and closed the door behind him. Harry's scar itched, and he rubbed it before he cleared his throat noisily. The crowd in front of him settled down instantly. He smiled at them all, humbled and honored at having so many people prepared to help him. It's January now, and the second task will happen in February, so we only have a month and a bit to go now. I'd like us to regroup on where we are right from the start. Hermione levitated the board with the clues to the front to remind everyone. Water, water, everywhere. Of your prized possession take great care, for prisoners rarely work together, and time will not last forever. Right, Hermione said briskly. Let's begin from the top. Location. There's activity around the lake. Blaise answered promptly. They're definitely preparing something. He's right, Natalie Warren asserted. Robert and I have both been informed that the patrols are to keep students away from the lake. Bill nodded. They've masked the whole area with an illusion that makes it appear that the lake is undisturbed, but it is. Is the illusion restricted to above or below the lake? Theo asked calmly. Both. Bill cocked his head to the side. Good point. So we know it's the lake, and we think that it's likely to have both a below and above component. Hermione made a note, chewing her lips thoughtfully. The above component could be nothing more than a landing stage, Daphne pointed out, or it could be integral to the task. Draco countered. We don't know enough, so we find out. Neville responded. What if we find a way to get around the illusion or break it? I doubt any of us have the magical power to do that except for Harry. Hermione said before Draco could answer sneeringly. But Neville has the right idea. Blaise said, shooting the Gryffindor a quick grin. We need to find out exactly what they're building. Bill, I'm guessing that you don't actually know what they're building. Harry asked, leaning back against the table behind him. No, the security here have been told that they're building, but not what. Bill said, regretfully. Who exactly is building? Asked Daphne shrewdly. And can they be bought or bribed into giving the information? Over? Theo nodded. It would be a good plan. It's a Gringotts team, so I doubt it's feasible. Bill said thoughtfully. But I do know that the illusion allows animals and mere people to see through it without incident. A spy. Ron proclaimed, pointing a figure at his brother. We can get Remus to talk one of the mere people into spying for us. I doubt the mere people are going to be open to telling us what's going on. Draco drawled. He's right. Hermione sent Ron a quick look of apology for siding with Draco. We have no idea if Remus would agree, and even if he does, convincing someone in the Merpeople to do it, and then relying on them. Fine, Ron threw up his hands. It was a bad idea. Not a wholly bad idea, Ron. Harry comforted his first friend with a grin. A spy is a good idea, and we can try. If it doesn't work, we just have to think of some other means except Remus convincing a mere person. Ron seemed mollified by that. Hermione took advantage of the silence and jumped in. Right, we'll need to ask Remus. And if that's not a go, we'll think of something else. Harry nodded gratefully at her. Thank you. She blushed prettily and tapped the blackboard. In the meantime, we have a list of spells to learn for above the water and below it. We need to step up practicing these. She tapped the blackboard again, and it changed to the next topic. Have we made any progress on what will be taken? Theo shifted. In one of the study sessions, I found a draft letter from a student to a parent saying that Karkaroff apparently has told Crumb's lot about the details of the original task before it was altered. Harry inwardly flinched at the reminder that Voldemort had altered the tasks to make them more dangerous. He absently touched his scar. And, prompted Ron impatiently. Theo altered his stance. The original task chose the person in closest proximity to the champion at the moment that the champion signed their name on the parchment that they used to enter into the tournament on the assumption they would be the most important person to the champion. Crumb apparently believes his original hostage might have been someone random in the library at the time he signed his name, as that's where he was. Cedric's original hostage would have been Cho then. Susan broke in. She was sitting right next to him when he signed the parchment before he went and entered his name. You must have been observing him closely to determine that. Blaise teased. Susan shot him a dirty look, but her cheeks had gone bright red. Well, that doesn't really tell us which of us would have ended up as Harry's hostage, does it? Ron muttered. He didn't enter himself. Who knows when he signed that parchment? Well, it's probably something I signed officially. Harry murmured. It's pretty likely either Sirius or Remus would be the hostage. It made his heart ache to think of Sirius being used as a hostage against him after the events at Christmas. But we know it's unlikely that Voldemort continued with the same plan. Hermione said briskly, he may have taken the principle of hostages, but turned it into something completely different. And we know that Crouch at least knew using the person closest to the champion when he'd signed the parchment wasn't going to accurately target Harry's hostage enough for whatever they have planned. Daphne added, That's it, Ron proclaimed passionately. We've got to think about this like Crouch. Who would he want to put in danger? He started to pace. I mean, he's a Death Eater, so he hates Muggleborns and goes with the pure blood crap. And he hates Harry, and Sirius, that's a given. So, me. Hermione's chin lifted a touch. Harry's heart dropped to his feet. No, Hermione couldn't be in danger. She couldn't. You weren't my girlfriend at the time. He gave the parameters to the cup, though. He pointed out. But she is a likely candidate. Theo noted dispassionately. She was announced as a daughter of the House of Black. She's a Muggle-born, one of your closest friends, and clearly someone who Lord Black favors. Crouch might have figured that was enough. Hermione had paled, and Harry wanted to reach out and catch hold of her hand to reassure them both that everything was going to be all right, that he wouldn't let her be harmed. The urge to send her away, somewhere safe, rose through him again, but he wrestled it back. Sending her to a different country wouldn't help. The magic of the goblet would simply return her to the competition, and besides, it had been made clear to him that Harry had to trust Hermione could decide for herself. I guess I should practice all these spells with you, Hermione commented bravely, her brown eyes meeting his challengingly even though a flicker of fear was still there lurking in their depths. You'd do that anyway. Ron said, oblivious to the undercurrent between his friends. Harry nudged his glasses up and tried a smile. You'll probably get them before me. Weasley should practice too, Draco commented. Ron spun round and glared at the Slytherin. What? Draco scowled at him. Given the timing of when Crouch had to have put the parameters to choose in the goblet, you are the other likely candidate, are you not? A blood traitor to the Dark Lord's cause, Potter's best friend, responsible for ensuring Lord Black was exonerated and also favored by him given the alliance of friendship with your family and Potter. Ron went white under his freckles. Blimey. Malfoy's right, Ron. Bill said, you are the other most likely candidate. I would think the other candidate is Lord Black. Theo said, Crouch could have included him. I think it's unlikely that he would put Sirius into the task, Ron said, making a clear effort to move past the news that he was one of the most likely candidates to be taken as Harry's hostage. He wouldn't want to risk putting someone who knew what they were doing in there. That makes sense. Harry agreed, relief seeping through him with the thought that Sirius wouldn't be targeted. Me and Hermione, Ron said bravely, were the most likely candidates. And that worried Harry, but in some ways it seemed right. It had always been the three of them getting into trouble and getting out of trouble. His gaze slipped to Hermione, who stared back at him challengingly. So, we plan on that basis, Harry said abruptly, holding Hermione's gaze. And you guys practice. He let his tone soften. Wouldn't be the first time we had an adventure, would it? Hermione gave a sharp nod and breathed in deeply. At least we have time to plan. Ron grinned at him. Let's just hope there's no spiders. The whole room seemed to relax as Harry smiled reluctantly back at his best friends. What about the rest of the champions? Hermione asked suddenly. I mean, if Crouch is targeting either me or Ron, he's bound to have targeted the hostages for the other champions with the same criteria, which is likely to be best friend, or something to do with the sponsorship or alliances. Theo agreed. It went unsaid that he'd find some way to inform the others, but everyone nodded, understanding that Theo was couching his words given the clear instruction for Harry not to confer with his fellow champions. Are we definitely saying that the prize possession then will not be an item of importance? Blaise asked. It's unlikely. Harry said, simply. Voldemort changed the first task just enough to increase the danger, but Professor Dumbledore confirmed that the original first task was to retrieve a golden egg from a dragon's nest. So going on that basis, the second task was going to be retrieving someone from the lake. It's likely that he won't have strayed too far from that, just ramped up the danger quotient. Blaise nodded far too cheerfully. Got you. Right, Harry said. I think we've exhausted talking about the task, unless anyone else has anything? Nobody spoke up. Harry raised his wand. Defense practice then. Everyone split into pairs. We're playing dodge spell. It always surprised him how quickly everyone moved. Within moments, they were all practicing in small dueling domes that Harry had the room construct. He and Bill walked around the various pairs providing instruction and guidance. The rules of the game were pretty simple. One person practiced hitting the other with a spell, and the other person dodged. Once they'd been hit 3 times, they swapped, or when Harry whistled to signal a change in role. There had been some muttering about using a game for instruction when they'd first started, but as everyone had seen how effective it was at improving their aim and their ability to avoid being hit with spells, they'd all started to really enjoy it. Harry helped Connor Sapworthy adjust his aim against his friend before wandering over to where Hermione and Luna were practicing. Both girls were quick and fierce. Maybe Hermione was right. Maybe she could take care of herself. Or, at least, maybe Harry should trust her to take care of herself more than he had been doing before. Bill tapped Harry on the shoulder. You all right there, Harry? Before he could reply, A chime sounded in the room. Instantly, everyone stopped, and more than a few groans punctuated the silence. "Session's over." Harry called out briskly, "You'll need to get moving for dinner." There was an immediate steady trickle of students heading to the door. Draco nodded imperiously at Harry before leaving with Theo and Blaise. Hermione smiled at Harry briefly, but didn't speak to him as she fell into step with Ron and Ginny. Harry watched her, leaving with a heavy heart. It wasn't too long before he and Bill were the only ones left inside the room. Harry swished his wand absently, and the room melted away into a facsimile of Harry's room at Griffin House. "Wow," Bill said, impressed. "The room really can be anything you want it to be." "Huh? I'm guessing you're feeling a little homesick. Things were simpler in the summer." Harry grumbled. He threw himself down on his bed, sitting on the edge, feeling very morose. He wasn't surprised when Bill pulled up the spare chair to sit in front of him. "You want to talk about it?" offered Bill. For a long moment, Harry wanted to brush off the oldest Weasley brothers' concern, pretend everything was fine, and wallow in his own misery. But the comfort of the familiar room, of a room that was truly his for the first time in his life, took him back to all the chats he and Bill had had in the summer, and within moments the whole mess tumbled out, including his conversation with Daphne. Bill listened carefully without asking questions, until eventually Harry fell silent, a little mortified that he'd unburdened himself so much to the eldest Weasley. Bill simply reached over and patted Harry's shoulder comfortingly. "Girl trouble, huh?" Bill gave an exaggerated wince. "If it helps, every guy goes through it." A faint look of empathy flittered in and out of his blue eyes, but it was enough to ease Harry's discomfort and tell him that maybe Bill had something of his own to brood about. Are you and Alicia okay?" asked Harry tentatively. Bill's gaze sharpened, and Harry almost squirmed under the hard look he was subjected to before Bill sighed heavily. "Coming to the end of the road, I reckon," Bill admitted with a grimace. "If you want to talk about it," Harry offered uncertainly. Bill smiled. "That's a good offer, but I'll pass. I'm sure you don't want me to bore you with the details of my love life." "I bored you with the details of mine," Harry pointed out wryly. "I mean, you listen to me." Bill laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, since you put it that way." He shrugged. "It's not really a big deal. You know, my mom is really keen on me and Alicia settling down." Harry nodded, thrilled that Bill was going to allow him to return the favor and be a listening board. He felt for Bill. Molly wasn't exactly subtle with her attempts to get Bill to consider marrying Alicia. "Well, neither of us is ready for that," Bill stated without prevarication. "So when Alicia and I first talked about how Mum was, I promised to ask Mum to tone it down, which I did, and she promised she would, and it was fine for a while." Bill explained. "But, you know, my mum." Harry winced because he did. Ron's stubbornness had to come from somewhere, so it's awkward at times, and I guess both of us are wondering if seeing each other still is worth the hassle. Bill shrugged, surprisingly calm about the impending breakup of his relationship. "I'm predicting that I'm going to get the 'it's not you, it's me' speech any day now from Alicia. Are relationships always this difficult?" Harry asked a touch grumpily. Remus and Tonks seemed at odds too, lately, with Tonks being very cold to Remus. Sirius had warned him to keep out of it, saying whatever argument the pair had had, they had to work it out themselves. "They're always hard work," Bill confirmed. He tilted his head. "The first thing you've got to ask yourself is this: is what you and Hermione have worth the effort of fixing things with her?" Yes. Harry didn't even have to think about it. He really liked Hermione, and he still wanted to be with her. He was prepared to do anything to make it right between them again. "Do you understand what Hermione's problem with you is enough to fix it?" pressed Bill. "I think so. Hermione's annoyed with me. because I made a decision to push her away without talking with her first. He bit his lip. Not so much the thing with sending her and the others back to Hogwarts, because I was, really upset and she understood that, but, after. Thinking staying away from everyone would protect them better, and telling her again, we were over because I wanted to protect her. His cheeks heated again at the memory of what he'd done. He'd been so stupid. You were upset and grieving, and your ability to make rational decisions was compromised. Bill said comfortingly, everyone understands that, including Hermione. But she hasn't forgiven me like everyone else has. Harry replied, miserable. Bill nudged him. Why do you think that is? Harry sighed heavily again. I really hurt her. And what do you think will fix that? I think Daphne's right. Harry said, Hermione knows I'm sorry, but she's not going to think about getting back together until I've shown her that I trust her. He rubbed his head again. She's not going to trust me not to do what I did again until she feels I trust her, I guess. I think that's a good guess. Bill patted his shoulder again. So I'm stuck waiting until I somehow prove to Hermione that I trust her. Harry mumbled unhappily, and he'd known that before they'd started talking. In truth, he'd just been hoping for a different answer. Bill nudged him again. Based on tonight's discussion about the task, I think you're going to get your opportunity sooner rather than later. He's going to target her, isn't he? Harry sighed and flopped back on the bed. I don't want anyone hurt because of me. Is that so much to ask? It's not your fault, Harry. Bill said firmly. Who knows what insanity is going through Crouch? And you know whose head? He tapped Harry's knee and waited until Harry got upright again before continuing. Nobody disagreed with you sending your friends out of danger, and I get why you did what you did at Christmas. But I know you know that it wasn't the best way to handle things. You remember that first meeting with the Alliance kids? You told them you were stronger if you all stuck together, and you were right. I know, Harry said, plucking at the coverlet on the bed, absently. It feels like everyone gets hurt because of me, and that sucks. You have to keep in mind that it's not because of you, it's because of Crouch, and you know who? Bill reiterated. Nobody blames you. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't as though he hadn't had the same conversation with Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore, and pretty much everyone. Maybe he should start believing it. His parents had told him the same thing, hadn't they? His heart ached at the memory of seeing them in the cemetery, but underneath the pain was the solace that they loved him, loved each other, that they believed in him. So I make sure Hermione and Ron both practice like mad and can take care of themselves. Harry said out loud. Bill nodded. Harry grimaced and absently rubbed at his scar again. He was going to have to wait for Hermione to fully forgive him, that was clear. It was a disappointing conclusion, but he guessed one he had to live with since he was serious about her. He looked back up at Bill. What about you and Alicia? He asked curiously. I guess you're not planning to fix things. The oldest, Weasley, shook his head. As quick as you were to say you and Hermione was worth fighting for, I'd say the opposite about me and Alicia. He shrugged, an amused glint in his eye. We're good together, and we've had fun. And Merlin knows I will always be grateful for her helping to heal me after the duel with Crouch, but I don't think we're meant to be together forever, otherwise neither of us would be resisting my mum so much. He shrugged again. So I'll let her break up with me, and I'll find someone else. He poked Harry in the knee. You may want to consider that you're young yet, too. Hermione might seem like the be-all and end-all of everything right now, but there are other girls out there. Harry shook his head. He liked Hermione. Besides, if he did go out with someone else during whatever this was, a break, a pause, a test, then Hermione could go out with other blokes, and he definitely didn't like the idea of that. Bill smiled. amused indulgence all over his face before it melted away to concern. "Do you have a headache?" Harry froze and frowned at him. "No." "Why?" "You keep rubbing your scar." Bill waved at his forehead. Harry realized his hand had drifted up again. He yanked his hand down. It always kind of itches in here." Bill's expression sobered immediately. "Really?" Harry nodded. Cursed scars usually react in the presence of dark magic." Bill commented as he got to his feet, his wand already in his hand as he scanned the room suspiciously. "Or the presence of the one who—" Harry blanched and leaped up, his wand falling into his hand. He took a breath and calmed himself. It was very unlikely Voldemort was hiding out in the Room of Requirement, but if not Voldemort, the Horcrux. Harry blurted out. "He hid the Horcrux here." "Bloody smart wanker, isn't he?" grumbled Bill, twirling his wand. "How do we know what kind of room he stored it in?" Harry frowned. "Well, maybe if we both try exiting the room and thinking of somewhere to hide something?" Bill nodded thoughtfully. "Might work." They made their way into the corridor. Bill looked back at the blank wall. "You want to give it a go?" Harry considered all the possible options and shook himself. He was making it too complicated. He paced in front of the wall. "I want somewhere to hide something important. I want somewhere to hide something important. I want somewhere to hide something important." The door appeared. Bill waved Harry back, and Harry bit down on his want to protest, knowing Sirius would give him grief for not allowing the fully trained Cursebreaker to go first. Bill opened the door and entered. "You can come in." Harry stepped inside eagerly and stopped abruptly beside a similarly shocked Bill. He took in the towering piles of books and trunks and broomsticks and everything and anything. There were rows upon rows upon rows, piles upon piles upon Accio Ravenclaw's diadem. Bill called out, weaving his wand through the spell movements almost unconsciously. Nothing happened. Bugger. Bill swore roundly before grinning sheepishly at Harry. It was never going to be that easy, was it? Harry shook his head and looked back at the seemingly endless room. It wasn't going to be easy. It was going to take a while and be hard work, but he thought with furious satisfaction. They were closer to finding the elusive Horcrux than they had been before, and he would only ever consider that a win. Pronglet Fights Back, Chapter 4. Hermione scribbled another note to herself in the small notebook she kept for her ongoing list of things to do. Sitting cross-legged in the center of her bed, she raised her eyes to gaze around the Gryffindor dorm and mentally compared it to her childhood bedroom she'd just left a few days before. The solid dark oak beds, wardrobes and dressers might have made the tower room gloomy, but they shined and gleamed with polish, the sunlight pouring in through the wide windows to highlight the wonderful gold grain buried in the wood. The bright red and gold Gryffindor colors blazed in the hangings and the linen, in the woven rugs of a griffin and a unicorn. It was wonderful and homey in a way her bedroom at home had ceased to be. She grimaced. Crookshanks snored from his place at the bottom of the bed, and Hermione looked at him fondly. Maybe, she considered, she should try asking for a redecoration of her bedroom at home for her next birthday or Christmas present. It would be nice to get it looking like the bedroom of the young woman she was rather than the child she'd left behind when she'd started Hogwarts. She shook her hair and reread her notes. Daphne and Luna had done a great job at compiling the list of useful spells, and she needed to ensure that she, Ron, and Harry mastered them all. She tapped the quill against her chin and pursed her lips. Harry had already hated the idea of someone getting held hostage because of him, and the fact that it was most likely her or Ron wasn't going to help. Harry. Hermione frowned. She'd retreated to the dorm to work after dinner because their split was the talk of the Hogwarts grapevine. If she had thought it was difficult dealing with the stares and attention when they were together, it was much worse with them being apart. Still, Harry had been a complete gentleman, letting it be known that he was to blame and that he still wanted to be with her once she had forgiven him. She bit her lip, remembering the holidays. It had been awful when Harry had been missing. She'd been so worried about him, alone and grieving for Sirius, and yet so angry. He'd physically and magically pushed her away. He'd broken up with her to protect her. He'd been a stupid, arrogant arse. Hermione sniffed and then sighed heavily. Despite everything, she understood. She did. Harry hadn't been thinking. He'd been devastated and he'd reacted on instinct. In the moment, he'd magically sent them back to Hogwarts. She could forgive him, for that had forgiven him for that. It was the letter he'd sent after that she couldn't quite forgive him, for when he'd continued to insist that he was protecting them all by staying away, and protecting her especially by no longer being her boyfriend. It had been a planned and deliberate statement, and one that had hurt her tremendously. All she'd known in the instant of reading it was that he didn't want her anymore. It had only worsened during the days of silence that followed the letter when they'd known Sirius was back and had found Harry. Then she had wondered if it was maybe all an excuse to break up with her. Harry had denied that when he'd come over to apologize. He'd been properly contrite and remorseful, but she couldn't forgive him for hurting her. But she hadn't wanted him to see how wounded she was, and had covered her hurt with anger for his assuming he had the right to make decisions about her safety and protection without talking with her, for using that as the basis of their breakup. She'd briskly informed him that he'd have to do better than a few flowery words before she'd forgive him, and consider going out with him again. She told him she'd only consider it if he could prove that he trusted her to make her own decisions. Hermione sighed. She'd been so determined not to just give in that she'd rejected his every attempt at apologizing. She absently ran a finger down the edge of the folded letter she'd put at the back of the notebook. She wondered now if sticking to her guns had been a mistake, as her mother had warned her. You have to ask yourself, Hermione, what does Harry need to do before you'll forgive him? Her mother tapped the half-written reply that Hermione was in the middle of writing. You say you need him to prove he trusts you, but you don't say how he can prove it. She sat down beside Hermione. Well, I don't know how exactly. Hermione replied, angrily. You should be careful you're not asking him to do something that he has no hope of actually achieving. Her mother said, if he doesn't know how to prove his trust in you, it may take him a long time to do it, and then you'll find that you're broken up for a lot longer than a few days. Is that what you want? He trusted me to go with him and help him rescue Sirius at the end of our 3rd year. Without question, that's what I want. Seriously? Her mother countered, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice before she took a deep breath. Look, darling, he made a mistake in breaking up with you and pushing you away, but he's apologized. If you can't set this aside and move forward without testing his sincerity, then perhaps you shouldn't be with him. I can't believe you're taking his side, Hermione said, folding her arms and glaring at her mother. Her mother countered her glare with one of her own. Believe me when I say I'm on your side. I don't like that he hurt you, and he knows it, but he's apologized very sincerely, and even if I didn't think he deserves a second chance, right at this moment I'm attempting to advise you as your mother and stop you from making a mistake you'll regret. She got to her feet. Honestly, I'm not happy you want to put yourself in another dangerous situation in order for him to prove himself to you. You have to consider why you're really doing this, Hermione. Is this a way of punishing him for hurting you? A retaliation? Because right now, I think it is no matter that you're fooling yourself into believing it's justified. Maybe her mother had been right. It was just not being trusted to help him with his grief and, with being his girlfriend, was in some respects the last straw, the final confirmation that Harry had stopped trusting in her and Ron. And she understood that he had Sirius in his life, and that Sirius had drawn up rules around what they could and couldn't know about Harry's struggle with Voldemort and the people who wanted to hurt Harry. She even appreciated that perhaps there were reasons why Harry himself kept things from them, but it just all conspired to make her feel that he didn't trust her anymore. The night of the Yule Ball, she'd known something was going on with Snape and that Harry was worried, but he'd said nothing to her, and both Neville and Sirius had been kidnapped and hurt. Yes, he'd taken them to London with him to find Sirius, but only when they'd insisted, and he'd soon sent them back to Hogwarts. And he'd shut her out until Sirius had returned and brought him home again. But he had been grief-stricken. A small voice inside of her head reminded her briskly. But Harry hadn't even confided the way he and Sirius intended to double-team Wenlock. She countered immediately. The Wenlock takedown had been nothing short of brilliant. Slytherin, mused Hermione with a hint of amusement. Ah, said the voice in her head again. Maybe if she'd forgiven Harry, he would have told her the strategy. She poked the notebook with her quill. Was she punishing Harry? Hermione sighed. Maybe, just a tad, if she was honest with herself. But her anger was mostly gone after seeing him again at the Wisengamot, the few family occasions they'd had, and since they'd been back at school. He was clearly sorry, and he'd been really good at her respecting her wishes to remain civil and friendly. But it had also been so awkward between them. It was the last thing she wanted. What she wanted was to go back to being Harry's girlfriend and for him to confide in her. But she didn't know how she did that after the stand she'd taken with him. She didn't want to cave and roll over on her position because that would make her look like an idiot. But on the other hand, did she really want to wait until Harry did something that she could say proved he trusted her? And her mother had a point. Just how was he supposed to prove his trust in her without them being in danger somehow? It was a mess, she thought morosely. The door of the dorm flew open and Lavender rushed in, barreling over to Hermione and squeezing her tightly in a lopsided hug before dancing around the dorm with glee, a letter clutched in one hand. Parvati followed after her more sedately and sat down on Hermione's bed with a sigh as Lavender continued cavorting around. "What's going on?" asked Hermione, curious. "Ron asked her out," Parvati said. "Sent her a proper invitation by postal owl." "Oh." Hermione felt her belly flutter unexpectedly at the news. She hadn't known Ron was going to do that, but then the boys had all banded together since they'd come back to the school. Maybe it wasn't just Harry who had stopped confiding in her, Hermione thought unhappily. She pinned a smile on for Lavender, who had finally stopped whirling about. "That's good news," Hermione said brightly. "Isn't it?" Lavender clutched the letter close to her bosom. "I mean, after the ball, I thought I'd blown it. But he says he doesn't blame me for choosing to go with Dean, and he was an idiot for not asking me sooner." Hermione hummed. "We're going to Hogsmeade." Lavender gushed. "Oh, what am I going to wear? I have to go get that catalog from Katie." She ran off again before Hermione could speak to inform her Ron wouldn't care about her outfit. Parvati gave a sigh. "She's going to be like this until the date." Hermione gave a small sound of sympathy. "What about you? Is there anybody you're interested in?" "Neville," responded Parvati immediately, but he and Hannah seemed to be pretty entrenched, so. She sighed and looked over at Hermione with suddenly sharp eyes. "How are things going with you and Harry? You both seemed all right at the session tonight." Hermione grimaced. "I was thinking I should have listened to my mother and not been so adamant about not forgiving him straight away." "What did he do anyway?" asked Parvati. "You're all so tight-lipped about things." Hermione considered what to tell Parvati. She didn't want to tell her everything, but surely she could say something? Neville was kidnapped, and Sirius was injured? Parvati nodded. Well, Harry got it into his head that he was to blame and that it was better for people not to be his friends, and he broke up with you to protect you. Parvati concluded, without even talking with me about it. Hermione complained loudly before subsiding. He's apologized and everything, told me he wants to get back together, but you don't know if you trust him anymore. Parvati completed. No. Hermione stared at her. No, I trust Harry. Then why? Parvati began, perplexed. He didn't trust me. Hermione said fiercely. He should have talked with me. Let me decide for myself. Hermione, Parvati remonstrated. The one thing you can't say is that Harry doesn't trust you. He lets you lead the research into the task and to tell him what it all means, and he really does check with you when he doesn't understand something. He lets you show others how to do things when we practice. He trusts you. It hasn't felt like it this past year. Hermione grumbled, flushing. He used to tell me everything, and now he's the head of an ancient and noble house, heir to another, and has a parent and other adult allies he can turn to, grown-ups who've probably told him what he can and can't say about things. Parvati's expression wasn't unsympathetic, but Hermione winced at the direct hits. I know, and I know it's not fair to expect him to still tell me everything when things have changed so much. It's just... Hermione sighed and brushed her hair out of her face. I miss how it used to be. You could just tell him you've changed your mind, and you forgive him. Parvati pointed out. He's still crazy about you. Anybody can see that. Hermione shook her head, her lips thinning. I know I could do that, but it just feels like you'd be losing the argument if you did, asked Parvati shrewdly. Hermione nodded her head, her curls bouncing. I've made such a big deal about him trusting me that if I went back on it, so I guess you have to decide which is more important. Parvati said bluntly, your pride and winning the argument or being with Harry. Before Hermione could formulate an answer to that, Lavender burst back in and grabbed Parvati, hustling her out of the room again with the babbled explanation that Katie would only allow her to look at the catalog in Katie's dorm, and she just absolutely needed Parvati to help her decide a perfect outfit for the Hogsmeade weekend date with Ron. Hermione shook her head in bemusement. She was just contemplating whether to change for bed, despite the early hour when a faint tapping noise came from the window. She hurried over thinking it was an owl and almost froze when she saw a black raven instead. It was Harry. She almost fell over in her haste to get the window open and usher him inside. He transformed as soon as he cleared the window. She immediately punched his arm hard. What are you thinking? Hermione hissed. This is the girls' dormitory. You're going to get into so much trouble. Harry yelped, clutched at his arm, and glared at her. What was I supposed to do? Ron said you'd gone up to your room, and I needed to talk with you. You could have asked Lavender or Parvati to come and get me. Hermione pointed out furiously. I didn't think you'd want to discuss us in front of the entire Gryffindor common room. Harry retorted, still rubbing his arm. Hermione folded her arms and conceded the point with a sigh. With her immediate ire draining away, nerves stampeded through her as she realized Harry had come to talk with her, and here was her opportunity to make things right with him. Her mouth went dry, and the words she wanted to say seemed to get jumbled in her head. He took her silence as an opening. Look, he reached inside his robe and drew out a pink rose. I just wanted to apologize. Again. He pushed his glasses up his nose. I know I was wrong pushing you away like I did, and I realized that I, hurt you, and I'm really, really sorry because the last thing I ever want to do is hurt you, and I know I did. Hermione took the rose and bit her lip. Harry, so you said you need time, and for me to show that I trust you, and Harry straightened his shoulders and looked at her earnestly. I don't know how I can do that exactly, but I do trust you, and I just want you to know that even if it takes a while, I'll wait and do whatever it takes. All Hermione could see suddenly was how much Harry was hurting about their breakup underneath his sincere words of apology and regret, how much her insistence on staying apart was hurting him. And it was the very last thing he needed with the pressure of the tournament and the death threats and... Oh, Harry. Hermione lurched forward and hugged him. He froze for a moment before he returned her hug. I'm sorry too, Harry. Hermione pushed herself back a touch to look at him. You don't need to prove anything to me. It's been hard knowing there's things you're not confiding in Ron, and I know you can't. I know. It sometimes feels like you don't trust us, and you clearly knew something was going to happen with Sirius and Professor Snape at the Yule Ball. I'm sorry. Harry repeated. I maybe should have told you about that, but it's not like before, when it was just us sneaking about on our own. A lot of what I can't tell you is confidential stuff I've been asked not to tell. It doesn't mean that I don't trust you. And I don't want you to get into trouble with Sirius. It's different. Hermione hurried out. But maybe I could discuss with Sirius telling you more. Harry offered. It's worth a try anyway. Thank you. Hermione smiled at him, pleased at the gesture. And I want you to know that I understand why you did what you did pushing everyone away. But, well, her gaze dropped. You did hurt me. A lot. She raised a hand to stop him interrupting her. I know you didn't mean to, and I know you're sorry, and I know you won't do it again. Her voice couldn't help rising at the end, making her statement a question that Harry hurried to answer. I won't. I promise. Harry said fervently. His green eyes shined with hope. Does this mean? Hermione nodded. Yes, you're forgiven, and she felt her cheeks heat with a blush. And if you still want to go out with me. Of course I do. Harry broke in, smiling goofily. She smiled back. Okay, then. I guess we're back together. She didn't protest as he leaned in for a kiss. It was chaste, just a press of his lips on hers, but it was perfect. They smiled happily at each other as they held hands. Hermione glanced at the open window and shook her head. I still can't believe you flew up here. Harry shrugged. Well, when I was wanting ideas on how to get you back, Ron had this idea of me flying up here on my broomstick and trying to get you to come fly with me. And I didn't think you'd go for that. Hermione chuckled. Her fear of flying was well known. I don't know, she teased, remembering their flight on Buckbeak. It might have worked. She nodded towards the outside. It's just as well you didn't try it. It says in Hogwarts, a history, that there's an old magical shield around the windows which prevents anyone from entering from the outside by broomstick as part of the defense measures. It also prevents people from just jumping out of a window too, unless there's a fire detected. Harry nodded. Remus mentioned that. He grimaced. He overheard Ron. Said my dad tried to get into my mum's dorm by broom once and failed miserably. Hermione hummed. It's a bit of a flaw that the shield lets in an animagus if you think about it. You're right about. Harry. Lavender and Parvati shrieked as they stumbled into the dorm. Hermione flushed as they took in how close she and Harry were standing along with their clasped hands. Parvati smiled. You two make up. They nodded. Lavender bounced happily. That's so great. You know what this means? Now, Ron has asked me out. We can double date. And as much as she had grown to appreciate Lavender more over the past school year, Hermione felt her insides turn over a little with horror, and she didn't dare look at Harry. Mr. Potter. They all froze and turned to the doorway, where an irate Professor McGonagall stood. Professor McGonagall, Harry was only visiting. Hermione began before she was drowned out by twin shrieks. It isn't what it looks like. We swear they were only holding hands. Lavender and Parvati babbled out. Hermione was caught between amusement at Harry's predicament and worry about his getting caught. I just want to say Hermione knew nothing about this, Professor. It was all my idea. Harry said courageously. Never in all my years. Not even your father. Professor McGonagall slapped her wand at the wall, switching off the protection where the stairs would turn into slides. Down the stairs now. Harry grimaced and gave a small sigh. He squeezed Hermione's hand. I'll see you tomorrow? Tomorrow. Hermione answered softly. He let go of her and hurried over to the fuming deputy headmistress, who pushed him bodily out of the room. Hermione hurried to the doorway until they disappeared from view, the professor continuing to harangue Harry all the way down, her voice echoing back up the stairwell. The whistles and cheers in the common room as the gathered students realized what Harry had done was loud and audible. Hermione couldn't suppress a grin as Fred and George's yell of approval floated back up the stairwell. Way to go, Harry. February 2nd, 1995. And I'd like to conclude with the announcement of a new schedule of knowledge-sharing conferences between what the Muggles refer to as scientists and our own unspeakables, who are now serving in the Muggle Counterspell team. Arthur smiled brightly. We anticipate this will give us both more understanding across both groups and enable us to maintain the statute of secrecy much better. Sirius resisted the urge to squirm in his seat like an impatient child. The session had been intractably boring, with even the transition of the Wenlock alliances to the House of Malfoy, and the announcement that the House of Potter now held the Wenlock proxy anticlimactic. The reports from both Arthur's new department and Dirk's had provided good evidence that the new approaches to Muggles and creatures were making inroads into the prejudices that were embedded in the wizarding world, but they hadn't exactly been the stuff of excitement. Dullard cleared his throat. The announcement is so noted. He turned to the chief warlock. We have nothing more on the session agenda for today. Albus beamed. That concludes the February session of the Wisengamot. Unseal the doors. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't surprised when Richard Bones leaned across to him. And now you know what a relatively normal session feels like. Richard joked with a teasing smile. Who knew taking over the wizarding world would be so boring? Sirius complained good-naturedly. Richard laughed. You think if we told, you know who he'd have a rethink? It's a plan. Sirius deadpanned. They got to their feet and started to make their way down the stairs where Amelia was waiting for them. What has you two, you giggling like errant schoolboys? She asked dryly. Taking over the wizarding world. Sirius rejoined immediately. Amelia shot him an amused look. At least it's still not about how your son got into the Gryffindor girls' dorm room. I didn't talk about it that much, and it was a month ago now. Sirius proclaimed defensively. I don't know why people are still going on about it. Possibly because he's the only male in the history of Hogwarts to do it, Richard commented. And something to do with the fact that apparently you congratulated him for the feat when Minerva took him to you for punishment. Sirius battled with the flush that threatened to rise on his cheeks because praising Harry's ingenuity for accomplishing something the Marauders had never managed had been his first response. He glanced at Richard, and they both broke down into another set of chuckles. You should have seen her face. Sirius said, I don't think even the Marauders had her looking so furious. Amelia gave a long-suffering sigh. Don't worry, Amelia, Sirius said, noting her disapproval. Minnie clout me over the ear and then stood over me while I gave Harry an appropriate punishment and a lecture about how he could have damaged Hermione's reputation. Susan tells me every guy in the school is trying to get in the girls' dorms now. Amelia pointed out, that's hardly a good outcome. The Weasley twins started a competition a couple of weeks ago. Sirius said dismissively. It's all done in good humor. Apparently there's a sizable book, and Moody thinks it's good practice for the defenses. Harry was sworn to secrecy, presumably on how he'd done it, asked Amelia, digging for information on the how anyway. Yes, Sirius said. He was sworn to secrecy, and he also had to promise to never use that method to gain entry into the girls' dorm again. Not that he can now. Alasters had the security teams warding the castle against Harry's method, since he did prove it was a bit of a gap in the defenses. Amelia led them past her secretary, absently picking up the messages the other which offered her, and into the inner sanctum of her office. She took her desk chair and waved the men into the seats in front of her. Sirius automatically put a privacy ward and grinned at Amelia's exasperation. You know it's necessary. Constant vigilance. They all chimed, smiling. So I got your owl earlier saying you both wanted to talk to me after the session, prompted Amelia. Is this about the second task? Actually, no, Sirius said, waving a hand. The kids seem to have that under control. He grinned. Between Hermione's lesson plan, Harry's training regime, and Theo's clandestine meetings with the other champions' friends, I think they have it covered. I still can't believe Knott's son is so serious about his service, Richard commented, settling into his chair with a shuffling squirm. He's doing a good job. Sirius said. He's got all of his father's cunning and ambition just for our side, except for the whole pure blood thing. And I think having to interact more with Harry and Hermione directly is changing some of his preconceptions about that. He grimaced. Truthfully, he sometimes reminds me of Regulus. Well, I have to admit I'm grateful Harry's giving them all tuition. Richard said. Susan's data grades have shot up. Amelia nodded. All of the Alliance members involved in Harry's group have matured in their dueling ability. I had difficulty against Hermione last week. Sirius's lips twitched, but he successfully suppressed the smile, figuring Amelia would hex him if he didn't. So if this isn't about the second task, and I know it isn't about the progress or lack thereof in finding our hidden bunch of Death Eaters. Amelia prompted again. You know, I've been dealing with a French antiques dealer on behalf of the House of Black. Richard began. Well, yesterday I received a worrying communication from him. Sirius cut to the chase. Fevrier is insisting he'll only deal with me at a meeting in Italy to buy the Lumiere parchment, which makes me think there's something else behind his request since he's been content to date to deal with Richard and Augusta. You think this is a trap? Amelia quickly surmised. Sirius nodded. Fevrier would sell his grandmother out for a quick deal. Amelia tapped her fingers on her desk. They must have made contact with one of our missing Death Eaters. How else could they have received the mission to entrap you? There are a few Death Eaters who escaped abroad. Sirius pointed out. They could be acting independently, trying to gain favor after hearing rumors of what's happened in Britain, or they could be tasked to capture me. He grimaced. I don't mind being bait, but given what happened last time. He sighed. I don't want to put Harry through a repeat. And presumably we still want the document. Richard murmured, frowning as his mind turned over the problem. And we have the problem of being on foreign soil. Sirius pointed out. How long do we have before we need to set up a sting? Amelia questioned bluntly. Sirius shrugged and exchanged a brief look with Richard. We can probably keep him dangling for another month, maybe, between the protest at me being part of the deal personally and the price he wants and the commission. It should be easy to stall for that length of time. Richard agreed. Amelia nodded. I think I have a plan, but it'll need that long to pull together. I'll also need to talk to Bertie, Alastair, and Cornelius. We've also got the second task as a good delaying tactic. Richard commented, anyone who knows you're never going to leave Britain in the run-up. Sirius nodded. He had absolutely no intention of going anywhere until Harry was done with the task. Let's work with that. Amelia smiled, and Sirius was glad he'd never truly had her as an enemy. I'll let you know once I've got the big things pinned down. That's fine with me, Sirius said firmly, trusting her to take the information and run with it. I'd better head back. Both Amelia and Richard said goodbye to him at the office, and Sirius was glad of the solitude as he made his way out of the ministry, between his Wisengamot duties, the politicking with Cornelius, the estate responsibilities for numerous houses, the Potter Alliance, the War Council, and being a father. He hardly got any time alone. That was probably a good thing, Sirius thought wryly. He didn't really do the whole alone thing well, and everything he was doing was important and interconnected. As much as he hated the politicking with Cornelius, he'd grown to have a solid respect for the minister's political acumen. It was still too self-serving for Sirius's taste, but Cornelius had thrown himself into supporting the new regime with vigor. It was Cornelius who had advised which of Wenlock's alliances would provide the Malfoy house and its alliances with enough weight that they'd provide an effective counterbalance to the Potter Alliance. And Cornelius had argued successfully about why they needed a counterbalance, Sirius considered grudgingly. The Potter Alliance held a majority. Harry's agenda of equality for all and respect for wizarding traditions was established and could only continue apace. But they needed a strong minority to force compromise when the Alliance wanted to go too fast or too far. Sirius grumbled a little at that, but politically he could see the need for decent democratic debate, and more importantly for it not to appear that the House of Potter was establishing a tyranny. There was also the fact that as much as it would be nice to wave a wand and have their agenda immediately made reality, the wizarding world at large wasn't ready for that. Slow, steady progress was the way to go if it was going to be long-lasting. Critically, though, the new political landscape made it difficult for Voldemort to gain a foothold as Sirius had intended all those months before when he'd constructed his taking over the wizarding world plan. Voldemort's old cronies were relegated to the minority. They couldn't force through legislation any longer that married with Voldemort's aims or provided the old snake with an advantage. Still, the last month had been hard work, and the resulting session had been interminably boring. He'd persevere, though. Making the world a better place for his son was worth doing, and it was good that one element of the original plan was working when the others were struggling. Tag the Death Eater had stalled with the search for Voldemort, Peter, Crouch, and the escaped father and son Travers duo going nowhere. All they knew for certain was that one of them was probably on the Durmstrang ship keeping Karkaroff under control. They still didn't have enough to force an official warrant to search the ship, and Bogdan's unofficial efforts were taking time. There'd been no further communication to Snape except a cryptic note from Crouch partially congratulating him for surviving, and partially telling him again to stall on the antidote creation that would awake the sleeping Crouch elf and the pregnant Summers woman. Fenrir was also still in the wind, and much of his former pack had sought sanctuary at the Black Farm in Bulgaria. Maybe the trap with Fevrier would be helpful. Finding the lost and found room, as Bertie had called it, had helped the treasure hunt. They knew for certain the diadem was somewhere buried in the collective junk. They just had to find it. Bill and Kara were still working their way through the mess, and Sirius figured he'd stop in and check on their progress. Sirius frowned as he tossed some powder into the flue and stepped into the flames. He exited into the cozy rooms he and Harry shared at Hogwarts. A brief check with Dobby provided him with Harry's location down by the lake practicing spells with the rest of the Alliance kids. He almost decided to go to the lost and found room straight away, but he decided to change and took the stairs up to his room. Within moments, his Wisengamot robes had been discarded for less formal wear: black boots, black jeans, white t-shirt, and a black leather blazer. He took a moment to release his hair, running his fingers through it and allowing it loose. He reholstered his wands and deeming himself presentable enough for Hogwarts, skipped downstairs, only to slow as the sounds of Remus and Tonks arguing reached his ears. They'd been at odds for weeks, and he was certain something had happened between them in early January, just after the newspaper article that either had confided in him when he'd asked. Tonks had barely been civil when she told him to keep his nose out of it, and Remus avoided every attempt to pin him down. He'd held his tongue, figuring they were both adults and could sort it out on their own. Maybe, he considered with a wince, as they got even louder, that had been a mistake, although hopefully this was them clearing the air. He hovered on the stairs, torn between going back up and letting them have it out finally, or continuing down and potentially interrupting. "And I told you I don't want to talk." Remus gestured passionately. "I know you don't want to, but I need to talk to you," Tonks argued, her hair changing to an angry red. "I tried talking to you weeks ago, and you gave me the cold shoulder because we spent one night together, and then you changed your mind about asking Sirius for permission to date me for no good reason. Just because you don't understand doesn't mean it isn't a good reason," Remus retorted furiously. "And I would expect you to respect my choices, as I respected your choice not to talk to me for the last few weeks." "I want to talk to you now," Tonks pointed out with a fair amount of exasperation. Remus folded his arms over his chest and raised his chin belligerently. "And now I'm not interested in talking to you." "Oh, could you be more childish?" Tonks yelled. "I'm not the one being childish." Remus snapped. "What possible reason would I have for agreeing to talk to you now?" "Because I'm pregnant, you fuzzball." And with that revelation, Sirius determined that it was time to stage an intervention. He marched down the stairs and into the shocked silence. Both Remus and Tonks paled and went red before paling again as they realized they'd been overheard. "Padfoot," Remus began, a note of pleading in his voice that Sirius hardened himself against reacting to, since he needed to deal with the situation as Lord Black, not as Remus's old school friend. "Don't," Sirius ordered gruffly. "You know what I need to do here, after what I just heard. Wait for me in the study. Remus." Remus stiffened, but a darting glance at Tonks, who ignored him, had his shoulders slumping in defeat. He nodded and left the room. Sirius gestured for his cousin to take a seat on the sofa. He stood in front of her with the chagrined thought that he looked like a disapproving father, and settled into the nearby chair as a compromise. "This is what's going to happen, Nymphadora." He ignored her glare at using her given name. "You are going to explain to me exactly what happened between you and Remus." "It's none of your business," Tonks proclaimed. Sirius met her glare for glare. "It is my business. I'm your head of house. I know you weren't raised with the protocols, but you have to know that when a member of the house falls pregnant out of wedlock to the steward, it's not something the head of house can just bloody ignore." Tonks flushed bright red, her hair cycling through a number of colors before it settled into its original brunette. She turned away from him. "I don't know for certain that I am," she mumbled miserably. Sirius closed his eyes briefly and prayed for patience. He opened them again. "Look, when you started all this, I thought you and Remus could be a good couple. He needs some fun and laughter in his life, and, well, frankly, you need some maturity, and I figured being with Remus would force you to grow up a bit. Thank you so much." Tonks snapped. Sirius glared her back down. "But clearly recent events have me reconsidering. Now, I have been patient and kept out of it, as you both requested, and I've given you both plenty of time to resolve things on your own, but that's not happening. So, you're going to calmly tell me what happened between the two of you before I rush to snap decisions which won't benefit anyone." Tonks glanced back up at him, and whatever she saw in his expression must have convinced her to concede. She slumped back against the sofa cushions and fidgeted with the edging on her red robe. You remember the day the article came out? Tonks said quietly. I remember. Sirius said. He bit down the retort that he was hardly likely to forget. Well, that night, Remus and we were back at the schoolhouse, and we were alone for the first time since Sion had gone to the sanctuary. All became clear. So you made your move. Sirius stated. Poor Remus. He'd been a mess the day of the article, guilty and horrified because of the political impact for Harry and Sirius, and mortified on his own behalf at the attention. Sirius had thought about staying at the schoolhouse himself that night and having an evening of drinking and commiserating with his old friend. But Sirius had had Harry to think about, and he hadn't wanted to leave his son alone, so soon after Harry had believed Sirius had died. Harry would always come first, but Sirius realized his choice had left Remus lonely and seeking solace. Anyway, he turned me down at first, but eventually I got him to agree to give us a go as a couple. We even agreed him talking to you for permission. Tonks continued. All sounds pretty positive. Sirius commented as Tonks fell silent. Yes, well, she looked up at the ceiling, avoiding his gaze. I offered to sleep with him, not sex. Just sleep for comfort. And I'm going to guess that it didn't remain just sleeping. Sirius surmised with a heavy sigh. Tonks shook her head, and he saw the shine of tears before she ruthlessly suppressed them. It was me, my idea. Once we were in bed, and Sirius held up his hands. I don't need details. Tonks flushed, but nodded unhappily. She sniffed. In the morning we were late, and he said we'd talk about what happened when we got back from the Wisingamot. And we did. She looked heartbroken, which is when he told me that after everything that had happened, he couldn't take the risk of politically embarrassing the house further by getting involved with one of its daughters right then. The last part sounded like a direct quote, and Sirius could well believe Remus. Poor Honorable Remus. So I yelled at him, and Tonks grimaced. I stopped talking with him except when we needed to discuss something professionally as part of my guard duty. She squirmed and sat forward, hunching over. Then yesterday I realized I was late. She blushed furiously. I've been trying to get him to stop and talk to me since, and, well, you heard the last attempt. Sirius sighed. It was a mess. He'd been wrong about them, Sirius realized. Tonks was too young, too immature. She'd seduced Remus when he'd been vulnerable, and maybe she'd done it with the best of intentions to comfort him, but he figured he was being generous to her. Not that Remus was blameless. The wolf could have said no, and having said yes only to take it back because of noble loyalty to the house's reputation, Sirius could understand why Tonks had gotten hurt and mad at Remus. What are the chances that you are pregnant? Asked Sirius bluntly. Tonks sighed and pushed her hair out of her face as she turned to look at him fully. I'm a metamorphagus, Sirius. I know my body, and I can already feel the changes, small as they are. I haven't had the officials say so, but I'm sure. Sirius nodded. You have options. Will you? I'm keeping the baby. Tonks said immediately. She looked away from him again, shame written all over her face. It's not how I wanted to have a kid, but I'm not sorry it's happened. You know, Remus will offer to marry you. Sirius said almost idly. Tonks' eyes widened, emotions flitting through them and telling Sirius everything he needed to know, even as she started to protest it wasn't necessary. She really was crazy about the wolf. Sirius held up a hand. For the sake of the house's reputation, you should consider accepting. He saw the glint of rebellion and glared at her, forestalling her reply. I know you haven't given the house any thought in your actions because that's pretty evident in everything you've said. And I can give you a pass on not understanding some of the implications because you haven't been raised under the protection of a house. And while Andy's taught you some of the protocols, she hasn't taught you the politics. Sirius got to his feet and paced to the mantelpiece and back as he considered what he was going to say. Everyone got caught up with what happened with Wenlock in January, but the important and key thing was that we got the new creature and race classifications through. A classification that means Remus is no longer considered a dark creature with no rights, someone an Auror shouldn't even consort with, never mind date, marry, or have a child with. It means that werewolves are no longer restricted as they were, but only restricted in ensuring they harm no one during their transformations. Sirius began. Even then, the law passed by the slimmest of margins, and only with the enforcement of the Potter Alliance, where there were even a few members who still didn't agree, but complied with their oath to support Harry's agenda. So, the law changed in January. He paused and made sure he had Tonk's full attention. But our society's culture and perceptions did not. Sod them. Isn't that all the more reason? Tonks cut in heatedly. Shut up and listen. Sirius barked. He gestured an apology for his curtness, but he didn't back down. What Remus noted in January at the session was that we had barely held it together in the court of public opinion. The tide turned in our favor, thanks to Wenlock making such a huge mistake that there was no other way for it to turn. And with that, we got the law through. Everyone excepted Remus had made a mistake the night he didn't take his wolfsbane, and grudgingly allowed that maybe we are providing sanctuary and not building a werewolf army, as Wenlock wanted them to believe. But it was close. Tonks frowned, puzzlement written across her young face. And Remus realized that should it be made public that the same werewolf who'd made such a mistake had started to openly date a daughter of the house, that attention wouldn't shift from him. The prophet would continue to focus their attention on him. More publicity and attention and focus. And maybe the wizarding public would consider that we were rubbing their noses in the change we'd forced through. The potential for us to lose political ground and public opinion was huge. Sirius pointed a finger at her. That's why he told you, not now. It shouldn't matter what people think. Tonks said stubbornly. And there speaks the voice of youth. Sirius replied smoothly. I can't even begin to tell you how many times I said the same thing to Remus at school, or even after school before it all went tits up. He gestured. I'd tell him, bollocks to the lot of them, and rage against the laws even as I didn't do a thing truly to change them, and I knew even then if our side won the war it wouldn't be much better for him. I resented the hell out of Remus for spending time with the Pax, and I wanted him to pretend to be normal. He held her gaze. I was an idiot. The implication she was acting just as idiotically led to a dull flush spreading over her face and down her neck. Of course, I was rebelling against my family and against my training in politics. So I forgot that my grandfather, who spent years grooming me as his heir, taught me that you have to remember society is more often a tortoise rather than a hare. What? Tonks muttered, confused. Sirius sat back down. Ever heard of the hare and the tortoise? No. The hare was an arrogant, cocky son of a bitch, actually a bit like me as a youth. He smiled ruefully. He's the fastest and the best, can run rings round the rest of the animals. And he bullies the tortoise, who is slow and steady. So the tortoise challenges the hare to a race. The hare agrees, and they set off, and the hare speeds into the lead. Only he gets a little complacent being so far out in front, and decides to have a nap. While he's sleeping, the tortoise wins the race. It was Sirius mused exactly what had happened with him and Peter back in 81. Sirius had been too damned cocky, and Peter had won. Tonks frowned. I don't know what this has to do with the price of eggs. Sirius sighed. Right now you're a hare just like I was, and you want everything to happen now, for people to treat Remus the right way now, for you to be able to date without repercussions now. Now. He gestured at her. Only society is the tortoise. It's nowhere near that finish line. It'll get there eventually, but not today, and not tomorrow, and maybe not soon enough for you to date and have a child with Remus without any backlash. And if we're too hairish, if we are perceived as being arrogant, as taunting and bullying the tortoise, we take the risk of pissing off the tortoise and may find ourselves challenged in return. He paused, as he didn't think keeping up the analogy was useful. Do you understand? Tonks nodded slowly. So, I've stuffed it up, is what you're saying. There was a look of creeping comprehension across her natural face, its sharp angles and gray eyes so reminiscent of the face he saw in the mirror every morning. You've made mistakes, but so have I. Sirius said firmly. I shouldn't have indulged your pursuit of Remus. I found it funny, thought you'd make a good couple in the abstract, and figured there'd be no trouble within the house if there was flirtation and a bit of a dalliance, which he'd been wrong about given the frosty atmosphere of the past month. But I gave it no more serious thought than that, when really I should have thought about the bigger picture and stepped in. Remus thought about the bigger picture. Tonks said miserably. She hunched forward again. I am an idiot. I pushed him into this, and now there's a baby, and he doesn't even want to talk to me. Her voice went thick with tears. Sirius pulled her into a hug and roughly rubbed her back. Hey, it's going to be okay. He gave her a squeeze as she sniffed audibly. Remus is one of the good guys, you know. I know. Tonks said. That's why I like him. Sirius conjured up a handkerchief and offered to her. She took it and blew her nose loudly. What happens now? Tonks asked, sounding utterly depressed. Right, said Sirius. I'm going to go and talk with Remus. You can stay here and have a mug of hot chocolate. It'll make you feel better. And after Remus and I are done talking, the three of us are going to work out what to do next. He patted her on the back and disentangled himself from her. He walked over to his study and, taking a moment to breathe in deeply and center himself, opened the door and entered. Remus sat in the chair by the fire, head in his hands. Sirius sighed and made his way over, sitting on the edge of the sofa. Remus dropped his hands and raised his eyes to examine Sirius's face searchingly. Is she really? Yes. Sirius said simply. I'll resign immediately, of course, and... Oh, will you stop doing that every time something goes wrong? Sirius said snappishly. You're not resigning. Remus gave a shaky laugh that bordered on the hysterical. I just knocked up an unmarried daughter of the house I serve. Sirius, if that's not a reason to demand I resign. She admits it was mostly her idea. Sirius said, exasperated. And I can well believe it, since she caught you at a vulnerable time. I didn't exactly say no. Remus said, his face turning a violent red, and didn't remember a contraception charm either. Sirius said dryly, Bloody Merlin's balls, Mooney. After the whole talk we did with Harry, how could you just forget? Remus dropped his eyes, shamefaced. I'll marry her, of course. Do you want to marry her? Asked Sirius bluntly. Because I've never had the impression that you were that keen on pursuing something with her despite her interest. Remus stiffened and nodded jerkily. I can see why you have that impression, but... He motioned towards the study door, and the woman on the other side. That night, before, we discussed my concerns, and she had an answer for every one of them. And I do like her. She's smart and funny, and she accepts me. I still don't think I'm good enough for her, but I do care about her, Padfoot. Sirius believed him. Remus had never been the type to sleep with someone without genuine feelings being involved. And the baby? Questioned Sirius soberly. Are you prepared for fatherhood? Is it something you've even thought about? Remus shook his head, as Sirius knew he would. You know, I've never considered it with my lycanthropy. He frowned heavily. What do I know about being a dad? You don't do badly with Harry. Sirius pointed out. In fact, most of the time he thought Remus did better with Harry than he did. It's not the same, Remus said, hysteria edging into his voice. You're responsible for Harry, not me, and I don't know how to be a dad. And I'll tell you what I told James when he fell through the flue half-pissed on fire whiskey, and saying the same thing. You do know, you had a great dad, unlike Sirius, and you're not alone. You have us, me, and Harry to help, and you have, well, Tonks will be around as Mum even if you two don't make it as a couple. I'm not even sure the pregnancy is medically sound, Sirius. I could have transmitted my lycanthropy to the fetus, and it was a valid concern. Sirius sighed. Come on. He got to his feet. I don't want to leave Tonks alone for too long. She was pretty upset, especially once I shoved the wider political implications of you two being in a relationship right now down her throat. Remus paled again, but obediently followed Sirius back into the main living area. Tonks got to her feet as they approached, her natural silver gaze on Remus, Sirius's conjured handkerchief still clutched in one hand. I'm really sorry, Remus. This is all my fault, and Remus took a couple of quick steps to her side and reached for her free hand. He picked it up and held it gently. It takes two to duel, as they say, Dora, and you were right before. I was being childish, and I'm sorry I wouldn't listen to you. Good, Sirius said, feeling a rush of relief as the two of them smiled shyly at each other. Maybe the two of them together wouldn't be a complete disaster. Now you've apologized and you're talking to each other again. I suggest a visit to Madame Pomfrey to get it confirmed officially and to allay any concerns regarding the effect of the lycanthropy on the newest member of the Black family. Then you can both sit down and work out what you want to do and how you suggest we handle this publicly. Tonks stared at him. You want us to decide? Sirius smiled at her. I might be your head of house, but I do remember making your mother a promise that you would decide who you'd marry. He gestured at their clasped hands. Your lives, your baby, you get to make some decisions. Two things. One, I won't be disowning you or firing Remus. Two, I need you to consider in making your decisions the potential impact on the house's reputation. I think it goes without saying that I'm not going to be happy if your decision publicly embarrasses us and trashes Harry's political agenda. Remus squeezed Tonks' hand and nodded. We understand, Sirius. Do you have any suggestions? I'm not keen on rushing either of you down the aisle at one point just because of a baby, Sirius commented. On the other hand, I'd like to mitigate the scandal as much as possible. He sighed. You might want to consider leaving Britain and moving to the sanctuary for a while, the two of you. It'd keep you out of the public eye and provide a measure of safety since Greyback's still after Remus, and if he gets wind of a child. Remus blanched, and Tonks looked more serious than he'd ever seen her. Now, shoo. Sirius made wafting gestures towards the door. Go get checked out. Go home and discuss everything. Come back after dinner, and let me know what you've decided. He waited until they'd left before he made his own way out, easily navigating Hogwarts to the 7th floor corridor, housing the lost and found room. Sirius stepped inside and almost barreled straight into Caro. Sorry. Caro grinned and winked. Not a problem, Sirius. The pleasure would have been all mine. Sirius flirted, enjoying Caro's lightheartedness after the situation with Remus and Tonks. Oh, I'm sure that's not true. Caro blatantly looked him over. Sirius gave a bark of laughter. You, he wagged his finger at her, are going to get me into trouble. She gets me in enough of it. Bill's amused voice had them both turning to see him levitating another dozen broomsticks to the front of the room. He placed them on a wooden platform, and they disappeared. Amazing contraption. Sirius commented. It transports it all straight into a Gringotts vault. Bill smiled. It makes getting the treasure out of inaccessible places a lot quicker. All I can say is thank Merlin we have some way of clearing this place. Caro commented. Croker's down that aisle there. He found some old books and got distracted. She pointed to the furthermost row. Sirius gave her a mock salute and went to find the head of the DOM. Bertie had found an old leather chair and had made himself comfortable reading a huge book with beautifully painted letters on parchment etched in gold. He didn't look up as Sirius approached, his attention completely subsumed by his find. Interesting book? Asked Sirius dryly. Bertie hummed. It took another moment before he jerked his head upwards, blinking wildly as he suddenly mentally made the connection between the question and Sirius's presence. Sirius, I see you found something, Sirius said, staring at the book dubiously. One of the first potion books written by Slytherin. Bertie shook his head. It's remarkable. What was it doing in here? Asked Sirius, glancing around the still never-ending piles of stuff around them. This item I rather suspect was hidden away by Riddle. Bertie murmured. I suspect its original home was the Chamber of Secrets. That would make sense. Sirius commented. He motioned down the aisle. Any luck with the diadem, then? It's not in this vicinity. Bertie said with a sigh, closing the book. We have an accurate picture of the diadem. It is just a matter of locating it. He can't have come too far into the lost and found room. Sirius said. Whether he stowed it on the way in or the way out, he was pressed for time. Indeed, although I suspect he cast something stronger than a notice-me-not charm, so people wouldn't take note of it. Bertie said. And by the way, the elves have told me off. Apparently this room is designated as the come-and-go room or the room of hidden things depending on which elf you speak to. Sirius waved away the discussion on the room name. Perhaps Voldemort cast something that means the searchers get distracted by other interesting finds. He suggested good-humoredly, pointing back at the book Bertie still held. Bertie grinned back at him. Perhaps. Even so, I have hopes it'll be found this side of Easter with the system Caro has devised. He smiled. Albus might want to argue for Caro, and Bill's staying on and clearing the room completely. There are some valuable finds here, both historical, sentimental, and monetary. Some of the latter might very well help the Hogwarts budget. Sirius nodded his agreement. Once we have the diadem, there's only the snake. And Voldemort himself. Bertie said grimly. We are going to have to start thinking of strategies to trap him and turn the tables once and for all. We haven't made too much progress on the whole power he knows not thing. Sirius sighed. I would really like to make the acquaintance of Avila, who can introduce me to Lumiere's descendant, so I can try for the original story of the Hallows. You know, it may not even be that. Bertie pointed out, crisply. There's time, yet. Well, I'll leave you to it. I just came to see how it was going. Sirius said. I should get back. I'm expecting Harry home for dinner. How's he getting on? Bertie asked with genuine interest. Good. Sirius said with a fair amount of pride. He's mastering magic above his year on a daily basis. His theory knowledge is still an issue, but he's keeping pace with his year mates. Once we get this whole Voldemort thing out of the way, he might be able to sit OWLs in the core wand subjects by Christmas. He was suddenly eager to get back to his suite of rooms and his son. Bertie waved him away with a knowing look. Sirius changed back into Padfoot on the way back, happily scampering through the corridors and up the stairs in his grim form, and ignoring the occasional shriek of a student. Dobby greeted him as he walked back in the doors. Master Harry Potter being upstairs. Sirius thanked the elf and bounded up to greet Harry, a little surprised that he was alone since there was still some time before dinner. He found Harry sat on the window seat staring out into the darkening sky. He shifted his legs so Sirius could join him on the same seat. It was clear from the frown lines creasing Harry's brow and the pensive expression pinching his face into tense angles that there was something bothering Harry. Sirius hoped it wasn't girl trouble again. He'd been more than thankful when Harry and Hermione had made up, and he'd had enough drama after the shenanigans with Remus and Tonks. "You want to talk about it?" prodded Sirius gently, nudging Harry's knee with his own. Harry nudged back and turned his gaze to meet Sirius's. "Ron can't sustain the bubblehead charm. It's a tricky one." Sirius agreed. "I'm pants at it myself. If it is Ron who gets chosen for the second task." Harry trailed off, worry shining from his green eyes as he bit down on his bottom lip. "Out at the lake there was this moment where I thought it would be better if it was Hermione or Neville, because then at least I know they can do the charm and be fine, which is mental. I shouldn't even be thinking that." Sirius hummed. "There was a time in our 5th year when the Marauders got caught out in the grounds by a pack of 7th-year Slytherins. One of them went to use Crucio on your dad, and Remus pushed him out the way and took the curse. After, I was pleased it was Remus and not your dad, because Remus knows pain and can take it, whereas your dad was innocent that way right then. No one had ever tortured him with pain before. Of course I felt rightly bad about thinking it was better that it was Remus, so I know how you feel." Harry's tension had eased with the story, and he sighed. "It's a bit ironic, isn't it? I mean, a month ago I was dreading Hermione being part of the task, and now I'm thinking better her than Ron. You know, she's a better witch than he is a wizard. You know, she's going to be more prepared and have more in her arsenal to help her deal with the unexpected." Sirius shrugged. "Ron's a good mate, surprisingly excellent at strategy, and always willing to throw himself into a challenge, but he's lacking in her smarts and her power. I think you should want the person best qualified to survive be the one picked, and not the one who is more likely to struggle." He pushed Harry's knee again. "The trick is not to feel guilty for the thought when it's not your fault that either of them might be picked." Harry sighed, but he nodded, his messy black hair bobbing up and down. "I just wish I knew more about what they were building on the lake." Sirius nodded. The attempts to find out what was being done by the lake hadn't been that successful. Despite animals being able to see through the illusion, an animagus could not. A casual approach to the merfolk had also been turned down. Harry gestured at Sirius. "How was your day? Did it go okay at the Wisengamot?" Sirius made a show of pulling a face. "I complained to Richard that taking over the world was boring." Harry chuckled. "Well, it's good it's settling down now, though." "You're right," Sirius conceded cheerfully, "and I have to admit a session without the family totems showing up unexpectedly and criminal confessions was slightly more relaxing. The most excitement we had was Griselda threatening to strangle Albus with his beard." "What did he do?" Harry asked, amused. "Complained again about the House of Potter, holding the Wenlock proxy." Sirius said, unconcerned. Albus's disapproval didn't matter to him. "I think Griselda and Tiberius are planning on calling him out one of these days." He shifted, poking Harry in the knee with a finger. "The more exciting drama happened after I came home." He proceeded to fill Harry in on what had happened with Remus and Tonks. "She's pregnant." Harry was wide-eyed, his mouth falling slightly open before he snapped it shut again. "But you and Remus lectured Nev and me for hours." "It wasn't hours," Sirius said defensively before sighing, "and you have a point. He wasn't responsible, and now you're going to get a real-life lesson about living with the consequences. I've already told Remus that I don't approve of his teaching technique." "Are they going to get married?" asked Harry, contemplating the issue. "Probably." Sirius expected that they would. He understood from conversations he'd had with Hermione's parents, among others, that single parenthood and unwed pregnancy was losing the stigma it had once had in the Muggle world. The wizarding world was still fairly old-fashioned in its mores, though, and while Sirius wasn't going to force his oldest friend and his cousin down the aisle, he expected a backlash if they didn't wed. Stacy, Pocus Dudley's friend's sister, she had to when she got knocked up. Harry mused out loud. Aunt Petunia called it a shotgun wedding. We usually call them wand marriages, Sirius said, because they take place with the groom held at wand point by the father of the bride. It was a huge scandal on Privet Drive, kept the neighbors talking for months. Harry said, It will be. Sirius confirmed. But we'll just have to weather it. He hoped the pair would take his advice and go abroad. It was an old-fashioned solution to the problem he remembered talk of the head girl Justine Markby, leaving Hogwarts suddenly to go to France back when he was a third year. He'd ran into her a few years later in Diagon Alley, and she'd had an adorable child attached to her hip. It had been fairly easy to put two and two together. Well, we can let Moony and Tonks know they've got us, can't we? Harry said firmly. You said they're coming back after dinner? Sirius nodded and smiled proudly at Harry. You're a good man, Harry, a good friend. Both Moony and Tonks are lucky to have you. Harry colored a touch at the praise, but he poked Sirius back. Dinner. Before Sirius could reply, his stomach growled loudly, and both Harry and Sirius laughed as they clambered off the window seat. Come on then, Padfoot, Harry said brightly. Let's get you fed. Sirius slung an arm around Harry's shoulder in happy camaraderie. Hey, I'll have you know I deserve a feast. I've had a very hard day. Pronglet Fights Back, Chapter 5. February 24th, 1995. Dear Harry, Remus is going to miracall you later to say good luck, but my mum always sent me a letter when I was at Hogwarts, and I thought I'd do the same. As Remus has probably told you, life at Black Farm, aka the Potter Black Werewolf Sanctuary, is settling back down after our arrival. I guess our turning up as a couple, and with me up the spout, really was like a boulder being tossed into a pond. All the pack have pretty much accepted me now, and I've heard no grumblings for over a week, not even from Sion. Clara is fantastic. She and I have just clicked. We're best buds, and she's appointed me as a teacher in the school they've set up here. It's mostly basic charms and transfiguration, but it's keeping me busy. Patrick, Remus's beta, is also a good laugh. He reminds me a bit of the Weasley twins. He's quite mischievous, but very likable. We're conspiring to cheer the place up a bit and ensure there's some fun every day. The entire pack and Gregor's pack have gone crazy about the baby anyway. I've had to threaten hexing anyone who dares to refer to the kid as a cub, but that's really what the pack considers the Sprog. Martha, Gregor's wife, has started knitting up a storm, which is good, as neither Mum nor I can knit to save our lives. Dad tells me Mum is still cross with me, but will have come round by the wedding at Easter. Speaking of the wedding, I've got to tell you this. We had the Minister of Bulgaria over for tea the other night, apparently Bogdan, and Remus get on like a house on fire, and Remus asked him if he knew of anybody willing to officiate. And the next thing I know, Bogdan himself is saying he'll do the honors. Remus has had to allow Gregor to make some kind of speech, otherwise there'd be hurt feelings, what with Gregor being the alpha wolf in these parts, apart from Remus himself. I really love Bogdan and his wife Hilda. They're really lovely. Hilda even told me that in old alliance relationships here, it was traditional for the woman to prove her fertility before the union was given the official seal of approval with a marriage, and so nobody'll blink an eye around these parts at my walking up the aisle with a bump. And I have an open offer of a room at their estate every full moon, which has relieved Remus, I think, since he was nervous of me about on the grounds of the farm, even as protected as I would have been. Well, that's my news exhausted for now. Sorry for rambling on. Hope it all goes well with the second task. I'm sure you're going to knock. Am dead. And really, really, really sorry again, Harry, that we can't be there to cheer you on in person. Keep your head above water if you can, and in a bubble head, if not. Tonks XX. Harry set the letter aside on his desk and stroked Hedwig's feathers as she nuzzled into his hand. He missed Tonks and Remus, although, if he was honest, he missed Remus more. He'd gotten used to the older man being there, and there was a definite moony-shaped hole in his and Sirius's everyday life. It was weird coming back from classes and not seeing Remus in Sirius's study discussing something to do with the estates or with the alliance or the tournament plan, or just musings in general. While Remus hadn't joined them for every meal, his absence was even more noticeable at the dining table, especially at the family meals. But the main problem with Remus being gone was that his absence meant that Sirius was lonely. It was obvious to all that Padfoot missed Moony despite the daily mirror calls between the two. He heaved a sigh and pushed his chair back from his desk. Hedwig had arrived early that morning, and there was still a couple of hours to go before he was expected to head down to the lake for the beginning of the second task. He opened his door and stopped short at the sight of the black Grim curled up on the landing, snoring. Harry's lips twitched even as a flood of affection swamped him. Sometimes he wondered which of them worried more about the tournament, him or Padfoot. Probably Padfoot, Harry determined. He stepped over the Grim and happily entered the bathroom first. He missed Griffin House and their individual bathrooms more than he had ever thought he would. Not that he minded sharing with Sirius, but Merlin knew that Sirius could take forever in a morning. After making use of the facilities, Harry tapped the shower with his wand, and a waterfall of water at exactly the right temperature rained down on him. He tilted his face up to the water and let it course over him for a long moment before he set about the actual task of washing his hair and body. He muttered over his favorite shower gel depleting again due to Sirius's liberal use. It would be good to visit the farm at Easter. He mused, not only for the wedding, which in truth he wasn't looking forward to attending much, but to see the sanctuary and to meet Remus's pack. It would also be his first holiday anywhere in Europe, and he was keen to see how Bulgarian wizarding society differed from British. Victor had offered to show him the Bulgarian Quidditch headquarters and stadium, which he was really looking forward to seeing. Sirius had also mentioned that they might pop to another couple of countries during the holiday and spend the entire break abroad rather than at home in England. Harry figured it was Sirius's way of providing him with an incentive to look beyond the second task. Doing a final rinse, he shook himself lightly and tapped the shower to shut it off again. He grabbed hold of one of the big fluffy robes and went over to the sink and mirror. "You're looking pale this morning." The mirror sked loudly. Harry grimaced. He brushed his fingers along his jawline and did the shaving charm Sirius had taught him to remove any hint of bristles. He still didn't need to shave often, but it was good to know he was developing in the right direction. He dried his hair and tried to style it before giving up on it. When he reopened the bathroom door, Padfoot was missing from the landing, and Harry figured Sirius had woken with the noise of the shower. "Bathroom's free," he called out loudly before diving into his own room to pull on a robe for breakfast. He skipped down the stairs and settled himself at the table. Dobby immediately popped in and put down a large bowl of porridge with berries thick in their syrup. Harry's mouth pouted, as he'd been planning on plain toast, but Dobby looked at him sternly. Master's Paddy best telling Dobby, "You's be needing the energy in the cold water." Yeah, he wasn't getting out of the porridge. He picked up his spoon dutifully and began eating. It was a stunningly good porridge, creamy and warm, and with just a hint of ginger and cinnamon. He pulled over the Prophet and pushed it away when he realized the front page was dedicated to excitement about the task that day. Sirius's footsteps on the stairs had him lifting his gaze from his bowl momentarily. "Morning." "Morning, Pronglet." Sirius presented a hand mirror, with a flourish. For you. Harry took it eagerly and smiled widely at the sight of Moony. Morning, Remus. Tonks said you'd be calling in her letter. I'm glad it reached you, all right. Remus said, his face blurring for a moment as the mirror stabilized. She was worried. She said the Bulgarian minister is going to officiate your wedding. Harry commented. Across the table, Sirius choked on his coffee. Bogdan has offered, and we've graciously accepted. Remus confirmed. Gregor will play master of ceremonies. Padfoot will be best man, and you'll be a groomsman along with Patrick. He paused. It was supposed to be a small affair. He sounded somewhat bewildered. Sirius grabbed the prophet and gave a snort of disgust. Remus cleared his throat. Anyway, I called about you, not about me. Are you all prepared for today? Harry nodded. I'm just waiting to see who is picked as my hostage. Apparently there's going to be some kind of ceremony to begin the task, and we all think that's when the goblet will choose them. I know you, and whoever is chosen will do their best. Remus said calmly. Just remember that Voldemort is bound to have stacked the deck somehow, like he did with the Horntail. It's not going to be over until you're back inside the castle. I'll remember. Remus's expression turned sad. I'm so sorry I can't be with you. It's okay, Harry assured him. No, it's not, Remus contradicted him. But Tonks and I need to stay out the public eye right now until we're respectable, so it can't be helped. I expect to hear all about it right after it's over, though. I'll mirror call you afterwards. Harry promised. Stay safe, Snitch. And with that the mirror went dark. Harry handed it back to Sirius, who placed it down on the table gently. Harry went back to his porridge and wasn't surprised when the empty bowl was replaced by a plate of waffles, crispy bacon, and maple syrup. He made a good attempt, but couldn't stomach anything more than a few bites. He pushed his plate away. Sirius discarded the prophet, sipped his cup of coffee, and regarded Harry over the rim of the cup. How are you holding up? Harry shrugged. I'll be glad when it's all over. He fingered the cutlery lightly. Did you see the prophet? Rita's not been kind to Diggory. Sirius agreed. She can be a total bitch. Hopefully Cedric will be able to ignore it all. Harry knew the bad publicity surrounding his father had distracted Cedric in his preparations through scuttlebutt in the Hogwarts corridors. He just hoped it hadn't distracted the Hufflepuff too much. I'd best get ready. Harry allowed morosely. Sirius nodded tensely, and Harry wished again that Remus wasn't abroad, if only so Sirius would have someone to lean on. He headed back up, paid another visit to the bathroom, since his task outfit was going to make any further visits difficult, and went back into his room where Dobby had laid out the clothes. The first item was a thermal undersuit made of leggings and t-shirt, followed by a muggle dry suit used for cold water diving, which had been modified by magic to be as thin and as light as it could possibly be. He was assured that all the Alliance would be wearing something similar on the off chance that they could be chosen as his hostage. It was a bit of a struggle to get into the garment, but Dobby helpfully popped in to help zip him up. Harry completed the outfit with a woolly hat, gloves, and heavy winter cloak that covered him neck to toe. He shoved his feet into footwear made of the same materials as the diving suit, but with a pliable rubber sole. All the outerwear had been bespelled with inbuilt warming charms and staved off the cold. He made his way back downstairs and wasn't too surprised to find Andy and Ted waiting for him along with Sirius. Sissy sends on her and her family's well wishes, Andy said as she greeted him with a hug. They wanted to get a good seat. Shall we? Harry gently let himself be led out. Andy kept up a stream of light conversation, which never touched upon Tonks, Remus, and the baby, or anything to do with the task. It wasn't too long before they got to the edge of the lake. Champions over here, please. Bagman yelled jovially. Sirius was the last to hug him. Good luck, Pronglet. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, too choked up to reply. His nerves had his belly churning, and he regretted the porridge. He should have stuck with toast. He yanked his mind off his nausea and took the opportunity to look around him. Finally, almost the entire lake had been edged with stands, and they were filled to the brim with spectators. The Durmstrang ship had been moved to the far side of the lake out of the way, and visitors for Durmstrang were housed on its deck. The lakeside closest to the castle had been transformed with a massive landing platform jutting out across the lake. The judge's desk sat to one side with the goblet upon it, a VIP section to the other. Out in the center of the lake, there appeared to be a floating wooden cabin. Bagman waved Harry forward and lined him up next to a white-faced Cedric, whose eyes were pinned on the champion's box, which was right next to the landing platform. Harry glanced over and saw Amos Diggory sat next to his wife. "It's good to see your dad, looking better and out and about again, Cedric." Cedric relaxed a touch. "Thanks, Harry." Fleur shivered. "Will they not get on with E.T.?" Victor nodded his grim agreement. It took another 10 minutes, though, with the judges taking their seats before Bagman finally performed the sonorous spell to make himself heard. "Good morning, distinguished guests, professors, students, and, of course, our 4 champions." Bagman began. There was a loud cheer. "Now, some housekeeping before we start. Today's task is going to take place in and upon this fine body of water in the construction you see in the center and a matching one underneath. A magical barrier has been placed around the stands to prevent any spectators from interfering. However, as we are aware, it is difficult to see what is going on. Events within the structures will be projected above the lake in the same manner as some of the more expensive memory pensives, although unfortunately we haven't been able to get the audio to work." There was another roar from the crowd. Harry wondered whether seeing what was happening was going to make it better or worse for Sirius. "Right, now to business," Bagman said. "The task today involves each champion rescuing a hostage, more specifically the one who they have thought of most between Yule and the second task. Who this hostage will be has to be determined by the goblet itself. Once they have been chosen, the goblet's magic will transport them into the task." He whirled around to the judge's table and smiled widely and falsely at Madame Maxime. "Perhaps it should be ladies first?" "In that case, it should be Karkaroff," Victor muttered under his breath. The champions exchanged amused looks. "My dear headmistress, if you'd be so kind to tap your wand against the goblet, it will display the name of the hostage for your champion in flame." Bagman continued cheerfully. The headmistress followed the instructions. The goblet surged to life, and bright blue flames erupted into the sky. They danced for a moment before spreading out and forming letters Gabrielle Delacour. "Non," Fleur said hysterically. "Non, ma petite sœur." But it was too late. There was a shriek from the champion's box, and the magical projection shot into being in the center of the lake, showing a bewildered miniature Fleur arriving into a room where a brief glance at the windows, with fish swimming beyond the panes of glass, clearly showed it was on the bottom of the lake. Harry frowned as he tried to ignore Fleur's panic. He tried to memorize the projection, the shape and size of the room, the details he could see. Headmaster Karkaroff. Bagman's smile had dimmed after the revelation of the Bosbaten's hostage. "Please do the honors." Karkaroff immediately tapped the goblet, and it flared to life once more. The flames were purple, but they immediately formed a name, Natalie Warren. Harry's eyes shot to Victor's stony visage as the name of the Hogwarts head girl blazed, and the magic took her into the room. Fleur settled as the projection showed Natalie immediately moving to calm a visibly crying Gabrielle. "I am courting Miss Varon," Victor said quietly, providing an explanation. Cedric grimaced and tensed. "I think I know who my hostage is likely to be." Harry nodded in agreement. "Mine too," he muttered. Dumbledore tapped the goblet, and because he represented both Harry and Cedric, he called out Cedric's name clearly. A brilliant yellow flame shot into the air and slowly transformed into words. Susan Bones. Cedric went bright red. Cho is going to kill me. He hissed. I mean, Sue's been great about my dad and spending time letting me rant at her, but I didn't realize I was thinking about her that much. Harry could only nod dumbly. His attention was back on the goblet. His flame was a brilliant red, which immediately turned into Hermione Granger. It took less than a second for her to join the others in the underwater room. He wasn't surprised when he saw her immediately take control and start to organize the others. He smiled ruefully. That was his Hermione. Mon Dieu, she speaks French. Fleur babbled, relieved at the sight of Gabrielle's face brightening as Hermione crouched down and talked with her. Yes, she loves France. She and her parents often holiday there. Harry said. Bagman cleared his throat and wrenched his eyes away from the projection where Hermione, Susan, and Natalie had all discarded their outerwear to reveal the form-fitting dry suits. The sight of the three witches had many young wizards in the crowd, wolf whistling and shouting appreciation. Harry decided the best thing to do was reveal his own matching outfit, so he removed his own outerwear without any fanfare. The realization that the Potter Alliance had planned together, and planned well settled on the crowd. Bagman jumped into the hushed silence. Right. The rules of this task are fairly simple. Each champion must exchange places with one of their opponent's hostages by performing a task within the uppermost structure. As soon as the first champion is exchanged, the underwater room will begin to fill with water. If a champion decides to leave the underwater room ahead of the other champions, they will flood the room and face an underwater obstacle path back to this landing deck, whereupon standing safely upon it, their hostage will be magically transported to them, and the other champions will be deemed to have lost and the hostages, eliminated from the competition. Well, that didn't sound ominous, Harry thought grimly. Knowing Voldemort, elimination was probably something permanent. Bagman hurried on. If the champions leave the room together, they will need to be back here within an hour for all their hostages to be deemed safe and transported here. Any questions? Do the hostages know what's involved? Asked Cedric, preempting both Harry and Victor. Fleur's attention was pinned to the projection, where the three older girls had transfigured her sisters' clothing into something close to the suits they wore. Yes, there is a copy pinned to the wall in both rooms, Bagman assured them. If you're ready? The champions all nodded. Bagman waved his wand at the goblet, and a rush of sparkles gushed forth. We begin. A surge of gold rushed around the champions, obscuring them, and Harry felt the world melt away as the magic took him away. Hermione smiled reassuringly at Gabrielle, who was now decked out in a dry suit that would keep her warm and would assist her buoyancy if they went underwater. You look very beautiful, she said in French. But of course. Gabrielle agreed with a Gallic shrug. Hermione bit her lip to stop herself from laughing. A moment, please, Gabrielle. The others, and I need to confirm what we are doing here and how our champions are going to rescue us. Gabrielle nodded, but she slid her hand into Hermione's. Hermione led them over to the wall where Susan and Natalie were already considering the task description. Right, Natalie said briskly. We're in the structure below. They're in an identical structure above. She pointed with her wand at the diagram. They'll get a clue and instructions which will give them the information they need to proceed. There are 4 spells. A champion must cast a spell upon another champion. Each spell will handicap that champion to some degree, but the Hex champion is exchanged with a hostage. She frowned. No statement that they're exchanged with their own hostage, though. It's possible each spell would be linked to a specific hostage, though. Hermione mused out loud. Cast the one that makes you vomit slugs, for instance, and be exchanged with me. Or cast the one that makes your skin purple and be exchanged with Sue. Somehow, I don't think these spells are going to be that benign. Sue pointed out. There's nothing to say either way, but this part of the task is clearly designed to encourage the champions into hexing each other in order to get their hostages exchanged. Natalie said crisply, "Are we certain that they'll work together? Unless one of them panics." Hermione confirmed with a nod. Theo had done a really excellent job at ensuring information was passed in a way that didn't contravene the instruction for the champions not to collaborate in preparing for the task. Right then, Natalie continued. So, we expect them to work out a way for them all to get down here. As soon as the first hostage is exchanged, this place will start to fill up with water. She glanced down at the young French girl. Hopefully they'll take her topside first. Hermione translated the discussion to Gabrielle, who unsurprisingly looked fearful about what would happen if she was in the room when it filled with water. "Do not worry, I can cast a bubblehead charm on you to make sure you breathe." Hermione reassured her. "Let's hope they take me next, because I'm pants at the bubblehead." Sue commented with dismay. "Didn't you bring the backup gillyweed?" Natalie asked. Sue shook her head despondently. "I didn't think I'd get picked. I mean, I was so far down the list for Harry, and I never considered." She colored profusely. She grimaced. "Forget this task. Cho is going to kill me." Natalie and Hermione exchanged a semi-amused look. "Let's worry about that once we're out of this," Natalie said firmly. "Harry knows about your problem with the charm." Hermione reminded Sue. "I'm sure he'll make sure you get exchanged second. And either Hermione or I can cast it on you if you are stuck down here for a while," Natalie said. She turned back to the wall. "If a champion leaves before all of the hostages are exchanged, this room floods, and there's an obstacle course back to the landing deck. Let's assume that's not going to happen. So once all the champions leave, they need to reach the landing deck within the hour of the task, starting to trigger the magic that takes us from the room above back to the deck." She nodded. "All fairly straightforward. We should be on our guard, though," Hermione pointed out. "The last task was sabotaged, and we don't know how else this one might be." "True." Natalie twirled her wand. "Right. Wands out then." Sue nodded grimly. "And we protect the little one." "Agreed." Hermione turned back to Gabrielle and translated the discussion again, finishing with their promise to look after Gabrielle until she could be returned safely to her sister. They just finished when Victor popped in, and in a swirl of blue flames, Gabrielle disappeared. Harry had landed in the task room and had been relieved to see he wasn't the only one who had stumbled. They had quickly agreed to working together and saving everybody. Harry still hadn't acknowledged that he had taken charge, with no conscious thought about doing so, nor that the others had let him despite him being the youngest. Having reviewed the instructions, it had been simple enough to find a clue under the statue of 4 monkeys. "Speak no evil" brings the oldest monkey. "See no evil" brings the smartest. "Hear no evil" brings the youngest monkey. "Think no evil" brings the kindest. A list of associated hexes had been showed up on the wall as soon as they spoke the clue out loud. Having established which hostage was linked with each hex, they'd all agreed on the disability that they could each cope with best. With Victor hexed and gone, he and Cedric swapped relieved smiles at the sight of Fleur hugging Gabrielle and reassuring her in a torrent of French. Cedric coughed. "Apologies," he said in slow, accented French. "We need to continue the exchange, or we will run out of time." He pointed at a conjured alarm clock that Victor had conjured up. "Okay," Harry said. "So it looks like we were right about the hexes and how they're linked with the hostages. Victor should be deaf now. That got us Gabrielle. We need to get Sue, which means you're next, Cedric, since you're the one who can deal best with the happy hex. And we think she's the kindest. Monkey. You mean I'm the only one who can't do blind, deaf, or muteness? Cedric grimaced. Okay, let's get on with it. He grimaced. Can you let Sue know I'm sorry about this? Harry nodded quickly, too aware that they were running out of time. He braced himself and performed the happy hex, otherwise known as the Fool's Curse. Until Cedric received the counter hex, nothing would faze him. A poisonous snake would be treated as his best friend, a sharp knife like a favorite teddy bear. It was a dangerous state of being, and Cedric was going to have to rely on the rest of the champions keeping him from putting himself in danger. As soon as the hex hit, Cedric popped away, and there was a rush of yellow flames as Susan appeared. Harry! Sue hurried over, leaving wet footprints on the wooden floor, and Harry hugged her briefly. You okay? He asked, urgency creeping into his tone. Sue nodded, rubbing her upper arms briskly to keep warm. He fired a warming charm at her, and she smiled back appreciatively. Cedric said sorry. Harry murmured. Sue blushed. It's not his fault. Harry simply nodded back in absent agreement. Fleur and I have to get on with this. Don't worry, Sue said firmly. All of us hostages know the score. We'll take care of each other. Thank you. Fleur led her sister over to them. She crouched in front of her sister and said something in a stream of French which sounded reassuring and comforting. She wiped away Gabrielle's tears and nudged her sister over to Susan. Please look after her. Sue wrapped an arm around the youngest hostage and nodded. We will. Harry and Fleur stepped away, so they were both clear of the other two. Neither wanted to hit one of the hostages by accident. We'll cast together on the count of 3. Harry said, struggling to keep his tone calm as his nerves shot up. In a moment he'd be mute and Fleur would be blind. He pointed his wand. 1, 2, 3. Spells of lilac and pink snapped through the air and landed with precision. For the second time that day, Harry felt his world disappear. Hermione sighed with disappointment as the red flames cleared, and she found herself in the uppermost room with the other hostages. She had been up to her waist in water in the room below, and it dripped down on the floor where she stood. She quickly did a drying charm and shivered. She'd hoped that she and Harry would be able to spend a few moments together, but because she had guessed that the final 2 champions would have to hex each other at the same time, she'd known it was unlikely. She gazed out of the small windows at the blue sky. A small hand crept into hers. She turned and smiled at Gabrielle. Okay. My sister is very brave, and she will rescue us all. Gabrielle replied with a certainty only youth could provide. Certainly. Hermione agreed, lightly, glad that Gabrielle at least had had the opportunity to be reassured by her champion. She repressed another sigh and looked at the concerned faces of her fellow Hogwarts students. I guess now we wait. Well, this just sucks monkey balls. Natalie said bluntly. Are we just supposed to sit here, like helpless idiots waiting for them to rescue us? What are you suggesting? Asked Hermione, suspecting she already knew. They should all be swimming now for the deck, right? And no one on the outside of the magical barriers surrounding the lake can help them. Natalie waved a hand around the room. We're on the inside, but we're locked in. Sue protested. So let's find a way out. Hermione countered, seeing where the head girl was going immediately. Professor Moody did say in his lesson on being in a hostage situation that if you are left alone, it's only sensible to check your environment thoroughly and ensure that there's no way to escape. And if we can leave the room, like Natalie says, we can provide Harry and the others with support in the lake. And no, they're all going to be swimming with a handicap. So it'll be much harder for them, and we can make sure that we're free in case of any sabotage. Sue's face settled into determined lines that reminded Hermione of the director of the DMLE. "I'm in." Her eyes suddenly narrowed on Hermione. "What?" Hermione asked nervously. Sue reached out and grabbed something in Hermione's hair, tugging at it slightly and making Hermione wince. Sue immediately clapped her other hand over the one holding the something to keep it from escaping. "It's some kind of bug. Maybe I should just crush it, but let me see." Hermione asked. Sue carefully opened her hands just enough for Hermione and the others to peek inside. Hermione started grinning. "It's Luna's beetle. She's seen it a couple of times. It's a shame we haven't got something to put it in." Natalie looked around and picked up the figurine of the 4 monkeys. "I can use this." She transfigured it into a jar and pierced the lid with some breathing holes. Sue carefully transferred the beetle into it. "I'll hang on to it." "Thank you," Hermione said, grateful since Gabrielle was once again holding her hand and clutching onto her. Natalie grinned. "All right, now that's done. Let's start checking this place out for weak points." In the box, Alastair gave an amused snort, capturing Sirius's ear. "I'll have to give those girls some points. They're doing a good job. Damsels in distress, my arse." "Alastair," Andy complained half-heartedly. Sirius's attention wasn't following the girls, though. He was tracking the second projection, which was following the champions. His throat was too closed up with fear to speak. He was right at the front of the box, hanging onto the railing in front of him, so tightly he figured there would be dents in the metal when he let go. His son couldn't speak. Harry had been hit with a hex that took away his voice. Harry was good with nonverbal casting. Sirius reminded himself for the umpteenth time since the hex had been cast. Ever since Harry had learned it was very useful in a duel, he had focused on making himself good at silent casting. He'd even managed the complicated bubblehead charm non-verbally, which was horrendously difficult. Natalie had done the honors for Victor, who apparently was just as pants at the charm as Sirius himself was, and Cedric, who was absolutely loopy under the influence of the Fool's Curse before she'd been transported away. Ted breathed out heavily beside Sirius. "It's good to see they've employed a buddy system for the swim." Sirius nodded jerkily. Cedric had been teamed with Victor. The Durmstrang student had cast a translation spell which enabled Victor to see what Cedric spoke in Bulgarian, words appearing in the air above Cedric's head. The burly Quidditch player was able to keep Cedric in check, quickly pulling him back on track when Cedric's non-existent attention span had him distracted by something at the bottom of the lake. More importantly to him, Harry and Fleur had been teamed together. Harry had cast a spell which enabled him to act as Fleur's eyes, and they kept in sync with each other as they swam through the murky waters. Victor and Harry were using Quidditch hand signals to communicate. It was an excellent example of inter-school cooperation, and Sirius wondered vaguely how the judges were going to score it. A flash of something in the corner of the projection caught Sirius's eye, and he reared back. "Isn't that?" Andy gave a horrified cry at the sight of an attacking sea snake. "I thought the swim was supposed to be without obstacle if they went together." "It was," Alastair said grimly. "But looks like we've got another case of sabotage." Sirius swore under his breath, his eyes pinned to the sight of his son stopping and turning to meet the newest threat to his young life. Harry heard the snake before he saw it. "Tasty, tasty snacks." The sea snake sounded vaguely Scottish. He whirled around immediately, bringing his wand up. Fleur grabbed at him, horror written all over her face as she saw the threat through his eyes. Easily the same size as the basilisk he'd faced, the snake was a silvery gray. Its mouth was filled with 1,000,000 sharp-looking teeth, with black eyes dead and dull, razor-sharp fins covered its entire spine. Victor swam up beside Harry. He signaled a "what attack?" query, and Harry shook his head. He pointed at Cedric, who was clapping his hands with glee and cooing at the charging snake. Harry signaled for Victor to take both the other champions and to make a run for it. For a split second it looked as though Victor would argue, but he gave a sharp nod instead. He snagged Cedric, who had started toward the snake, with one hand, and Fleur with the other. Harry turned his attention to the snake, missing the moment where Victor directed Fleur onto his back and began swimming away. Instead, his attention was on the approaching monster. He swallowed hard, gripping his wand as he considered his options. He bet anything the snake's skin was magically resistant. The last time he'd had Fawkes, but a phoenix couldn't appear underwater. He could blind it, though. He cast quickly, sending the spell first into one eye, and then into the other. The snake thrashed wildly, an underwater ripple bombarding Harry and pushing him away momentarily. But Harry regained his position and swam against the push of the water. He wondered how he was going to finish the snake off as it readied itself to charge again. And suddenly there was a white mist between him and the snake. The form of a woman took shape, translucent and beautiful, ethereal with her old-fashioned robes, hair in ringlets that floated in the water, a warm and friendly smile. It wasn't Morgana, but someone who looked very like her. More importantly, she held out a real, gleaming silver sword with an ornate hilt. Harry took it from her with a nod of thanks and saw a flame of writing appear along its blade. "Take me up." The woman dissipated into nothingness, revealing an angry snake in the water behind where she'd manifested. Harry grasped the sword and dived out of the way as the snake made its first strike. Tail, he remembered frantically, and pushed himself upwards just before it could hit him. The snake circled him. "I can't see you, but I can taste you. Give up, little prey, and let me have you." Harry adjusted his position, grateful more than ever that Sirius had taught him not only to swim, but how to play pranks in the water. He maneuvered himself with slow movements, first one way, then the other. Slowly, carefully, the snake circled again, its tongue flickering out to taste the water, to scent Harry. Slowly, its left eye so close. An inch more, just a smidgen. Harry thrust the sword into the beast's eye and into its brain. It screamed and thrashed, tossing Harry away on a wave of water. Harry stabilized himself hurriedly, trying to prevent the sword from dragging him down. He looked back and saw a stream of blackish red mixing with the murky green of the lake water. A rush of nausea almost caught him, but he turned away and forced the snake from his mind. He was running out of time. He quickly got his bearings and struck out again for the landing deck. The sword seemed lighter somehow, and he swam holding it out in front of him, horizontally, as though it was a flotation device. It gave his legs a lot of power that way, and he could kick forcefully. He saw the bottom of the lake start to incline, and his feet suddenly connected with the rocky ground. He was pleased with his rubber boots that kept his feet protected as he got his footing and stood, striding the rest of the way through the shallows until a goofily beaming Cedric and a somber-looking Victor helped him up onto the landing deck, Fleur immediately moving to cover him with a warm towel. As one, they turned back to the upper structure and their hostages. The search of the room hadn't been fruitful. There was no visible door. Hermione had even tried the way to get into the room of requirement. It hadn't worked, and the windows were magically warded. Magic bounced off them, as they'd found the one time Natalie had tried shattering it. The glass was also unbreakable, as Hermione had discovered when she transfigured a shoe into a rock and tried to throw it through the pane. Eventually, with all their efforts exhausted, Natalie conjured up some string, and the three older girls tried to distract Gabrielle by playing an elaborate game of cat's cradle. Unfortunately, the room suddenly rocking violently as the usually tranquil lake turned as rough as the open sea, put paid to their attempt. Gabrielle screamed and threw herself at Hermione. It's all right, Gabrielle. Hermione hugged the little girl to her. The room floats and is very secure. We will be fine. What do you think caused that? Asked Natalie, shivering. For the first time since the task began, the head girl looked disconcerted. Maybe the squid, Sue offered, touching Natalie's arm gently to comfort the older girl. Right, Natalie nodded. I mean, there's no need to assume anything bad. How much time do you think we have left in here? Sue asked. Hermione brushed her hair away from her face and cast a tempest spell. It was just gone 9 o'clock. The task started at 8, so allowing for our selection and the task officially beginning, they all need to make it back by around 1:15, I think. The room rocked again, and Hermione tightened her grip on the little French girl. It was frightening, and she wished with all her heart that Harry could have been beside her. She would have been scared, she always was, but somehow having Harry around made it all seem possible that they'd survive their adventures. So Chattel, book. Gabrielle said suddenly in heavily accented English. A story? Hermione asked softly. When I ave a nightmare, Maman E.T. Fleur read to me. Gabrielle explained, the imperious command that Hermione should follow their example implicit in her tone. Sue and Natalie exchanged amused looks with Hermione over the little girl's head which was buried in Hermione's shoulder. I guess I could tell a story. Hermione agreed. Her mind raced with ideas before settling on one. Once upon a time, there was a young girl called Hermione, and she was a witch. And she was so excited to be a witch that she read all she could and practiced her magic all the time until she could go to school with other witches and wizards. Only because Hermione was very smart about books, she sometimes wasn't smart about other things like making friends. She ignored the sympathetic and what she assumed to be pitying gazes of the other two girls. One day she felt so very lonely that she spent all day crying in the bathroom. But because she was in the bathroom, she didn't know that an evil wizard had brought a huge troll into the school until it entered the bathroom. Was Z scared? Gabrielle asked. Very scared. Hermione said, the memory of it sending a shiver through her. But just before the troll could hurt her, 2 boys suddenly appeared, one with hair which was as dark as the night called Harry, and one with hair as red as a fire called Ron. Harry jumped on the troll's back and told Hermione to run, but she was very scared and couldn't move. But just as she thought all was lost, Ron managed to use his magic and knocked the troll out with its own club. Ron, asked Sue a little skeptical. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione said dryly. He actually got the pronunciation right. She turned back to Gabrielle. And ever since that day, Hermione has always remembered that books and cleverness are all very well, but what matters most is. Flames surrounded them suddenly, and the world melted away. Friendship, bravery, and, oh. Harry grinned at the sight of Hermione, none the worse for we're standing on the deck beside him, wearing one shoe, and without even hesitating he wrapped her up in a hug, transferring his warm towel to her. Harry. Hermione hugged him back hard. Are you all right? I take it you had no problems with the bubblehead charm, and what disability did you? Harry pointed at his throat. Victor's conjured alarm clock began to ring. Oh, you can't talk. Hermione proclaimed almost excitedly. That's so. Boom. Harry spun around, his wand in his hand, and the sword at the ready. Oh, God. Hermione murmured, grabbing hold of his arm. The floating wooden structure that had housed the hostages had blown up, wooden splinters littered the lake, and the debris was aflame. Look at the pretty fire. Cedric said cheerily, clapping his hands. We should have marshmallows. Hermione tried not to smile, biting her lip in sympathy for Cedric's unwittingly amusing commentary. Dumbledore stood and waved his wand. Merlin. Cedric sagged. That was weird. He suddenly caught Sue's gaze, and they both went bright red. Harry hid his smile at their discomfort. "Merci, Professor. I can see again," Fleur said, clutching her little sister close. "You, Wendy, I can hear." Victor tenderly held Natalie's hand. "And I can speak," Harry said with relief. Dumbledore smiled at them all benevolently. "Excellent," Bagman said with more false bonhomie. "If the judges would take a moment to confer." They all turned back to the scene in the middle of the lake. The still burning debris had them all sobering quickly. "Wow," Hermione said softly. "If you hadn't—" "Don't even think about it," advised Harry, wrapping his wand arm around her waist and taking comfort in the fact that she was alive and breathing and fine. "It'll only drive you insane." "And be the stuff of nightmares," thought Harry grimly. Bagman's voice suddenly echoed loudly around the lake. "The scores are in." As all our champions and hostages displayed honor in working together to bravely navigate this task, they are all awarded full and equal points. A huge roar went up from the crowd, and there was thunderous applause. Harry broke out into a pleased grin, and he happily accepted handshakes from his fellow male champions and Gallic kisses from Fleur and her sister. Finally, he drew Hermione close again and grinned at the sight of Victor being crushed in a Gabrielle hug. "Harry," Hermione murmured. Why have you got a sword?" And Harry suddenly remembered the blade he held in his hand. He raised it to his eye level and gazed at it anew. It was beautiful, shining silver with a pommel of bronze and silver and gold. "Where did you get that sword, Harry?" Cedric asked, moving to stand next to Hermione as he realized what they were discussing. Fleur and Victor moved to stand beside Harry. "It is very magnificent," Fleur commented. "Vous defeated the snake with it," Victor stated with certainty. "Snake?" asked Sue, her voice rising. Harry shrugged. "Don't worry, the snake's dead now." He raised the sword a touch, turning the blade, so it caught the light. "It's why I needed this, though." Words suddenly ran along the blade in flame, and Hermione gasped. "Take me up. Cast me away," she repeated. "Oh, Harry, do you know what sword this is?" "My first name has been lost to time, but the last was Excalibur," the words whispered into his mind. Harry almost flinched, and there was a distinctly masculine chuckle that followed. "Well met, child of Merlin, and heir of Peveril. But unlike the Hallows that are of your blood, I am not meant for you, wizard. Cast me away, so I can one day serve our king again." "Thank you," Harry thought loudly, hoping the sword hurt him somehow. "Harry," prompted Hermione. He was unaware of the crowd's attention, the preternatural silence that had hushed every single witch and wizard, every single creature looking on. "It's meant for the king," Harry said, oblivious to the glow of power in his eyes, the magic flowing around him. "Not for me." He took a step forward to the edge of the deck and raised the sword above his head. He flung it as hard as he could towards the body of water. The sword arched across the sky, turning and turning. A hand rose from the lake to claim it, plucking it from the air with grace and surety. The hand and the sword sank beneath the water. And suddenly there was noise unlike anything Harry had ever heard as the crowd yelled and cheered and applauded and stamped their feet and whistled. Harry searched out Sirius and grinned at his proudly beaming father, who was clapping as though his life depended upon it. Satisfaction settled on Harry like a cloak. The second task was over, and Voldemort hadn't won. He was still alive. Hermione was still alive. Everyone had lived. March 5th, 1995. Dear Snitch, apologies for the password, but security is key regardless that I've been nagged into writing a proper letter. Apparently Dora is of the opinion that a letter trumps a mirror call, and remembering how often I have savored notes and correspondence from loved ones, perhaps she has a point. Firstly, I have to tell you that whatever Narcissa said to Andromeda, it has worked a treat. Dora is fairly giddy at her mother's turnaround. I have an idea that a Slytherin's sly hint that Hilda was stepping in as mother of the bride and expectant grandmother might have something to do with it, but don't ever tell anyone I said that. I'm glad Hermione is pleased with her role as bridesmaid. It seems as though the wedding party will almost be an entirely black affair since I have you and Sirius, and Dora invited Anna to be matron of honor, and she accepted. Simeon apparently is really looking forward to your anticipated trip to the Quidditch Stadium. Gregor has advised me to send invites to the other Alpha Wolves, so they'll be attending, and Sirius mentioned the other day about inviting more of our allies, since with Bogdan officiating we've had to invite Cornelius. So much for a small, quiet wedding. Luckily, Dora is taking care of the details. I remember it was much the same with your mum and dad's wedding. Lily organized everything, and James just nodded in the right places. He was just chuffed she'd said yes. Bit different with Dora and myself, but I want to assure you we're committed to making this work, and I count myself lucky. On the pack side, I have to admit that living day to day at the farm has given me new insight, not only into our pack dynamics, but the individual characters and the benefits of pack life. I confess suddenly being thrust into my alpha role full-time has been challenging, but surprisingly much more rewarding than I expected. Clara and Patrick are wonderful, and I couldn't run the pack without them. They've been brilliant with Dora, and Patrick has taken Sion in hand, so I don't have to worry about her making Dora uncomfortable here anymore. I'm glad Ron liked his birthday present. The Bulgarian Quidditch World Cup journey was apparently a bestseller here right after the event. It was very nice of Victor to sign it for him. I hope the final match of the season goes well for him and Ginny, and that Gryffindor wins next week. Speaking of fortuitous events, it's an amazing stroke of luck Fleur's mother being able to provide an introduction to her grande tante, Vivian. After all the searching we did to find someone who could introduce us to Lumiere's last descendant, and Fleur was right under our noses all along. Of course, it probably helped that her mother was so grateful for the way you and Hermione helped save both her daughters. And yes, I think Sirius knew exactly what he was doing when he asked the Delacours if they knew Vivian when they joined you for the We Survived the Second Task celebration meal. He's sneaky that way. I've attached my suggested training and lesson plan for the final task for you to compare with Hermione's. Stay safe. And don't worry about Padfoot. I talk with him every day. I promise. Love, Moony X. Hermione handed Harry the letter back and perused the plan with pursed lips, settling back into the comfortable cushions of the sofa in the quarters Harry and Sirius occupied in Gryffindor Tower. She pushed a hand through her hair, her fingers tangling in curls before Harry gently extricated them. She tossed him an absent-minded smile and continued reading. Much of Remus's plan involved physical training to build stamina, dark creature spells, defensive and offensive curse-breaking spells, and general navigation. Hermione nodded, pleased. It all correlated with the research group's findings that the third task invariably was some kind of all-round challenge through some kind of obstacle course. Variations of mazes and gauntlets had been used several times. The surrounding countryside around a school was another popular choice. There was a historical record of the Forbidden Forest being used, which was just mind-boggling. The inside of a school on very rare occasions, and an underground labyrinth just the once. This is very comprehensive. Hermione said, handing it back to Harry. I have a similar list the research group has compiled. We'll go through them next week at the Alliance session. She hid a smile as Harry read through the plan himself. Just a year before he would have discarded it, uninterested, and simply trusting her to tell him what was needed. She did miss that note of absolute trust, she acknowledged honestly, but she had decided she was more pleased about Harry's improved academic performance and his maturity too much to miss it all that much. She pressed into his side. "Have you and the other champions discussed working together again?" Hermione asked as Harry carefully folded Remus's plan and put it back in the envelope. "We figure Voldemort and his cronies are going to make everything as lethal as they can. So we're agreed that we'll help each other out if we see one of us is in trouble and needing aid, but that's it." Harry shifted so he could place his arm around her, and she snuggled into his side. Harry and Hermione had arranged a date in Hogsmeade that day, so Hermione had also obtained permission to eat with Harry that night. Sirius, who was effectively playing chaperone as far as Professor McGonagall knew, had winked at them and retired to the study, leaving them alone. "I guess it is a competition," Hermione said wryly, reaching up and linking their hands together. Harry's hold on her tightened imperceptibly, and she guessed he was thinking back to the second task. "And we are all very competitive," he said dryly. Hermione grinned at him. Harry, for all his humility, hated losing. Krum was an international Quidditch player with competition in his blood. Cedric was a sportsman with the same. And Fleur had made herself the best of the best to combat preconceptions. He was right. They were all very competitive. In some ways it made the fact that they had worked together on the second task even more remarkable. "I still wish we'd been able to do more than just sit around and wait for you to rescue us," Hermione complained lightly. It smarted that she'd been unable to rescue herself. Harry shook his head. "You did everything right. You kept your head, didn't panic when the rooms started flooding when you were down below, and you kept everyone's spirits up when you were waiting. You were brilliant. HNMPH. Hermione sighed. "And you caught an illegal animagus," Harry pointed out, gleeful laughter suppressed in the statement, but evident nonetheless. "That was Sue more than me," Hermione admitted. "And we didn't even know what we had until Professor Moody turned up. He'd crashed the after-party celebration the Potter Alliance had held in Sirius and Harry's rooms, wanting to know who the additional animagus was that he could see in the wards. According to Harry, who'd gotten the story from Sirius, Rita Skeeter had been forced back to her original form, and then some kind of deal had been worked out between an irate director of the DMLE, the paranoid professor, and Sirius himself. Moody would never have given you and the others points if you hadn't impressed him," Harry pointed out. "Cho has been saying she could have gotten out of the room." Hermione admitted to what was really irritating her. Harry shook his head again. "I don't see how, and she's just sore still about Susan." Hermione grimaced. She did feel for Cho. Finding out your boyfriend had been thinking more about another girl had to have been mortifying. Within a day of the task, the couple had a furious breakup, which had had the school gossiping for days, and it had even made the front page of the Prophet. It was no wonder Cho was being slightly less than gracious about things if Hermione thought about it enough, and presumably Hermione wasn't the target of her ire but Sue. Poor Sue had gotten hate mail. Hermione had been horrified that someone had laced one of the letters with bubotuber pus. That had led to an official investigation. Really sending a malicious letter to the niece of the director of the DMLE was very stupid, and they'd managed to track down the sale of bubotuber pus to Marietta Edgecombe's mother, who had confessed to sending the letter. Marietta was Cho's best friend, and there was a rumor it had really been her, but her mother had taken the fall for the stunt so that Marietta wouldn't be expelled. Mrs. Edgecombe had lost her job and had to pay damages to the House of Bones. Sue and Cedric were still dancing around each other. It was very evident that they liked each other, but the way their feelings had been revealed and the fallout had effectively made it very difficult for them to progress. Unlike Ron and Lavender, who had leaped into coupledom with enthusiasm, Hermione's lips thinned. As much as she appreciated that, as she had predicted, Ron finding a girlfriend had given her and Harry more time together, she really didn't approve of Ron and Lavender's very public displays of affection. It had been worse in the first week, and she had quietly been relieved when Fred and George had taken their youngest brother aside and warned if he continued groping a girl that way in public their mother would be informed. Parvati had performed the same role for Lavender, taking her friend aside and lecturing her about reputations. The couple had toned things down since, but most evenings they could be found in the Gryffindor common room with Lavender on Ron's lap, and thanks to sharing a dorm, Hermione knew exactly how far Ron had gone with Lavender in a broom cupboard of all places. Hermione wondered if she and Harry were weird for not being all over each other and eschewing broom cupboards. "You're thinking too hard," Harry said. She blushed furiously as she considered exactly what she had been thinking about, and was insanely pleased Harry couldn't read her mind. But the question nagged at her. "Do you ever wish we were more like Ron and Lavender?" Harry tensed beside her and shifted so they could look at each other fully. Hermione instantly regretted the inches of space that opened up between them. "Are you unhappy with?" Harry began tentatively. "No," Hermione immediately reassured him, and the uncertainty that hovered in his green eyes fled. "I'm very happy," she said firmly. "Very." She blushed again. "It's just, well, we've been going out longer than Ron and Lavender, and they're a lot more further along with the physical side than we are." Harry finished bluntly. "I'm not saying I want to be like them," Hermione reiterated. "I like the fact that I don't have to wonder about your hands wandering, and I like how we kiss each other." She ignored her hot cheeks. "And I don't see the need for any of what we do to be in public. I mean, this is nice, snuggling on a settee in front of a fire and holding hands, but I wouldn't want, "I know," Harry agreed, laughter lightening his words, although his cheeks were as red as hers. "I like what we have too." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, his gaze dropping to their joined hands. "I have thought about doing, more, but I figure when you want more you'll let me know. But I definitely don't want to do it in public like Ron. Merlin knows with my luck it'd be on the front page of the Prophet the next day, no matter what Sirius has cooked up with Skeeter." He peeked up at her. Hermione smiled at him, filled to the brim with fond affection. She leaned in and kissed him sweetly. They settled back into their previous position. Hermione gave a soft sigh. The wizarding world confuses me sometimes. Confuses me all the time." Harry rejoined. She poked him in the ribs. "I mean, Tonks slept with Remus and Lavender is all over Ron, but on the surface of it, wizarding culture is very conservative. I thought they'd be more of an emphasis on waiting, until you were married." "I don't think it's that much different from the Muggle world," Harry countered. "I mean, it's still frowned on, isn't it? Especially babies before marriage." "Yes, but Tonks wouldn't have to get married in the Muggle world," Hermione pointed out. "And Lavender, well, she and Ron might get a few comments from the older generation, but you have to admit most Muggle people our age would probably not think anything of it." Parvati told her she was in danger of painting herself as a Scarlet Woman. Harry shrugged, the movement rolling her slightly into him. "The only Muggle kid of our age I really know is Dudley, and the thought of him and any girl." They both said it at the same time. "Ew." They chuckled and squirmed ever so slightly closer. "I just think it's a shame Tonks has to get married," Hermione commented. "I mean, I'm happy to be a bridesmaid, but I'm not sure what to say to her. It's not exactly a love match, so the usual congratulations seem inappropriate." And Andy had been very upset with her daughter. It was good they'd moved past the breach, but it had been a doozy. "I don't think they have to get married," Harry said. "Sirius wouldn't have insisted. And I mean, sure, there'd have been a really big scandal when it came out about the baby, but it would have died down eventually." He paused for a moment, as though thinking, and sighed. Sirius said to look at it as though Moony had an arranged marriage, and since he and Tonks do like each other, it means that they have a good chance of the marriage working out. I'm surprised it hasn't made the press yet. Hermione said, it's going to come out a lot sooner than they want if they keep inviting people to the wedding. Harry said grumpily, it was supposed to be just family. I'm really looking forward to seeing Bulgaria. Hermione said enthusiastically, changing the subject. Me too. Harry said. Sirius said he'd try and ensure we weren't too bogged down with wedding stuff. Hermione relaxed happily, content. She let her mind drift, thoughts of homework flitting by, and being replaced with thoughts of the third task and back to Remus's letter. She frowned. You know Remus's letter? She asked. I'm familiar. Harry answered teasingly. She poked him in the ribs again, and there was a brief tickling match before they resumed their snuggling. No, seriously, Hermione said. What was Remus going on about with that thing about Lumiere and Fleur's mother introducing you all to some descendant? Harry tensed, and she knew without asking that she'd hit on one of the topics he wasn't meant to talk to her about. She reminded herself of the lecture Sirius had given her not long after she and Harry had made up as a result of Harry's promise to ask Sirius if they could tell her more. Her cheeks burned just thinking about it. She had been told briskly that Sirius had given Harry permission to confide in her using his own judgment, but she wasn't going to be told everything, and she wasn't to put pressure on Harry to talk about the things if he didn't want to. That Sirius had expected her to act more maturely, not make Harry feel guilty, or make it a requirement of their being together. She'd come away feeling slightly ashamed of her previous demand to be confided in more, and had apologized to Harry. You don't have to tell me, she assured Harry quickly. She felt his tension seep away, his frame relaxing again. Her eyes widened when he performed a privacy charm, his eyes flickering to the closed study door. Harry, she began, torn between not wanting him to get into trouble with Sirius and simply wanting to know. I don't think there's too much of a problem telling this. Harry assured her. You remember how I told you the headmaster's one used to belong to an old ancestor of mine? She nodded, possibly too eagerly because his eyes lit up with amusement. Right, so there's this wizarding children's tale called The Three Brothers. Harry explained. There are a lot of variations, and the most popular is in a book called The Tales of Beetle the Bard. And yes, you can borrow my copy. Hermione shot him a look, but she had been about to ask, so didn't argue about it. In the story, three brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus come to a raging river, and they know to cross it means certain death. Harry continued, but the three brothers were clever, and they took a nearby elder tree and made a bridge. They all crossed safely to the other side, only to be met by Death himself, who was a little put out that he'd been thwarted. Hermione found herself captivated as the story unraveled. Death, his relationship with the three brothers, and the gifts they'd received from him. Eventually, the three artifacts became known as the Hallows, and the legend that was passed down was that should all three be united, the owner would become the Master of Death. Harry finished. It sounds like a fable, Hermione commented, with the lesson being slightly obscure. Harry smiled at her. The three brothers had a last name, Peveril. Ignotus Peveril is my late ancestor. Oh my goodness, Harry. Hermione sat upright, pulling out of his embrace. But then, your cloak. Her eyes widened even further. And the wand. He hushed her. So, Sirius's grandfather did a whole stack of research into the Hallows. Everyone believes that the story is just that, a story, but it was based on a real-life event of the three brothers inventing the three artifacts in order to defeat an evil wizard. Hermione subsided. Logically, she admitted, that makes a lot more sense. She considered everything for a long moment, facts and information aligning themselves in her head. You think they could be useful in defeating Voldemort? She concluded. Maybe, Harry shrugged, tangling their fingers together again. We really don't know. I doubt very much that just owning the artifacts makes you Master of Death, and besides, while they're each kind of cool, none of them really scream awesome weapon of doom, except maybe the wand. I mean, my dad used the cloak for pranks. I guess you're right. Hermione agreed. Anyway, Lumiere had a written account apparently told to him by Ignotus of how the artifacts were created. Harry explained. The only real copy that isn't buried in an archive is owned by his descendant, Vivian Vert. She's a Vila living in a protected colony, and Fleur's mother can provide an introduction. Hermione said, suddenly understanding that part of the letter fully. But we're not really making it widely known that we're after it, although we had to hire a French antiquities dealer to track down the other lead, and we think he might have already given the game away. So that's why I don't think it matters telling you, but even so, Harry said. Hermione understood that immediately. I won't say a thing. She mimed, zipping her mouth closed. She settled back into her previous position and cuddled closer to Harry, who with a flick of his wrist dismantled the privacy bubble. Obviously Harry was right, and the whole Master of Death thing was wrong. But if the 3 artifacts did have power enough to finish a Dark Lord, they were a fantastic weapon. Of course, even if the Hallows were powerful, someone still needed to know where they were. Harry presumably had the cloak, and the headmaster the wand, which only left the stone unaccounted for. Hermione sneaked a look at Harry. Did he know where it was? She bit her lip and considered asking him, but he told her about the Hallows, and that was enough. If he did know where the stone was, well, maybe it was safer that knowledge stayed with as few people as possible. She suddenly realized how Harry must have felt about keeping things secret. Sirius had been right to lecture her. Hermione mused. She'd stop nagging Harry for details and just continue supporting him. She shuffled closer, pressing into the warmth of his body, before kissing him sweetly. Harry blinked at her, bemused. Not that I'm complaining, but what was that for? For being you, Hermione said. Harry smiled at her, a touch goofily. Okay, then. Hermione settled back against him. So, she began, about the 3rd task. March 12th, 1995. Sirius was somehow unsurprised to find Harry waiting for him at the breakfast table, despite the insanely early hour. He knew Harry wasn't happy about Sirius's trip to Italy. You didn't have to get up, he admonished his son, even as he ruffled Harry's impressive bedhead and dropped a kiss on the messy nest of dark hair. I wanted to see you off and say goodbye, Harry said, nibbling on his toast. There was no sign of any other breakfast in front of Harry, and Sirius frowned. That's not all you're having. Harry shrugged and stared at his plate. Sirius sighed, knowing the cause of Harry's lack of appetite was worry. I'm going to be fine, Harry. You can't guarantee that, Harry argued, his green eyes flashing up to glare at Sirius. No, Sirius conceded, raising a hand in supplication. But this isn't me walking into a trap with only Snape at my side. Amelia has set this up, so I'm going to be perfectly safe, both me and Richard. The plan to get Fevrier and whoever was pulling his strings had been well thought out, and Amelia had pulled in the Italian authorities, some of the Rat Squad, and Moody to ensure everything ran smoothly. The ambush was scheduled to happen in Italy, and Sirius had an international portkey waiting for him at the ministry. Harry sighed heavily. I keep remembering the last time and how badly injured you were, and how Harry had felt when he'd thought Sirius was dead. Sirius concluded. Sirius got up and rounded the table, tugging Harry out of his chair and into a tight hug. I'm going to be fine. There is absolutely no danger of my being hurt, I promise. I wouldn't do that to you again. Harry held on to Sirius for a long moment before his head jerked into an acknowledging nod. Sirius squeezed him gently again before easing back. He stroked a hand through Harry's hair. "I'll mirror call you when I get to Italy. And when it's over." Harry requested immediately. "And when it's over." Sirius promised. "The very minute." Harry sighed and stepped away. "You'll be back tonight?" "Yes, and Minnie should be here any minute." Sirius confirmed. He gestured at Harry's fetching dressing gown and pajamas. "You may want to get dressed before your animagus lesson." It would be the first one the irate head of Gryffindor had allowed since Harry had used his crow form to access the girls' dorm. Harry nodded. He lurched forward and hugged Sirius hard again, but letting go, heading to the stairs. "Good luck in Italy." Sirius gave a bemused nod of thanks and sat down to eat his own meager breakfast. Harry wasn't the only one with nerves. He thanked Dobby as he set down a simple breakfast of boiled egg and toast. He'd just finished when the door to the suite opened, and Minnie stepped through. He waved at her to join him at the table, and wasn't surprised when Dobby immediately popped up to provide her with a strong pot of tea and a breakfast of kippers and freshly baked bread. "Thanks for coming over, Minerva," Sirius said, folding the prophet and setting it aside. "I know Harry feels too old for a babysitter, but I feel better knowing someone's here keeping an eye on him." "It'll be good to resume our lessons," Minnie replied, pouring herself a cup of tea. "Perhaps I was a little harsh, insisting on such a long suspension. He won't be doing it again," Sirius assured her, keeping his opinion that the 2-month suspension was far too severe for the transgression to himself. He had actually continued the lessons in Minnie's absence, but both Harry and he had agreed that they'd keep that little secret to themselves. "I have asked Hermione and Ronald to join us later," Minnie informed him briskly, setting to her breakfast with enthusiasm. "Ron still stuck on the paw?" asked Sirius idly. "He has a whole foot now, but can't seem to get any further," Minnie said with a sigh. "It's still better progress than Miss Granger, who has yet to identify her form." "Maybe she should use the potion," Sirius suggested. "It would at least get her a form to try." "You may be right," Minnie agreed. "I will see how today's session goes." She smiled. "I thought I might see if Harry wanted to try one of his other forms. That would keep Harry's mind occupied for sure," Sirius thought with a touch of amusement. She suddenly pinned him with a frank look that made Sirius feel he was a Hogwarts student again. He repressed the urge to squirm in his chair. "Are you certain that today is necessary?" asked Minnie pointedly. "It's a good plan Amelia's put together," Sirius countered. "There's a chance that whoever put Fevrier up to this has some idea about the whereabouts of Riddle and company." His lips twisted as the thought that Peter was one of that company flitted through his consciousness. "That alone makes it necessary." "Very well," Minnie said, but waved her knife at him. "Just make sure you return. No one wants a repeat of what happened during the Christmas break." "Me included," Sirius retorted, feeling a little testy at the chastisement. Minnie sighed. "You do realize that we worry about you for your own sake, and not just for Harry's, Sirius?" Sirius didn't know what to say to that. He'd just assumed everyone's concern was for his son because if he was truthful with himself, that was where his own concern was focused. "Oh." Minnie rolled her eyes and shooed him away from the table. "Stay safe, Sirius." "I will." Sirius stood. It was time for him to travel to the ministry. He sketched a salute at Minnie, glanced back up the stairs to where Harry was currently occupied, and with mixed feelings headed out. Pronglet Fights Back, Chapter 6. Amelia lowered the omniculars and glared at the ancient wand shop across the narrow and uneven Roman street. She was secreted away in a small room on the second floor of a guest house opposite to the shop, which they were staking out. The air was a touch chilly despite the early morning sunshine, and she was glad of her comfortable battle robes. She reached for the small cup at her elbow and breathed in the bitter scent of espresso coffee. She sipped appreciatively. I don't know how you can drink that muck. Alastair grumbled behind her. Remind me why I invited you along again. Amelia said dryly. Harumph. Alastair retorted. He plucked the omniculars out of her grasp, raised them, and grunted. We've got movement at the bottom of the alley. He tootayed. It's a cat. I'll alert the others. Amelia snarked. Alastair shot her a disgruntled look. When's Black's appointment? 8. Amelia checked the time. It's coming up on 7. Nerves fluttered in her belly, but years of operations and missions had her controlling them with steely practice. She took a deep breath. There had been weeks of planning for the op, Amelia reminded herself, and a great deal of diplomatic cooperation between England and Italy to work out the details. It was just as well Hatter was back in charge of the Department for International Cooperation because Merlin knew Crouch would have bollocksed it up. She felt a pang for thinking bad of the dead, but pushed it away dismissively. She hadn't been fond of Crouch Sr. when he was alive, and she wasn't going to pretend because he'd passed on, especially given the mess he'd left behind with his son. Alastair hummed beside her and tapped on the communication mirror. This is Eagle's Nest. Position check. Italian stallions are in position. The crisp response only held a hint of an Italian accent. Marco Morello, the head Italian oar, was highly educated and intelligent, a force to be reckoned with. He was also familiar with Sirius, having worked with him in the war, apparently had a similar sense of humor, and was eager to assist. It helped that the Italians had been tracking Cavietti for years, but had never gotten enough evidence of illegal activities to make any charges stick. The Italians had staked out the cafe next door to the wand shop as their hidey hole. 2 experienced oarers had replaced the usual waiters, while the rest of the team had taken over a back room. Rat 1 in position. Keith Brooks replied. Amelia pressed her lips together. Brooks was positioned in the alley behind the wand shop, disguised as a homeless beggar huddled into the walls. Rat 2 in position. Marina Ambry confirmed. Her visage floated over the mirror, and she was making faces as though pretending to check her appearance as she was stationed by the apparition point in the Roman courtyard just around the corner. Rat 3, the dog and bone, are in position. Tim Chambers confirmed, although the mirror stayed dark. He was back in England, watching over the exit point at the portkey office. And that was the last of the Rat Squad involved with the Opwood, and Cambridge had been left out to keep following up any leads in England on Voldemort and the others' whereabouts. Next position check in 15 minutes, unless the buggers turn up. Alastair ordered. Eagle 1 out. Shouldn't I be Eagle 1? Amelia complained good-naturedly. I still beat you out on age, lass. Alastair wagged his finger at her and picked up his flask. He took a swig of his drink and smacked his lips exaggeratedly. Nothing like a good cup of tea. If that's just tea in your flask, I'm a monkey's uncle. Amelia commented. She tapped her cup with her wand, and it refilled with more aromatic coffee. So, Alastair said brightly, I heard you put Tonks on a sabbatical so she could guard Lupin abroad. Amelia darted a quick look at him, and wasn't fooled by the patently false, innocent look he'd plastered on his misshapen face. She invited you to the wedding, didn't she? No sense of discretion, that one. Didn't even have security spells on the letter. Alastair agreed. Rita might be watching herself now, but it's only going to be a matter of time before another one of those vultures gets wind of it if Tonks doesn't smarten up. She's driving Sirius to distraction. Amelia sighed heavily. If she wasn't on a sabbatical, I'd call her on the carpet. Alastair grunted. Didn't stop me. I sent her a howler. You should do the same. Might knock some sense into her. Getting herself up the duffs, no excuse for becoming an idiot. Alastair. Amelia admonished him, even though she inwardly agreed with his assessment. She was disappointed in Tonks. She'd had such high hopes for the young oar. Despite Tonk's family connection and her skills, Amelia knew the unplanned and out-of-wedlock pregnancy would impact the young woman's career and her future prospects, particularly with her male superiors. The fact that it had happened with a werewolf regardless of who he was and the position he held, Amelia grimaced, shamefully recognizing her own prejudicial bias, but unable to completely suppress her horror at the thought of intimacy with someone who carried the lycanthropy disease. If he bit her in a moment of passion, it didn't bear thinking about. But Remus was a good man and an honorable wizard. He was doing right by Tonks in marrying her, and had taken the sensible approach of taking them both abroad to hopefully delay the revelation of the union and prospective addition to the House of Black until Sirius and the Potter Alliance had done enough to minimize the political fallout. It would be a shame for Lupin, Amelia thought, if the consequence of the dalliance undid every positive measure Sirius had secured for his oldest friend. Quite honestly, Amelia could hex both Tonks and Lupin for their selfish behavior. What had they been thinking? Maybe Alastor had the right of it. Amelia mused, maybe she should send Tonks a sharp reminder not to be idiot. We have movement, Alastor said suddenly. Amelia snatched up the omniculars and scanned the street. Cavietti was approaching from the north end. With his small, stout stature, Cavietti appeared to roll rather than walk. She sniffed in disgust at the oily black hair and overly groomed mustache. The wand maker barreled up to the cafe and went inside for his usual morning double espresso. 10 minutes later, he barreled back out and made for the door of his shop. He had tucked the morning paper he had snagged from the cafe counter for their customers under his arm. Thief, Amelia muttered under her breath. Cavietti weaved his wand in a complex pattern to unlock the wards, and a moment later, he was in the door. The mirror flared to life. Février arrived, and on his way. Ambry reported crisply, even as she mimed checking her lipstick. 2 others with him, man and woman. The mirror went black again. Got them at the south end. Alastor said, coming up the street now. The mirror flared again. I've got company. Black cat. Unusual markings, sitting on the wall outside of Cavietti's. Going silent. Brooks said tersely, an animagus? Amelia wondered out loud. There was no record of any of the missing Death Eaters being an animagus apart from Pettigrew, but then there'd been no record of Sirius either. Alastor grimaced. Could be a familiar. Niesel could spy well enough. They watched as Cavietti greeted Février and ushered the French antiquities dealer and the unknown couple inside. Trap set then, Alastor said darkly. Amelia checked the time again. Only 30 minutes to go before the op began in earnest. She tapped her fingers restlessly. Rat 3 reporting. Chambers' voice drifted out of the mirror. Dog and Bone are on the way. There was a pause. I've got an interested party who watched them leave. I'm following up. Call for backup. Amelia ordered. Alastor glared at the mirror as it winked out. They're traveling early. Timing is everything. Amelia corrected. Don't forget they have to have cleared customs before operating and walking up to the shop. Alastor subsided. Amelia frowned. She wished in some ways that they could have had everyone in Italy overnight, but the security considerations had ruled that out. She took a gulp of hot coffee and almost choked as it burned its way down her throat. With her mind occupied with whether everything would go as planned at the Italian ministry, she almost missed Alastor's flinch. What? Asked Amelia sharply. Flash of green inside the wand shop. Alastor said darkly. Amelia's heart seemed to stutter in her chest. The killing curse. I would say so. Alastor frowned. If we assume the unknown man and woman are Death Eaters, then it's either Février or Cavietti. Février. Amelia said. They don't need him anymore. Maybe they had him under Imperio. Well, We'll get them for murder. Alastair said with satisfaction. The mirror buzzed. Cat's been let in the back door. Brooks reported tensely. So the Death Eaters had secured the shop. Amelia tapped the mirror. Eagle's nest to Italian stallions. We have circumstantial evidence a murder has taken place in the wand shop. Jurisdiction is yours. Do you wish to abort operation and attempt arrest now, or continue? Continue. Marco appeared in the mirror. He was a stunningly beautiful man, clear olive skin, dark brown hair cut into a fashionable style, twinkling green eyes, and a mobile mouth that could smile disarmingly. Acknowledged, Amelia said crisply, and closed the connection. She would not have made the same decision, but it was not hers to make. Alastair grunted beside her. He's after Cavietti, remember? Cavietti could be the one murdered. Amelia rejoined. You and I know that's not bloody likely. Alastair remonstrated. Amelia sighed. She hoped Chambers was having better luck. It only took a quick mirror call to have the rest of the Rat Squad in England on their way to support Chambers as he unhurriedly tracked the ambling figure of a nondescript Caucasian man with balding hair, and in a cheap, everyday, robed down Diagon Alley towards the leaky cauldron. There was no doubt in Chambers' mind that the guy was suspicious. The suspect had been lurking around the International Portkey office since early that morning, ever since a disillusioned Chambers had arrived as part of the surveillance duties. The guy had made a show of making inquiries about the price of international portkeys to Russia, but he hadn't made notes, had discarded the pamphlets the ever-helpful Beryl Puddle had given him in response, and had continued to lurk. He'd also almost snapped to attention when Chambers' charges had arrived to await their portkey allocation and departure. But the most suspicious act had been to press his left arm momentarily as soon as the portkey for Italy had activated and leave without further ado. The guy wasn't tagged as a Death Eater, which meant either he was a new recruit or he was one of the missing prisoners. Either way, Chambers was determined to get him as a matter of pride for the squad. They were working their arses off. Chambers thought a touch belligerently, but the only real successes that they'd had were the arrests at the World Cup and tracking down the Summers woman in the crypt, and even those successes had been tempered by Travers' escape, and the lack of progress on waking the 2 hostages they'd rescued. Ahead, his unhurried suspect got to the leaky and tapped on the wall to open up the entrance. Chambers sped up as the wall closed again, and hurried to catch up. He made himself visible, tapped the wall, and entered as though unconcerned, sliding to the left and casting a tempest charm with a scowl as though waiting for someone. His suspect was at the bar talking to Tom and retrieving a key. There was a flash of the number 8 when Chambers glimpsed the fob. Chambers slid further into the shadows as Bald Guy went up the stairs to a leaky room. Just as he got out of sight, Wood and Cambridge stepped into the leaky from the alley. Chambers caught their attention. He's upstairs in room 8. He reported crisply. Wood, the senior-most member of the squad, nodded. Good work, Tim. Darren, you stay down here, get the anti-transportation wards up, close the flue down, and get Tom to quietly evacuate as many people as possible through the exits. Righto. Cambridge sent a quick grin to Chambers. Chambers rolled his eyes and followed Wood up the stairs. They both drew their wands and took a position either side of the door. Wood signaled with one hand that they'd go on a count of 3. Chambers gave a nod. Wood held up one finger. 2, 3. Wood swept his wand at the door, unlocking and slamming it open in one fell swoop. Chambers charged in. Orders! Chambers shouted at the balding man by the bed. Surrender your wand now. The man swallowed hard, his eyes darting about the room, looking for an escape. Chambers had his wand leveled on the suspect, and knew Wood had his back. What is the meaning of this? Bald Guy stuttered, his gaze still sliding about, his wand still held tightly in his grip. Chambers gritted his teeth. Put down the wand. We will fire on you. Bald Guy made as though he was going to place the wand on the bed, but at the last moment, he whirled away and grabbed something off the dresser. Chambers and Wood fired. Their stunning spells slammed into Bald Guy, who dropped like a stone to the hardwood floor. Woods cast an immediate binding spell on his hands and feet. Chambers made his way over and kicked the comb the Bald Guy had grabbed. Poor key, Chambers realized. It failed due to the wards, but it could elicit information on a safe house for the Death Eaters or Voldemort's location. He levitated it into a conjured evidence bag. Well, Wood said with immense satisfaction, capturing Chambers' attention. What? Chambers looked down at their captive and grimaced at the flexing features as they morphed out of their polyjuiced state. Well, indeed. He grinned at Wood before crouching down to poke the still stunned Death Eater at their feet. Nice to see you again, Dennis the Elder. Don't you worry, we'll soon have your sorry carcass back in Azkaban. Dog and bone on their way. Ambry's disembodied voice, sounding from the mirror, had Amelia jumping, and Alastor sending Amelia such a look of chastisement she flashed back to her Auror training. She raised her omniculars just in time to see the figures of Sirius and her own brother enter the street. Her heart seemed lodged in her throat as she tracked them to the shop. Why had she thought this was a good idea? Steady, lass, Alastor said under his breath, not unkindly. The two wizards drew level with the wand shop. Her brother's gait was missing its usual joie de vivre, and there was no excited hand gestures to accompany his speech as the two men discussed something briefly. They approached the door and rang the bell. Amelia drew a quick breath as Cavietti answered the door and ushered them inside. As they had thought, Fevrier was likely dead. It's going to be 2 against 4, she said under her breath. They're both capable wizards, Alastor stated without hesitation. Italian stallions reporting to all. Wards have gone up. We have erected our own. Amelia settled back, but she couldn't hide the flinch when almost immediately there were flashes of light in the wand shop. She tapped the mirror urgently. Spell fire. Backup needed now, Amelia ordered. Immediately, the two Aurors masquerading as waiters rushed to the shop and blew open the door. Another 2 rushed out of the cafe to support their colleagues. Alastor was already moving, and Amelia dimly heard the sound of the door as he left, the clop of his leg as he charged down the stairs. She kept her gaze pinned to the shop, poised to report any sign of escape. I've got the cat going out the back, Brooks reported suddenly. Pursuit in progress. He's heading to the apparition point. I'm on it, Ambry confirmed. Amelia watched as Alastor hurried across the street. He paused, taking a position to the side of the door momentarily as he drew 2 wands, and having glanced through the opening, he went inside. 1 cat animagus captured, Brooks reported, smug satisfaction dripping from every word. Ambry took him down at the apparition point. We have Boris Dolohov. Amelia frowned. Antonin Dolohov, in Azkaban, and Boris was his younger brother. Boris had fled to the continent, and they had been unable to argue for his extradition when Romania had declared him to have been under the Imperius and innocent. Alastor's voice suddenly crackled over the mirror. We're all clear. Looks like we've got a team of newbies. Amelia didn't wait. She grabbed the mirror and charged out. Her descent down the stairs and across the tiny street was a blur. She met a grinning Marco at the door of the shop. Director. Ladies first, of course. Marco swept his arm out, inviting her into the wand shop. Amelia pushed through, noticed absently that the 4 Italians had each taken a corner of the room to cover, which was almost textbook or standard procedure, and hurried over to the center where Alastor stood with the other 2 Brits in the room, their wands all pointing downwards at the bound and gagged, witch and wizard they'd disarmed, and an unconscious Cavietti. She ran her eyes over the 2 men who'd played bait. Their clothing was a bit ruffled. There were a couple of tears in the material, but neither looked harmed in any way. "All right," she asked anyway. Sirius's face contorted into a sneer. A little singed, Marco immediately drew his wand and pointed it at Sirius. "You are not Sirius Black." Amelia placed herself between them hurriedly, both hands up. "Neither of these men are who they appear to be. Both are part of the team for this operation." Marco's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he lowered his wand. "Polyjuice?" "Yes," Amelia said. "My apologies for the deception, but we could not risk this detail leaking in any way." Lord Black was adamant that he could not participate in person, and I would not risk a civilian such as my brother. The real Lord Black and Lord Bones never left the Italian ministry. "Then I suggest we adjourn there with our prisoners," Marco said shortly. Amelia had a feeling she was going to get lectured about keeping information from him as head, or she wouldn't be pleased in his position either, but that Marco was sensible enough not to make a bigger deal of the deception than what was required. "Search the shop." Marco grinned at his gleeful Orse. "We will have much to discuss with Cavietti." The mirror buzzed in her hand. "Eagle, here." Amelia responded. Chambers grinned back at her. "We got Travers Sr., ma'am." Amelia smiled darkly. "Get him into a holding cell. Rat Squad, only as his guard. Tell Fudge and Scrimgeour that they'll answer to me if they go anywhere near him before I get back." "Yes, ma'am." Chambers blinked out. Amelia exchanged a gleeful look with Alastair. It had been a very good day. Sirius couldn't quite prevent the blush which crept up his neck and across his cheeks as Marco stepped out of their farewell hug and grinned at him wickedly. "It was good to see you, Siri." Marco said softly, "Bring your son to visit. I would love to host you both." Sirius was touched at the sincerity. "It was good to see you again, Marco." Marco's grin dropped away as he shifted position and bowed sharply to Richard, Amelia, and Alastair, who were looking on with glee. "I present the minister's thanks on bringing this criminal activity to our attention, Director Bones." Marco said formally, "We present our minister's thanks on your cooperation in this matter." Amelia replied, "I will leave you. Your port key will activate in a few minutes." Marco said, "Until next time." His eyes searched out Sirius one last time, and he was gone, stepping out of the privacy bubble Alastair had conjured up as soon as they had arrived in the small ministry transportation room. "So you and Marco worked together during the last war?" Richard inquired teasingly. Sirius inwardly sighed but showed no sign of his dismay, knowing it would only lead to more teasing. He was undercover for the Italians with the Death Eaters in the same gang I was. We were both made aware of each other in case we needed assistance, he said with a straight face, and prompted Amelia dryly, getting her own back for all the times he teased her about Brian, no doubt. "And nothing," Sirius said firmly. He wasn't ashamed of his past relationship with Marco, which in truth had been more about simple companionship with someone who understood in the midst of the Death Eater horror they'd both faced undercover. But it was past, and it was nobody else's business. "Well, you would have been better warming blankets with him than kelp," Alastair said bluntly. "She was cold enough to freeze a man's D." "Alastair," Amelia snapped before he could complete the insult. Sirius snorted with amusement. "He's not wrong. You should flew him when we get back," Richard said. "He's clearly still interested." Sirius shook his head. As flattering as it had been to see the regard and affection still in Marco's gaze, Sirius had his hands full with Harry. "I'm not interested. You could do with some fun in your life," Richard coaxed. "And a partner would be able to give you a lot of support with Harry." Sirius shook his head. "I'm happy as I am, so thanks but no thanks." He wagged a finger at his friend. No matchmaking. He turned to Alastair. Thanks, by the way, for whatever you said to Tonks. She mirror-called last night and apologized for the lapse in security. Sent her a howler. Alastair said with satisfaction. You still planning on making the announcement at the April session? Amelia jumped in, continuing the subject and cutting off her brother. Yes. Sirius nodded. He, Daniel Greengrass, and Cornelius had been over the political ramifications until they were all exhausted. It had been a hugely lucky stroke finding out Rita's secret just after the second task. Really, he owed Susan and Hermione some kind of present for that. I can't believe her behavior. Amelia commented with a touch of exasperation. She's always been so level-headed. I think Bogdan offering to do the wedding made it suddenly a big thing rather than a quiet family occasion, and it made her a bit giddy. Sirius offered diplomatically. It was either that or hormones, and he wasn't going to suggest the latter in front of a woman. He valued his life too much to risk it. Giddy my arse. Alastair huffed. She has acted without considering her house and the consequences at all. Richard said, soberly, she's lucky you're so understanding, Sirius. Another head of house would have disowned her. She wasn't raised to consider the house, and she's very young. Sirius said, feeling a little defensive on his cousin's behalf. This whole thing has been one very big life lesson for her. Well, there's nothing like parenthood to make you grow up fast. Richard said, Flick and I found that out with Sue. Portkey. Alastair reminded them. They all reached forward and grabbed the ticket that had appeared in front of them. Sirius felt the pull of the transportation and gathered himself for the landing. The reception room at the Ministry of Magic was nondescript, but it was manned by an official who checked their wands and identities. Geoffrey. Amelia greeted him by name. Did the others return, all right? No problems, Director. Geoffrey doffed an imaginary cap and bowed his head at the sight of Sirius and Richard. Lords. Amelia led the way out and into the ministry. Sirius followed, ignoring the tiredness. It had been an extremely early morning and the slight nausea caused by the international portkey. The holding cells were below the Auror department, and they arrived to find Rufus Scrimgeour pacing his office like a caged lion. I'd best deal with this one-on-one. Amelia said briskly, Why don't you head down there? Alastair knows the way. Richard held up his hands. I'll say goodbye here. Flick's expecting me for lunch. He shook hands with Sirius. I'll see you on Monday at the Alliance tea. Sirius nodded his agreement. Thanks for all your help today, Richard. Richard grinned. I did nothing but sit with you in a wonderfully comfortable office and eat lots of those amazing almond biscotti. Shacklebolt did the hard work. It had been Kingsley who'd taken Richard's form and face as part of the operation, while Dawlish had taken Sirius's. It had been slightly disconcerting seeing someone else wear his own features. Sirius considered Riley. Sirius shook himself at Alastair's sharp admonishment to stop lollygagging. He returned Richard's wave of goodbye and followed his old mentor. Sirius was pleased he'd remembered to mirror-call Harry before they'd returned from Italy and hadn't deferred it to until he'd gotten back to England. Harry's relief at the op being over had been visible, and Sirius was assured his son was no longer wearing out Minnie with nervous energy. The path down to the cells held some nostalgic memories of his time as a hit wizard, of working with James. Sirius was glad of the silence as Alastair and he made their way to where Travers Sr. was being held. Cambridge and Wood were outside the door, one positioned to the left of the door, so it would offer cover if opened, one positioned on the wall opposite just off-center to the door. Director's on her way. Alastair said, as the two men straightened. Where's Chambers? Scrimgeour wanted his report written up straight away. Wood replied, Alastair grunted. Sirius sighed. The head Auror could be petty and pernickety at times, but then Amelia had cut him out of the Italian operation, so it was perhaps understandable that he wasn't too pleased by her riding roughshod over him on interrogating a recaptured prisoner. How did the Italian job go, sir? Cambridge asked eagerly. Boris Dolohov cracked like an egg. Least his brother had some gumption about him. Alastair said bluntly. Had a visit from his brother's old friend Greyback, who'd put him onto the return of their master. There'd been rumors in the criminal world of Fevrier and Cavietti running a scam on Black, so Dolohov invited himself along. He intended capturing me and offering me to Voldemort in return for his brother being rescued from Azkaban. Sirius added, conjuring up a chair and sitting down. Alastair eyed the chair and called him a wimp under his breath before continuing. His wife Gorgonia killed Fevrier and tried to kill Shaq when he was Lord Bones. Her brother tried to kidnap Dawlish, who was pretending to be me. Sirius said. Wood started chuckling, and Dawlish left him alive. Watch what you say, Wood. Alastair said, sharply. Dawlish may be a pain in the arse, but he is one of ours. Wood held up his hands. No digs intended. Just can't see my old partner taking to almost being kidnapped, kindly. And to answer your question, Sirius stepped in before they could argue about Dawlish any further. He wasn't impressed, but the bad guys are all alive and in Italian custody. They'll be tried for their crimes there. Unfortunately, they had limited knowledge of what was going on back here. According to Dolohov, when he was under Truth Potion, Greyback put them in touch with our friend in there. He waved at the cell door to provide them with notice of mine and Lord Bones' departure. Travers Sr. apparently owed the Dolohovs a favor and agreed to do it because of that. Dolohov had no idea if Voldemort even knew of his effort. There was a sound from the bottom of the corridor, and they all turned, wands out, to see the approaching forms of Amelia, Cornelius, and Rufus. Chambers brought up the rear. Sirius stood up and dismissed the chair with an absent-minded wave. He greeted Cornelius, who praised them all effusively. Amelia finally broke into the minister's ramble. Rufus has convinced me it would be better for me to focus on the prosecution without being associated with the questioning of the prisoner, so he'll be taking lead here. I'd appreciate you sitting in, Moody. Rufus said gruffly. Alastair nodded. Cambridge, you'll continue to guard the outside of the cell. Rufus ordered briskly. He unlocked the cell and marched inside without further ado, Alastair at his heels. The door clanged shut behind them. The rest of us will observe. Amelia motioned to the next door along, and they all trooped in. Amelia tapped the adjoining wall, and it became transparent. Rufus sat with his back to the observers. Dennis Travers Sr. sat bound up in ropes to a chair on the opposite side of the table. Alastair stood behind him, a looming, threatening presence. Rufus reached into his robes and brought out parchment, quill, and a vial of Veritasrum. I'm not going to tell you anything. Travers snarled angrily. I know my rights. I want a solicitor. Rufus bared his teeth in a simile of a smile. You have no rights, Travers. You're an escaped prisoner. If I wanted to, I could send you straight back to Azkaban, no questions asked. He pulled another parchment from his inner pocket. This here is a special warrant giving me the authority to use any force necessary in your questioning due to your involvement in terrorist activity, which is a direct threat to the security of the wizarding world. Travers stiffened. Rufus nodded at Alastair, and in a swift couple of motions. Travers had been frozen, his mouth yanked open, and the requisite dosage of Veritasrum dropped down his throat. They waited a moment for the truth potion to take effect. Rufus set the quill to record. Name: Dennis Travers. How did you escape from Azkaban? Rufus asked briskly. Bartemius Crouch Jr. disguised as the minister released myself, Mulciber and Rookwood into his custody. Travers droned in a monotone, detached voice. Sirius shivered. Where have you been hiding since your escape? Rufus continued. On the Durmstrang ship docked in the Black Lake at Hogwarts. Travers immediately replied, Who knows you are there? Rufus asked, shifting with barely concealed excitement. My lord and master, the traitor Karkaroff, Bartemius Crouch Jr., Peter Pettigrew, the lord and master's familiar, and my son. Travers recited. Sirius exchanged a brief look with Amelia and Cornelius. The confession was good enough to secure an official move to search the ship. Hopefully combined with all Bogdan had already done unofficially, they could be aboard within a few hours. What contact have you had with your lord and master? Rufus asked. I met with him on the first night of my escape. I have met with him every other week since my escape to make my report. Travers was clearly regaining some awareness because sweat had broken out on his brow, a sign he was resisting. How do you meet with him? Asked Alastair. I go through the vanishing cabinet aboard the Durmstrang ship and exit through the matching one in the cottage where my lord and master resides. Travers gasped. This cottage is where? Rufus pressed. Travers struggled against the serum furiously, turning a shocking shade of purple before he stuttered out a location. A village in the Lake District. It was enough. Amelia whirled away immediately just as Rufus was getting to his feet in the cell. They would have a search and a raid to prepare and get in motion. Sirius silently refused Amelia's offer to join them. He wanted to hear the rest of the interrogation. Alastair slid into Rufus's place. Why were you at the ministry today? To assist Boris Dolohov in his attempt to capture Sirius Black. Travers confessed to that easily enough. I was to ensure Black left for Italy on schedule and contact them if there was any delay. What else did you know of the plot? Only the timings. Travers said, struggling against the potion again. How did you get into the ministry? Alastair demanded. I ran the department governing transportation for a number of years. I have back doors into transportation system, including the flu network. I flood into my old office without being detected. A bead of sweat ran down the side of his face. Tell me everything you know about the plot to return your Dark Lord to a body and to kill Harry Potter. Travers gulped and looked anywhere but at the ruined face in front of him. The last task, he said finally. He'll take the boy during the last task as the final part of some ritual. He wants Snape to do the potion because he thinks Pettigrew will screw it up. That's all I know. And what will your Dark Lord do to ensure that he takes the boy? Alastair pressed. I don't know. Travers stuttered out. Crouch is the only one who knows. He slumped over suddenly. Alastair raised his wand and ran a diagnostic spell on him. He sniffed. He packed up the parchment, quill, and serum, and leaving Travers unconscious in the chair left the room. Sirius met him in the corridor. Shouldn't we get a healer? Alastair shook his head as he started walking. Passed out. He'll come to eventually. A vague sense of déjà vu swept over Sirius, and he frowned as he remembered a fairly similar occurrence in his training. You said that about Kevin Muckyback in 81, and he'd had a heart attack. Sirius reminded him. Alastair stopped walking and turned back. Oi, Cambridge. Do another diagnostic on the prisoner. Might have had a heart attack. His eye whirled. Nice catch, Black. I always did get those results confused. Sirius shook his head and repressed the urge to smile despite his twitching lips. You should think about signing back on. Alastair said, as they made their way back up to the main level. You and Potter were my best students. I'm happy enough doing what I'm doing. Sirius insisted, ignoring the small pang of disappointment that he couldn't sign back on as a hit wizard. Harry, he reminded himself, he was playing politics and looking after the estates for Harry. Harumph. Alastair said and pushed open the double doors to enter the Auror department. There you are. Amelia snagged hold of Sirius and waved a hand at Alastair. Rufus wants your advice on searching Cumbria. Alastair limped away, and Sirius allowed Amelia to hustle him out of the Auror department and through the ministry corridors to her own office. She sat him down and had an elf bring them coffee. She produced a box of biscotti from the pockets of her robes and set it down on the desk between them. I've been ordered to keep you out of it, Amelia told him baldly. Cornelius is fluing Bogdan to push for an immediate raid on the ship, and Rufus is leading on the Lake District angle. And by giving you the job of keeping me out of it, they're also keeping me out of it too. Amelia picked up her coffee. I annoyed both of them with keeping control of the Italian operation, but I have no regrets. I'll let them have this. Because it was unlikely that either situation would result in more arrests, Sirius surmised. The instant Travers had been arrested, it was likely Voldemort's lot had been informed in some way, if only by Travers' absence. But it was possible that they'd find something at either location, and Amelia was generous enough to step back and allow her colleagues some of the glory. Sirius watched in amusement as Amelia drained her cup and looked longingly at the coffee pot. You're going to be bouncing off the walls if you have another. Amelia set her cup down and simply smiled back at him. She picked up one of the almond biscotti from the box in front of them. These are fabulous. Italians have some of the best cuisine in the world. Sirius agreed. You and Brian should have a holiday out there. Harry has a villa in Tuscany, and I have an apartment in Rome. You're welcome to make use of both. That might be one of your better ideas, Amelia said, brushing the crumbs from her robes. I could do with a break. She smiled again. I might even have earned it today. Her gaze narrowed on Sirius. You know, Richard wasn't wrong about Marco's interest. You could go back to Italy yourself with Harry for a holiday and renew old acquaintances. Sirius sighed heavily and raised his eyebrows. You're not seriously trying to fix me up, Amelia? Amelia grimaced exaggeratedly. Merlin forbid. She held up a single hand. She sighed and sat back in her chair, holding his gaze. We're worried about you, Sirius. We're all your friends, and I think you know we support you. Sirius nodded bemused. So we're all aware that Remus Lupin is your closest friend and confidant, Amelia continued, and that you have lost his supportive counsel and presence because of his relationship with young Tonks, and that impacts on you. She didn't expand on the thought, but Sirius got the gist of her concern. A romantic partner would provide you with perhaps not a replacement for Remus, but an additional support for you. I appreciate the concern, Sirius said, after a long moment trying to organize his thoughts into a coherent reply. Look, Remus and I talk every day, and no, it's not the same, but it's enough. Believe me when I say I have no interest in and no time for a romantic relationship of any kind right now. Amelia nodded slowly. I don't think Harry would object, though should. Harry, Sirius cut in, has already given me pseudo-permission to date when we talked about it last year. But he regarded her soberly. You and I both know that underneath Harry's mature champion of the light and leader of the Potter Alliance exterior is a scared 14-year-old who has already faced unimaginable horrors, who is prophesied to face more in his future, and who has spent the majority of his life being emotionally abused and physically neglected. Her expression melted into comprehension. And the last thing he needs right now is to feel in competition for your time and attention. He deserves to be put first for once in his life, and to know it, to never doubt it. Sirius said simply, and while Remus isn't available as much these days, I do have you and Richard and Daniel and many others to talk to when I need to talk or vent or whatever. He'd spent the night of the second task curled up with Minnie on the rug in front of the fire, the two of them in their animagus forms. Even as Padfoot, he'd had nightmares of Harry being swallowed whole by the snake he'd faced. I'm not without support. I won't say anything more about it then, Amelia said. Sirius nodded with gratitude. He shifted position, readying himself to rise. Well, as you can definitely claim to have kept me out of the latest operations, I'm going to head back to Hogwarts. I'll inform Albus about the probable raid on the ship and make sure I keep my son and his friends distracted from it. Amelia's eyes widened with the sudden realization of how the imminent raid might be foiled by a group of curious students. Good plan. He smirked at her slightly panicked expression and headed for the door. He paused in the doorway, tossing her a look over his shoulder. Thanks, Amelia. She waved him off dismissively, and he shook away the feelings their conversation had stirred, the faint memories of another time, the remembered excitement of his old job, of being part of the team on an important mission. He had an important mission, Sirius reminded himself, and suddenly he couldn't wait to return home to Hogwarts and see his son. Hear this. Alastair's voice boomed through the school. All students to common rooms. All students to common rooms. Harry morphed back into his human form and glanced immediately at his honorary aunt. The deputy headmistress frowned and motioned for Ron and Hermione to remain seated on the settee. She conjured up a messenger Patronus and sent it off to Dumbledore, politely requesting information. I think it would be prudent for us to remain where we are, Minerva said firmly. I'm certain there is nothing to worry about. The unspoken implication that it was possibly one of Alastair's constant vigilance tests relaxed them all a touch. Ron began laughing and pointed at Harry with his one paw. Harry looked down at his fur-covered skin and sighed heavily. I was distracted. Hermione's eyes were alight with amusement, but she was valiantly keeping her laughter to herself. At least you have fur. She sighed. Her head of house grimaced. It may be time to admit defeat on the meditation process, Miss Granger, and find your form through a potion. I just don't understand why I can't see it. Hermione complained. I do achieve a meditative state now, but it's just cloudy. I can't see anything. It's entirely possible that your age may be hindering the assumption of a form. Minerva said crisply, our teenage years are a key period in which our identity is formed and solidified. It may be that your own subconscious view of yourself is currently in flux, and hence the cloudy view. As your inner self is changing, the animagus form is not known. I don't understand why Ron and Harry have forms, though, if that's case. Hermione questioned, folding her arms over her chest. She glared at both boys. They are not questioning their inner selves in the same way you are. Minerva held up a hand. There is no right and wrong about that. Boys are more inclined to be definitive about their identities and less inclined to ponder their own personalities and behavior. Girls are more inclined to self-awareness and questioning of these things. It is not a failure on your part, Miss Granger. It is quite normal. Her eyes found Harry's, and she smiled. Harry's mother was unable to achieve an animagus form during her Hogwarts years for similar reasons. Hermione's lips drooped into a miserable frown. So I'm not going to be able to become an animagus? There's the potion. Harry said quickly, trying to cheer her up. There is, but without a commitment to the animal shown by the potion, it will be incredibly difficult to transform into it. Minerva cautioned. A white shining Patronus shimmied through the door and flew over to the group. The Phoenix Patronus opened its mouth. Aurors are currently preparing for a sanctioned raid on the Durmstrang ship. Dumbledore's voice said calmly, Please stay with Harry. I will have another teacher look in on Gryffindor. Harry tensed. Sirius had called him to assure him that the Italian operation had been a success and that he was fine, but he'd heard nothing since. Perhaps the prisoners had confessed to the location of the conspirators who had sabotaged the Triwizard tournament or given up Karkaroff. Minerva hummed as the Patronus dissipated. Perhaps we should all revert to our human forms and have a snack. She waved her wand, and Ron's hand morphed back. Harry briefly closed his eyes and willed the fur away. He visualized his own skin, and when he reopened his eyes, the fur was gone. "It's not fair," Hermione complained. "You have two forms, and I can't even find one. Talk to your parents, and Sirius about the potion." Harry replied, "I'm sure they'll agree to you trying it." Hermione sighed and nodded. She pushed her bushy hair back over her shoulders. "I wish I could do it your way, though." Ron shrugged. "It is really difficult." But his eyes gave away his inner delight and smugness that he had achieved something she had not. Harry slipped his hand into Hermione's to support her. "You'll get it. I know you will." He reassured her. Hermione sighed and squeezed his hand in a silent thank you. The portrait door opened suddenly, and Harry's wand was in his hand and pointed at the intruder immediately. Minerva spun around a split second later with her wand ready too. They both glared at an unrepentant Sirius as the portrait door swung shut behind him. Sirius winked at them, but returned his attention to the hand mirror he held. "Thanks for the assist, Remus. Whatever you said to Bogdan worked, because there's a dozen Bulgarian aurors who've turned up." He nodded absently. "As soon as I know anything. Padfoot out." He lowered his mirror. "Hi." "Really, Sirius," Minerva sniffed. "You could have let us know you were on your way. The school is in lockdown." "I know," Sirius said calmly. "Alastair almost wouldn't let me in." He opened his arms to Harry, and they hugged hello briefly. "What's going on?" asked Ron, curiosity written all over his face. "Are they really raiding the Durmstrang ship?" Sirius nodded again. "Well, in about 10 minutes or so." He gestured at the sofas. Minerva excused herself to check on Gryffindor personally, but Harry and his two friends took seats. Dobby popped in with refreshments, and Sirius picked up a cup of tea with an appreciative sigh. Travers Sr. was caught by the rat squad in the leaky cauldron this morning. Sirius waved vaguely in the air. He was the lookout man here to make sure Richard and I were on our way to Italy. Chambers picked up on him, followed him, and captured him. Harry's eyes widened, and he quickly deduced what had happened. "He's confessed they're using the ship." "Of course," Hermione said excitedly. The Ministry would finally have enough cause to request an international warrant. Sirius smiled at them proudly. "Exactly." He motioned in the general direction of the Black Lake. "We've got a team of aurors, and Bulgaria has sent some. They're going to be boarding shortly." "What'll happen with Travers?" asked Ron, picking up a large chocolate biscuit and dunking it into a mug of hot chocolate. "At the moment, he's in the prisoner's ward at St. Mungo's." Sirius winced visibly. He really resisted the Verit serum and put a lot of pressure on his heart. He had a heart attack, and the healers aren't optimistic. He probably wasn't in the best physical condition after being in Azkaban so long. Hermione murmured, "It's not the best place for healthy living." Sirius agreed dryly. "I was lucky that I had my animagus form to shift into. I still don't have an animagus form." Hermione repeated what had been said earlier about her identity being in flux. Sirius nodded understandingly. Lily had the same problem when she meditated in 7th year in an attempt to join us. She had to go with the potion in the end, and she only took that after she and James had been married a while. "What was she?" asked Harry eagerly. "A doe." Sirius smiled sadly, his eyes unfocused as though staring back into the past. She knew Prong's form by then, of course, and as James' wife, magic pushed her into a complementary form. I think if she'd had the chance to do it properly, she'd have been something else. He shrugged. Either way, she didn't ever master the transformation. Soon after she took the potion, she discovered she was pregnant with you. Harry breathed in deeply, settling his emotions and his magic. He loved hearing about his parents, and there was so much he still didn't know about them. "Can I do the potion?" asked Hermione. "You have to make it yourself." Sirius cautioned. "She made polyjuice in our second year." Ron said, munching through his biscuit. "She'll be fine. I think it's just as well Minnie left." Sirius teased. "Otherwise you'd be in hot water." He pointed at Hermione, who blushed. It was for a good cause. Hermione muttered sheepishly. "Yes," Sirius said dryly, breaking into the Slytherin common room and trying to find out if Draco was actually the heir of Slytherin. Hermione and Ron turned accusing eyes on Harry, who held his hands up. "I didn't tell him." He protested before relenting enough to admit he had confessed all, but only after Sirius had made it clear he had already known. "Your brother spilled all to Remus," Sirius said cheerfully to Ron. Hermione huffed. Ron looked appalled. "I didn't think they knew. They must have overheard us talking or something." Harry said, "Or maybe they'd realized the trio were constantly holed up in Myrtle's bathroom because they'd had the map and had investigated. I'll talk to your parents." Sirius offered. "If they say yes, then I'll teach you how to make the potion." Hermione's face brightened. "Thank you." "So what happened this morning in Italy?" asked Harry, eager for details now the operation was over and done with. And Sirius was standing in front of him, uninjured. Sirius grinned and launched into the tale to his captivated audience. He was just explaining about the Italian justice system the captured criminals would be faced with when he was interrupted by another announcement. "All clear." Alastair's voice boomed. "Common rooms are now open." "Does this mean the raid's over?" asked Ron excitedly. Sirius took one look at their curious faces and sighed. He called Dobby, who went to collect outerwear for Ron and Hermione. "Get your cloaks on. We'll go take a gander." Harry smiled widely and raced upstairs to get his own cloak. 5 minutes later, they were out of the rooms and walking the still, quiet corridors of Hogwarts. Most of the students had stayed in the common rooms despite Professor Moody's announcement. Sirius herded them out of the entrance. As soon as they rounded the corner to the lake, they could see the bank filled with people. The team of British Aurors were distinctive by their red cloaks, but Harry could make out Bill and Caro talking with them. Amelia Bones stood off to one side in conference with the team of international Aurors, Moody, Snape, a Durmstrang professor, and the headmaster. "I guess Amelia couldn't stay away," murmured Sirius. Moody caught sight of them and waved them over. Harry glanced at Sirius, who grimaced but nodded. Hermione tucked her arm around his as they made their way over the muddy grass to lurk close to the group. Snape shot them an annoyed sneer as Moody made room for them all to join the huddle. Dumbledore frowned at them a little, but his attention was mostly on the Durmstrang professor, who was protesting that he knew nothing. Igor Vood not let anyone into his office all this time. The small man blustered in a heavy Germanic accent. "He vood lock ze door, and vood refuse us entry." Amelia sighed heavily. She looked worn, and Harry felt a moment's sympathy as he remembered she'd been in Italy that morning with Sirius. "Thank you, Professor von Humberg. We'll let you return to your students." "Gunther," Dumbledore interjected, "please convey our condolences to the students for the sudden death of your headmaster. If there's anything we can do." Harry bit his lip. Did that mean Karkaroff was dead? Amelia cleared her throat. "Director Hatter will be here shortly to help you make all the necessary arrangements. The minister will also be in touch. We will stay and provide additional support and security for the remainder of the tournament. The Bulgarian Auror stood next to her said. Thank you. Professor von Humberg departed with the Bulgarians in tow. Karkaroff's dead, queried Sirius soberly. As a doornail. Moody agreed brusquely. They left him in his office. Any sign of the others is gone. They cleared it out. If the Dark Lord believed the ship and Karkaroff's involvement to be compromised, he would have ordered Karkaroff to be killed. He held no further value. Snape said evenly. Has the secondary team found anything? Asked Sirius. Secondary team, asked Harry sotto voce to Sirius. Travers also mentioned where Voldemort was hiding. Sirius grimaced. Didn't I say that? No, Harry said, trying to hide his irritation. I think I might have remembered if you had. Sirius slung an arm over his shoulders. I'm getting old, forgetting things. Truthfully, I didn't think much would come of it. Once Travers didn't make it back from his morning activities, they would have ran. Harry sighed. So we're back to square one. And a very nice square it is, too, Sirius said brightly. Snape snorted again in the background, and Harry found it horrifying that he agreed with him. Amelia shook her head. They identified the cottage where we think Riddle and his gang holed up, but, again, cleared out of anything useful. She shivered and huddled into her cloak. We'll put forensics onto both the ship and the cottage. We might turn up something. Snape huffed loudly. The Dark Lord is not stupid. He will have left nothing. Doesn't hurt to double-check, lad. Moody countered. Dumbledore heaved a heavy sigh. It is a pity Igor did not reach out for help. We could have perhaps saved his life. Unlikely, Snape said. He'd have gone back to Azkaban for conspiracy to terrorize, attempted murder, premeditated manslaughter with the death caused by the dragon, and harboring fugitives and terrorists. Moody barked at Dumbledore. His life was over either way. And that was a depressing thought, mused Harry, feeling colder than ever. He had very little sympathy with Karkaroff. The man had made his own choices, but ultimately he had been doomed. If he's dead, does this mean the tournament is over now? Asked Ron, bemused. I'm afraid not, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said briskly. The tournament is only over if there is a winner. Or the contestants are all dead. Moody added. Dumbledore sent him a reproachful look. We are doing our best to circumvent the strictures of the revised parameters. It was good to know that there would have been a protective shield for anyone left in the cabin at the time of the explosion. Hermione offered supportively. Harry held back his own snort at that. Bagman had cheerfully told them about the protective shield after the task had finished. Dumbledore had set it into the walls of the cabin, and it would have flared into being had life been detected within the walls at the time the explosive hex was detonated. It was still dubious whether it would have worked or not. Dumbledore beamed at Hermione and turned back to Ron. We shall have to confer with Durmstrang once they have dealt with the initial aftermath of Igor's death. They will no doubt appoint a new headmaster or headmistress in time, but it may be that someone like Professor von Humberg steps in as their judge for the final task. The tournament is the least of their worries right now. Amelia agreed. Speaking of which, are we certain that anyone hiding out on the ship has gone and hasn't just assumed a new identity here at Hogwarts? The Bulgarians are doing identity checks on this lot. Moody pointed his thumb behind him at the ship. We may get permission to do the French again, with this as evidence of foul play. Amelia nodded. I'll get Hatter onto it. If I were them, I'd pretend to be a Hogwarts student. Ron said casually, Nobody ever checks our identities. They all stared at him. That's brilliant, Ron. Harry congratulated him, thumping Ron on the arm. It is very insightful. Amelia agreed. Sirius smiled proudly at the youngest Weasley male, who was now as red as his hair. HMNPH. Moody said, "Take 10 points for Gryffindor, lad." "Indeed," Dumbledore said. Snape rolled his eyes behind Moody, and Harry felt his lips twitch into a smile as he took in Snape's disgusted expression. "Well, can we do a student check?" asked Amelia. Dumbledore frowned. "Not without parental permission, I fear. The Board of Governors is also likely to have an opinion." "What about the map?" pondered Harry. Professor Moody could take the map for a day or two and check all the students coming into his class are who they say they are. "An excellent idea," Dumbledore said brightly. "I give you points, but alas you're not in the house system." "Thank Merlin," Snape muttered under his breath before he cleared his throat and raised his voice. "It has merit as a plan, but we would need to cover more than one subject at Newt level as not all 6th and 7th years take one particular class." "Are we sure there isn't a way to fool the map?" Moody asked gruffly. Sirius considered the question for a long moment before he shook his head. "I don't think so, but Remus would be the best person to ask. He did a lot of the charms work." "So, we do a spot check with the map this week," Moody said. "And in the meantime, the director and the headmaster will approach the board and the parents to get permission for a full blood check." Both Dumbledore and Amelia grimaced. "Sounds like a plan." Sirius said, "We'll get the map to you for tomorrow morning. You best get yourself back to HQ, lass." Moody pointed at Amelia. "Nothing more for you to do here." Amelia nodded. "I'll be in touch if there's anything else." She walked away towards the British oars, and Harry glanced back at the ship. He shivered. "Let's get back inside," Sirius suggested, his hand clasping Harry's shoulder comfortingly. "There's nothing to be done here." They all fell into step with each other as they walked back towards Hogwarts. "Hey, Harry," Ron broke the silence as they passed the Quidditch pitch. "Can you spend some time with Ginny on some seeker moves?" Harry nodded. Ginny was doing a lot better at being a friend rather than a stalker, and, besides, he really wanted Gryffindor to win the cup. They'd managed to win their second match against Hufflepuff, and they were facing Slytherin in the last match of the year. It would decide the cup, since Slytherin had also managed wins against the other teams. "I wish you could play," Ron complained. "Ginny's all right, but she's no you, and Malfoy's improved a lot this year." Harry was warmed by the offhand praise and comforted to know he would be welcomed back to the team. "I've been telling him that for weeks," Hermione complained, lightly without any anger or irritation in her tone. She grinned and winked at Harry, who stuck his tongue out at her. "Hot chocolate, I think," Sirius said as they made it inside. "And biscuits," asked Ron hopefully. "You just had some," protested Hermione. "I'm a growing lad," Ron retorted. Harry chuckled, exchanging an amused glance with Sirius. Maybe there was someone already in the castle waiting to strike. Maybe Voldemort had shown his ruthlessness in killing Karkaroff. Maybe there was still a trial and a final task to be faced, but it didn't matter. With the familiar camaraderie of his best friends filling him to the brim as he listened to their usual bickering, and with Sirius's steady presence at his back, Harry knew he wasn't alone. Pronglet Fights Back, Chapter 7. March 18th, 1995. Hermione picked at her breakfast, not really interested in eating. She had received permission from her parents to try the Animagus potion, but she was wondering whether she should go ahead or not. She had woken early and decided to ponder the matter over food before anyone else got up. She frowned as she scooped up more muesli. A motion beside her had her half-turning, irritated at being disturbed, but the sight of Luna sliding onto the bench forestalled any remark Hermione might have made to be left alone. "Morning," Hermione said instead, watching bemusedly as Luna helped herself to a full English and half wondering where the small waif of a girl put that amount of food. "Good morning." Luna said cheerfully. You look pensive this morning. Hermione explained the ongoing problem with finding her animagus form and her internal debate on whether to use the potion. She was careful to keep her voice low. Harry's animagus form was a secret, as were the lessons, but she knew Luna knew and was a safe confidant. Luna tilted her head as she sliced up a sausage. Why are you so against using the potion? I think it's because all the material states that you're not given a choice, and once you've taken the potion, that's it, that's your form. Hermione sighed. I mean, I understand why Harry's father and Sirius took the potion back in school. It is expedient, and they needed something to work with quickly to help Remus, but there isn't the same argument for me. This is something that Harry invited us to share with him, and just because it's taking me longer. She huffed out another breath. Annoyance. Filling her again. I just don't understand why I can't see my form when Ron and Harry can. Taking the potion feels like I've failed, and that's unacceptable. And I know Professor McGonagall explained about self-awareness and questioning of identity, but it sucks that they can do something, and you can't. Luna said bluntly. Especially Ron. Hermione deflated. She felt like a really terrible person. It was okay that the boys were good flyers and into Quidditch because it was physical and sports and not Hermione's thing. It was just being smart, and the first to spell was her thing. She'd had to adjust to the realization that Harry was better than she was in school, although she'd managed to comfort herself that it was because his power levels made his practicals easy, and that he still checked with her on the theory. I'm horrible. Animagus transformation isn't just another spell, and knowing the theory. Luna pointed out. It's more than that, and that's why you're not getting it. Professor McGonagall had pretty much said the same thing when Hermione had cornered her after Transfiguration to talk about it again. Hermione stirred her soggy breakfast despondently. Luna cleared her throat. What else is bothering you about the potion? Hermione squirmed under the sharp silver gaze and sighed. Sirius told us that Harry's mother took the potion because she had similar difficulties to me in school. Only when she took it she ended up with a form that complemented Harry's father. He was a stag and she was a doe. Luna hummed. And this disturbs you because you don't just want to be seen as Harry Potter's girlfriend. Exactly. Hermione pushed her half-eaten muesli away and reached for a banana. I'm a terrible girlfriend. Maybe you can't see your form because you're afraid you won't like it. Luna stated, you've called yourself a terrible person and a terrible girlfriend. Maybe you don't like you enough to see it. And that was remarkably insightful. Hermione flinched at the accuracy of Luna's comment. Maybe she really didn't like herself enough to see the truth of herself, and maybe her ambivalence to taking the potion was because she wasn't sure she was ready to see her form at all. I don't think you are terrible, Luna said comfortingly. Hermione glanced at her. Really? I wouldn't want to be a raven just because my boyfriend was one. Luna said matter-of-factly, her eyes on her bacon. I want to be whatever I am. Hermione nodded. Me too. She gestured with the unpeeled fruit she held. I think it scares me that Lily Potter ended up with a form that so mirrored her husband's. By all accounts, she was, well, your equivalent, Luna said lightly, the smartest witch of her generation. Yes. Hermione flushed bright red, feeling a little arrogant at her own presumption in comparing herself. But if she took a form so closely to her husband's, then what are my chances? Much better, I would have thought. Luna said simply. She was a wife in the late 70s. Society would have driven her to think of herself primarily in terms of her husband and family. Hermione brightened and started to unpeel her banana. Right. And you're not married to Harry. Luna pointed out the very obvious difference, and Hermione blushed again. She and Harry were a long way off marriage, for all the jokes that had been made about them since Remus and Tonks started to organize their wedding. But sometimes Hermione daydreamed, and she wasn't ruling it out for the future, even if the logical side of her argued it was unlikely that they'd stay together. First loves rarely did. And wasn't that a depressing thought? One that made her heart ache a little, because she really did love Harry. "You think too much," Luna said, without even looking at her. Hermione rubbed her forehead and took a bite of the fruit to refrain from a reply. Harry's mother took the potion when she was married to Harry's father and considered herself primarily in those terms. Luna waved her knife. "You're worried that since you started going out with Harry, you're only seen as Harry's girlfriend, and you have enough ambition and smarts to want to be known for yourself first. You're worried that if the potion is a raven, it means your identity is being suborned by Harry. But you're also worried that if you aren't a raven, that Harry will be upset since his mother was so clearly aligned with his father." Hermione nodded, her mouth full of banana. "I think you've managed to put what's been bothering me into words," she admitted once she'd swallowed. "It's one of the main reasons why I don't want to take the potion." She sighed. "But I'm also worried that even if my form isn't something to do with Harry, and it's just me, then I'll still get stuck with that form when I'm still learning and growing, and what if the form influences me away from that learning and growing? I can't imagine Sirius being anything other than his form." Luna's gaze went unfocused for a long moment. It's unlikely Sirius would ever have been anything other than a Grim. It was his destiny to guard Harry. There was a dreamy quality to the statement, and Hermione guessed Luna's gift was making an appearance. She pressed her lips together. "It's still a concern." Hermione insisted. "I mean, Pettigrew's a rat. Maybe if his form hadn't been stuck." Luna shook her head a touch, as though to shake away whatever vision she had seen, or maybe to disagree with Hermione's half-finished thought. "The potion forms are valid representations of the primary character traits of the animagus at the time the potion is consumed. Pettigrew was always going to leave a ship he thought was sinking. Sirius was always the defender of the innocent. Harry's father was the leader of his herd. Maybe I'm not ready to see what that is right now." Hermione confessed out loud, dropping her gaze to the table. Luna gazed at her, another half-dreamy look upon her face. "You will embrace your form when you are ready to see who you really are." At least that sounded promising. "I just don't understand why it was so easy for Ron and Harry." Hermione muttered. "Harry had a lot of healing over the summer to know who he truly is, and to know who he is has worth." Luna pointed out kindly, scraping up scrambled eggs from a pool of brown sauce. "I would guess that Ron has never questioned himself much." That was true, and it explained a lot. Hermione chewed on the last of her banana. She knew she was a good person. Yes, she had her pride and her ego, but she believed she was caring and compassionate, a strong defender for right and honor, a loyal, trustworthy, dependable friend, and a loving, supporting girlfriend. But if she was being honest with herself, in many ways, Hermione knew she didn't like her outward persona much. A bossy bookworm was the kindest description many had given her in the past, and Ron's past teasing that she didn't know how to have fun had hit uncomfortably close to the mark at times. She guessed she had some thinking to do about accepting her own character before she would be able to find her animagus self. Hermione put down the banana skin in her half-finished bowl. "I don't think I'm going to take the potion. I think I'm going to persevere with the meditation. It may take longer, but I think it will be better that way." Luna nodded sagely and changed the subject to runes. Hermione happily went with the topic, and they were in the midst of a spirited discussion about the origins of runic magic when Ron showed up along with the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Ginny was pale under her freckles, and Hermione didn't envy the younger woman the pressure she was under. Everyone in the school knew the outcome of the Quidditch Cup rested on the game. And as always, the Seeker was the one under the most pressure to perform. It wasn't long before breakfast was over, cloaks and gloves were gathered, and the majority of the school headed for the Quidditch stands. Hermione met Harry outside of the tower, and they walked hand in hand outside. Harry was almost vibrating with tension, and Hermione appreciated it was difficult for him to simply watch a game that he'd had no choice in not playing thanks to the tournament rules. "Sirius isn't coming?" asked Hermione as they trudged up the steps to get a good seat. "He's in the parents' block with the Weasleys." Harry explained. "He invited them for lunch." "That's nice." Hermione said. "The Malfoys arrived just before," Harry retorted. "It was like a car crash." Hermione winced sympathetically. She could only imagine how the two couples must have reacted to each other. "Well, they can't expect us to support Draco just because he's family." Hermione said, "We are Gryffindors." Lucy made the argument that I'm not actually a Gryffindor at present. Harry scowled. "Ponce. Language." Hermione remonstrated, more because it was expected than anything else. "You know, if you're not careful, you're going to end up calling him that to his face." "Ponce or Lucy?" asked Harry cheekily. She laughed and poked him in the arm. Neville waved madly at them from a row just ahead, and they made their way to him, sliding into the seats next to him and beside Lavender and Parvati. "No Hannah." Hermione looked around just in case she'd missed her. "She's keeping Sue company," Neville said evenly, but Hermione could sense the disgruntlement he was repressing and lifted her eyebrows knowingly. Neville flushed. "We'd said this was going to be a date, but—" He shrugged away the rest of the sentence. Harry gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "It'll get better. Sue just needs to get some confidence back after the letter thing. That was nasty." "I hope you're right," Neville said. "It's not that I don't understand. It's just Hannah, and I haven't had a date, just the two of us, since the second task. Here come the teams." Someone yelled excitedly. They turned their attention to cheering and clapping as the teams strode out onto the field and took to the skies as they were announced. Neville thrust 2 thumbs up as Ginny buzzed them. "Good luck. How much money do you have riding on this with Sabine?" asked Harry, amused. "Enough," Neville admitted sheepishly. Hermione shook her head. "Betting." She pursed her lips with disapproval and kept her gaze on the match as Harry and Neville quietly spoke about tactics. She bit her lip. She was regretting not bringing a book. Harry shifted beside her and bumped her slightly. She turned inquisitively, and he leaned in to whisper in her ear. "The snitch is up by the Slytherin stands." Hermione frowned and squinted in the general direction. She couldn't see anything. How had Harry seen it? "Shiny objects," he said with a deadpan tone. She slapped his arm and smiled at him affectionately. "Harry." Harry blew out a frustrated breath as Draco fainted and fooled Ginny into following him into a fruitless dive well away from where the snitch was lurking. "I'm thinking I'm not going to take the potion," Hermione said in a rush. "I want to do it properly." It took a moment for Harry to connect the dots on what she was talking about, but his expression cleared, and he shrugged. "Meditation is better, according to all the theory," he said. "Exactly," Hermione agreed. "And I want to do it right. There's no rush, is there?" Harry shook his head. "I thought it'd be good for us to have something to do together, and we are so—" He smiled his shy smile, the one that reminded her for all of the changes in his life. He was still Harry. A yell went up, and they both dragged their attention back to the action on the field. Hermione looped her arm through Harry's and leaned against him. Maybe she didn't need the book after all. Harry sipped on the butterbeer that Fred had sneaked into his hand and watched as the Gryffindor Common room partied in celebration. The cup had been given to their extremely proud head of house, and Harry wouldn't put it past his Aunt Minnie to be happily ensconced in her private rooms polishing the silver trophy and raising a toast to it with a dram or two of whiskey. He gazed around the room. He felt slightly awkward being there. He'd rarely been back to the tower since he and Sirius had moved into their own suite of rooms. Apart from a couple of occasions to see Ron and the one memorable trip to Hermione's dorm room that had gone down in Hogwarts history, Harry hadn't been by very much at all. Some of it, he mused, was his own reticence at being around crowds of people. Even now, tucked into a corner seating group with Ron holding court retelling the story of the match to a captivated Lavender and Parvati one side of him, and Hermione chattering away to Neville on the other, he was too aware that everyone kept throwing surreptitious glances in their direction. Of course, he might just be paranoid. Just because he was visiting, it didn't mean he was the center of attention, and wasn't it arrogant to think that he was, especially when Ron, a key member of the cup-winning team, was right there? Harry repressed the urge to sigh, and instead sipped his butterbeer. All right, maybe he wasn't the center of attention. He still felt awkward, though, like he didn't belong in the Gryffindor Common room anymore. Harry tried to dismiss the thought, and watched as Ron gestured with his bottle demonstrating a save he'd made. Ron had been a hero at the hoops. He'd made save after save after save. It had allowed the Gryffindor Chasers to rack up a high score, and the game had finished 260 to 250 to Gryffindor when Draco had mistimed grabbing the snitch. He tried to listen to Ron's tale, but his mind kept dwelling on the feeling of not belonging that was getting stronger with every moment he stayed there. At least he was due to leave soon because of his curfew anyway. It wasn't just the length of time he'd been away from Gryffindor or the way some people were staring, Harry thought tiredly. It was also the knowledge that in truth his power levels and training were pulling him away from his peers, from his friends. In class, Hermione and some of the Ravenclaws still outdid him where the theory was concerned, but nobody could touch him on the practical side. He usually managed complex spell work in a matter of moments. It made him different, and he hated it. At least Hermione was top of the class for the fourth-year material, and had, thanks to her helping him with the tournament, also mastered some fifth- and sixth-year spells. It eased something in him to know he wasn't completely leaving her behind. If he hadn't promised Sirius he'd do his best, if he didn't need to be his best to survive the tournament, he couldn't go back. He would just have to deal with the changes his power and his training wrought when he returned to Hogwarts for his fifth year. If he returned, his mouth pressed into a thin line. He was determined Tom wasn't going to win another victory, but the reality was that he was still a long way off knowing how to defeat his nemesis. But he was certain that the next time they met, it would be over one way or another. In fact, he felt the inevitability of a confrontation sooner rather than later deep down in his bones. Harry sighed and took another gulp of his drink. A flash of red in the corner of his vision had him frowning, and he turned his head just in time to see Ginny slipping out of the portrait hole. He fidgeted for a long moment before turning to inform Ron, only to find Ron immersed in a snog session with Lavender. Parvati had disappeared. Harry winced. He really didn't need such an up-close view of his best friend's tongue. "You should go talk to Ginny," Hermione whispered in Harry's ear, her breath skating over his skin. Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "Who better than you? You're a seeker. You know how she's feeling." Hermione whispered, "We could both go," Harry pointed out, careful to keep his own voice low. Hermione shook her head and jerked it pointedly toward where Neville was staring despondently into his butterbeer. Hermione would obviously deal with Neville, and Harry was nominated to deal with Ginny. He squeezed Hermione's hand gently. Her compassion and generosity was one of the things he loved about her. He set his beer down and slipped out of his seat. He wished he had the map, but Moody still had it. He hoped Ginny hadn't gone far. Hogwarts wasn't safe if someone was masquerading as a student. He got through the portrait door without anyone stopping him and paused as he found Ginny immediately. Ginny glanced up from her position, hunched up by the wall near to the portrait door. She flushed bright red and made to get up, but Harry waved her back down and lowered himself to the floor beside her. He nudged his glasses back up his nose. "Do you want to talk about it?" Ginny shrugged and looked down at her feet. "I messed up." "How?" asked Harry gently. Ginny's gaze flashed to his in disbelief. "I didn't catch the snitch." "No," Harry agreed. "Draco had the edge on you since he saw it first, and has a faster broom. But you pushed him. You were right behind him when he grabbed it, and he knew if he didn't get it, you would. He made the choice to catch it despite knowing the score. He knew if he didn't, you'd catch it, and they'd lose by a massive amount, and not just 10. You forced his hand because you were on his tail. You did good." She frowned, but her gaze seemed contemplative. "I thought a successful seeker was meant to catch the snitch, or force their opponent into making a mistake." Harry corrected. "Sometimes the score is even and it's a direct race. Sometimes it's not, and it's more complicated. Draco needed to time catching it correctly, or they'd lose, and he misjudged it. At the World Cup, Victor knew his team would never catch up with the Irish. Their chasers just didn't have it in them, so he chose to end it knowing his catch would mean defeat, not winning. I never looked at being a seeker that way." Ginny murmured, wrapping her arms around her knees and hugging them to her. "Well, you kind of want to be a chaser, really, right?" Harry pointed out. "And you really helped with that out there today. A lot more than I would have done, because I don't have the same understanding of chasing that you do." Ginny gave a small smile. "I was so busy helping the chasers, I forgot about the snitch." Harry bumped her shoulder with his own. "So you won't make that mistake again." She grimaced but nodded. "At least you know your place is safe next year." If he survived. Harry shook himself. He had to stop thinking that way. "Well, you never know," Harry joked. "We might both get shown up by some kind of Quidditch prodigy." He smiled at her. "You're a shoo-in, though, for Angelina's place on the chaser line." Her grip on her knees relaxed, and she shifted position, her shoulders dropping as she grinned at him. "Thank you." She glanced back at the portrait hole. "I'm sorry to drag you away from everyone." Harry shrugged. "Parties aren't really my thing, plus your brother, and Lavender." "Say no more," she said hurriedly, pretending a full body shudder. Harry grinned at her. "I think I'm going to tell Fred to go ahead and write to Mom about Ron." Ginny pondered out loud. "If it were any of us acting the way he is, he'd go spare." Harry figured it was probably just Ginny Ron would have issues with, but he nodded anyway. "Well, if you're not upset at leaving the party, I'm sorry I dragged you away from Hermione." Ginny said, "Actually, she was the one who sent me after you." Harry informed her briskly. Ginny blushed and looked away. "She's a really good friend." "Yes," said Harry with proud contentment. "She really is." Ginny regarded him for a long moment, and just as he began to feel uncomfortable, she began to speak. "I've never really apologized for behaving the way I did, have I?" "Yes, you did." Harry frowned. "Not about Hermione." Ginny contradicted him quickly. "I know, I apologized about that." "No, I mean, about how I was with you. How I was at the beginning of the year, before the whole thing, with Hermione." Harry felt as though his tongue was tied in a knot. He had no idea what to say to her. "I am sorry, Harry," Ginny said sincerely. He jerked his head in a nod of acknowledgement. "It's okay." "No, it's not," Ginny said. "I was terrible." She shook her head. "I wasn't very much of a friend." She sighed. Hermione told me that it was more likely that you'd choose someone who was a friend to go out with, and I didn't believe her. I thought she was just warning me off, you know? Harry couldn't speak again, unsure what to say. But she was right. Ginny continued, clearly not needing his input anyway. I see you and her together, and it works because you're friends more than anything else. I know she likes me for me. Harry said quietly. He fidgeted with the laces on his shoes. I can't imagine being with anyone else. Ginny nodded quickly, a blush stealing over her cheeks again. You make a great couple. She paused. Matt's asked me on a practice date. Matt as in Matthew Ingleby. Is Lydia okay with that? Asked Harry, wondering if it was going to cause problems with Ginny's friendship with the other girl. Yeah, Ginny grinned. She prodded Matt into it, I think because his friend Albert asked her out. Harry refrained from shaking his head at the antics of the lower year students. His year didn't exactly hold any moral high ground with all the soap opera breakups and get-togethers that had happened. I like Matt, Ginny admitted quietly. So go for it. Harry encouraged her. He nudged her shoulder again. I promise I won't tell Ron. Ginny smiled at him and nudged him back. Thanks, Harry. You're a good friend. She hesitated again before rushing the words out. I hope you think I'm a better friend too now. I do. Harry hastened to reassure her. The quiet pat of paws had Harry turning his head, and he wasn't surprised to find Padfoot walking around the corner. He cast a quick tempest charm and grimaced at the time. No wonder Sirius had come looking for him. He was past the time he'd said he'd be back. Padfoot shifted into Sirius as Ginny and Harry scrambled to their feet. Sorry, Harry said quickly. I know I'm late. It was my fault, said Ginny. He was giving me a pep talk for missing the snitch. Sirius held up both hands and smiled reassuringly. Apologies accepted. Harry turned to Ginny, feeling awkward again. Can you let Hermione know Sirius came for me, and I'll meet her as usual tomorrow? Ginny nodded, her red hair flying everywhere. I will. Thanks again, Harry. She mumbled the password to the fat lady, who was glaring at Sirius, and disappeared into the tower. Sirius slung an arm around Harry's shoulders, and they fell into a comfortable pace as they walked back to their own quarters. So, Sirius began, a teasing lilt to his tone, sitting out with a girl who isn't your girlfriend? If I didn't overhear you talking about her going out with Matt, I might have been a little worried. Harry shot him a look. Hermione sent me out to talk to her. Very trusting girl, your girlfriend. Sirius continued to tease. I'm not interested in anyone else. Harry said with a shrug. She knows that. Sirius hummed. You're a good boyfriend and a good friend, Pronglet. It was a good thing you did back there with Ginny. She's not bad when she's not being all stalkerish, Harry admitted. Sirius gave a bark of laughter as they reached the portrait guarding their door. High praise indeed. They walked into the cozy warmth, and Harry felt the tension drain out of him. He really did love having his own rooms. It was going to be difficult going back to the dorms in his 5th year. You all right, Pronglet? Asked Sirius. Harry turned around and found his father standing just inside the door, looking at him with concern. I'm fine, he immediately said to reassure him. He sighed and rubbed his head tiredly. It feels odd being in the tower now. I was just thinking that it's going to be weird next year. And prompted Sirius, guessing that there was more that was bothering him. And I guess I was wondering if I'll fit in. Harry admitted. He slumped back against the dining table. I'm miles ahead on practical work. And then there's Quidditch. They won without me. He ducked his head, shamefaced at the pettiness of hating that they had won without him. Sirius crossed the space between them and tugged him into a quick hug before ruffling his hair and easing back as though knowing Harry wouldn't tolerate the comfort very long. It's only natural to feel left out. When I was banned from Quidditch, I hated that they won games without me, and I didn't even want to play. His confession made Harry feel a touch better. Maybe you should spend some more time with Hermione and Ron over there next term, suggested Sirius. Minnie won't mind, as long as you're not using the girls' dorm as the way in. Harry snorted. And it'll get you comfortable being there again. Maybe you're right, Harry admitted, stepping away and stopping as he caught sight of the map on the table. Moody brought the map back. His fingers touched the battered parchment carefully. Sirius nodded, accepting the change in subject, although it was obvious he wanted to say something more. Neither Moody nor Snape have managed to catch any of the students not being exactly who they're supposed to be. He frowned. Remus can't say for certain that Peter doesn't know a way around the map, and neither can I. Either way, checking the map now is pretty pointless when they could have gone completely and have plans to sneak someone back in after Easter. He pointed at it. You can take it back for the rest of term. We'll take it to Bulgaria with us and have Remus take a look at it. Harry nodded, happy to have the map back in his possession, if not with the news that the map checks had been a pointless exercise. I'm going to head to bed. Try not to worry, Pronglet, Sirius advised, alluding back to their previous conversation. Things will work out. Harry attempted a smile, but as he made for the stairs, he couldn't help thinking that his life was never that simple. April 6th, 1995. And I have the latest plans from Tomas on the security for the wedding in the folder. Clara tapped it for emphasis. They've provided the general layout of the minister's home, which is great, and gives us some idea of how we can ensure we close the gaps. Remus nodded, surprised at Bogdan's generosity again, that he had opened up his official home for the wedding and was allowing such sensitive security information to be shared with them. He wasn't disregarding the honor he was being afforded. But then, as well as he got along with Bogdan, Dora had hit it off with Hilda even more so, and Bogdan's wife was a force of nature. They've suggested we team up the lycanthrope guards, Patrick said, cheerfully. Gregor's putting together a detail, and I'll take a look at it then. It makes sense to have one of theirs with one of ours, and since Gregor's comfortable with that arrangement, we should go with it. Another honor, since it simply wasn't done for an alpha to cede territorial duties to another pack, and yet Gregor was allowing it for Remus's. Remus reached for his glass of water, taking a long, cool sip to lubricate his suddenly overly dry mouth. That's good news. He set the folder to one side. Anything more on the wedding? Clara looked down at her ubiquitous notebook. She tucked a strand of red hair behind an ear and sighed. We've got a room ready for Dora's mother and father. They're due to arrive by Portkey first thing in the morning around 6 at the ministry. I understand you're going to pick them up. I will, Remus said evenly, hiding his own discomfort at the thought of seeing Andromeda and Ted for the first time since they'd broken the news of the baby and plans for marriage. It had been a hell of a fight between mother and daughter. They'd reconciled over mirrors and flues, in long letters that had had Dora weeping and laughing. It had been emotional for Dora losing her mother's regard, and only Ted's steadfast support had seen Dora through it. Even now, he knew Dora was uncertain of her mother's reactions and was dreading the visit. He wasn't looking forward to it himself. He had deserved more than Ted's disappointed glare and Andromeda's scathing dressing down. He'd probably feel better if Ted, or Andy, had simply cursed him or punched him. He deserved it. He had known as soon as he'd given in to the first kiss what was going to happen, and he hadn't stopped it, grateful for the comfort the intimacy of sex had given him in the wake of Skeeter's article, and the fallout. He'd also known it had been a mistake. He'd tried to get Dora to see reason the day after when they'd returned from the Wisengamot, but she had been intractable, unwilling to see his reasons. He'd hurt her, Remus told himself briskly. He'd hurt her, and he deserved the cold shoulder she'd given him for a month. But the baby changed everything. Truthfully, Dora had been hesitant, truly not wanting him to be trapped, but he'd assured her that he did want to marry her. It had been a kind lie. He did truly care for her. He would never have slept with her if he hadn't, but the wanna marry, that had been the lie, and still was. No, he really wasn't looking forward to playing host to his imminent in-laws, but Sirius had been keen to get them out of Britain and away from the inevitable fallout of the announcements that had been made to the Wisengamot earlier that day. Remus couldn't blame him for that. The wireless had been filled with commentary already, and he had eventually switched it off rather than continue to listen to it. Nothing else on the wedding from me. Patrick chipped in, drawing Remus's attention back to the meeting. "Pack news?" inquired Remus delicately, hearing Patrick's unspoken hint that there was something to speak about. "Everyone is generally happy," Patrick began. "Tonks is very easygoing, so that has helped everybody feel comfortable with welcoming her. A lot of us are excited about the cub." He grinned as Remus grimaced at the term. "And we're all enjoying the fact that our alpha is here, and that Harry and Sirius are going to visit with the wedding." "But," prompted Remus, "but there is some unrest." Clara stepped in briskly. "Sion is disgruntled, and some are listening." "What's she saying that's resonating?" Remus wasn't unsurprised at the news. Sion had been less than welcoming to Dora since their arrival. Patrick and Clara had seemingly helped to curtail the worst of her jealousy and spite, but the resurgence as the wedding drew closer wasn't unexpected. Clara and Patrick exchanged a telling glance. Remus heaved a sigh. "This is going to be one of those pack things that I don't understand, isn't it? Sion thinks Dora shouldn't be regarded as pack, even though she's your fiancée and the mother of your child." Clara explained. "That's resonating with those who'd like to keep the pack to wolves. The pack already has Harry and Sirius." Remus said, exasperated. "It's not an exclusively wolf pack anyway." "Well, you know how Sion feels about Sirius and Harry," Patrick quipped, a smirk softening the truth of his words. "She wants a wolf pack." He shrugged. "Most of us accept that your pack began with Harry and Sirius and accept them as packmates. I don't deny I'm a little antsy about their arrival because they're your human betas. But then from everything you've said, they won't challenge me for the position on the wolf side. So I'm teaching my wolf to be cool with it. Some of us aren't so great at compartmentalizing or drawing a distinction between the wolf instinct and our own intellect." Clara nodded in agreement. Sion is targeting those most likely to agree with her. The rest are giving her short shrift. Anyone who has a problem with Harry, Sirius, and Dora being part of the pack are more than welcome to find another more suited to their tastes. Remus snapped out, frustrated and feeling defensive. Clara and Patrick both subsided into their chairs and lowered their gazes, allowing Remus's wolf to feel their submission and acceptance of his words. Remus took a steadying breath. The moments where his wolf would make himself known were growing the more time he spent with the pack. It worried him that he was losing himself to the wolf, but at the same time there was something settling within him, a discontent that was being erased day by day. "We'll take that message back," Patrick said seriously. "It will deter most people from giving Sion the time of day." "I'll talk with Sion," Clara offered. "If she wants to stay, she has to settle down and accept your choice of mate." "Which brings us on to the second part of what she's been saying," Patrick murmured. Remus's eyes narrowed at his beta. "What?" "That even if Dora and the cub stay, you should take a second wolf mate, or at least keep your marriage open to the possibility of liaisons with the pack women." Patrick continued, fulfilling his role as beta to not be afraid to give Remus the bad news. "Bugger." Remus swore and slumped back in the comfortable leather chair. It wasn't unheard of for alphas to have free rein with the women in the pack, or the men for that matter. Greyback hadn't been that discriminating over who he screwed. Gregor and Robert were happily married, but Remus was aware that wasn't true for the others. It's gotten some mixed reactions. Clara inserted smoothly. Some are traditional and believe a marriage is sacrosanct. Others, well, some of the single women joined because they were attracted to the idea of you as their alpha and mate. They're bitterly disappointed in the same way, Sion, is that you've chosen someone else outside the pack to settle down with. Remus bit back the words that he hadn't truly chosen at all, since it would be a lie on several levels, even if that was the way he felt. I'm making traditional marriage vows. Remus stated firmly, Dora will be my wife, and I will honor and respect her with fidelity. Patrick grinned at him. You're a good man, Remus. He puffed up his chest. More for me then. Remus laughed at his beta's antics. Clara smiled widely too. We'll let the others know. She got to her feet and Patrick followed. Remus dismissed them with a simple nod and sighed as they left him alone. The study at the Black Farm had become his refuge, somewhere for him to retreat when the situation with Dora became too much or the pack felt claustrophobic. But as he looked around the comfortable, cozy room, shadowed and lit alternatively with the flickering flames in the hearth, Remus felt loneliness creep into his soul. He missed the schoolhouse. More, he missed Griffin House. He missed Sirius and Harry so much some days his bones ached with it. Especially Sirius. The two of them spoke daily on the mirror, but it wasn't the same. He'd gotten used to having his friend back in his life again, and it felt far too like losing him again for it to sit easily with Remus. You haven't lost him. Remus told himself sternly. He's alive, and he's well, and he's not imprisoned in Azkaban. You just talk to him. He rolled his eyes before closing them. He kneaded his forehead gently. And now you're losing your mind. Remus muttered. Talking with yourself. He sighed. He had made his bed, and now he had to lie in it. He focused his mind on business enough to double-check that his work for the day was done. He tidied his desk, banked the flames, and locked up the study on his way up to the master suite. He hesitated by the door next to his, and with a shake of his head, as though to dislodge the nerves that had set up home there, he knocked gently. Dora opened the door a moment later and ushered him inside, darting a look down the hallway to see if anyone had noticed his entry. He was amused at her discretion. They were the only ones living in the family wing. He stood a touch awkwardly inside her sitting room. The Blacks had somewhat conveniently created a suite of rooms for the Lord and a suite of rooms for the lady. They were connected via an inner door, but both could be kept distinct if necessary. He and Dora had taken the decision to sleep apart until their marriage when they'd arrived. Perhaps it was closing the door once the horse had bolted, but Remus was glad of the privacy his own rooms afforded him. He wasn't looking forward to losing that once the wedding had taken place. I just wanted to check in, Remus said hesitantly. They hadn't seen each other since lunchtime. Gilby said at dinner that you weren't feeling well. Dora grimaced and waved him into a seat as she settled back onto the sofa. I have no idea why they call it morning sickness. Is there anything I can do? Asked Remus, feeling guilty and concerned. Dora shook her hair strangely in its natural state and waved a hand at the discarded tray of food the elf had presumably brought her. I've managed to eat some soup and crackers. She sighed. You know, our wedding breakfast is going to be fantastic, but if Sprague here keeps up his routine, I'm not going to be able to taste a morsel of it. Remus reached over and picked up her hand. I'll have whatever you end up with. Dora smiled appreciatively at him, her gray eyes alight with affection. That's sweet. He smiled back at her. Her expression turned mischievous. So, did Clara and Patrick finally spill the beans about the rest of the women, feeling all bereft of your manly charms? Remus rolled his eyes expressively. I have no intention of sleeping with anyone but you for the rest of my life. Dora's face brightened. I'd understand if. Remus waved her tentative offer away. We're going to be married, Dora. My own parents were very happily married all of their lives by being dedicated to each other and their family. I want that. Me too. Dora admitted. She sighed. I guess I just feel a touch guilty about trapping you into this. You didn't trap me. Remus denied it automatically, although a small voice in his head was agreeing with her. He cared for her, he thought to himself sternly. He truly cared for her, and she cared for him. They were friends. There were worse starts to a marriage, worse foundations than theirs. That's not what Sion thinks. Dora said dryly. Sion can get stuffed. Remus said decisively. She laughed, and he was pleased that he'd managed to raise her spirits a little. I should get to bed. Remus said, standing. Dora stood up again. You could stay. She offered, a hopeful smile softening her features into a welcome that tempted Remus. He shook his head. I have to leave early to collect your parents from the ministry, and I'd like to do that with a clear conscience. Right. Her face crumpled, first with disappointment, and then with horror at remembering the imminent arrival of her mother and father. It'll be all right, Dora. Remus assured her. Andy loves you, and Ted's been very good about this whole business. I know, Dora rallied and smiled at him. You get some rest. I'll see you in the morning. He leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips. She moved into his space and deepened the kiss. He was so tempted to wrap himself around her and take comfort in her. Remus drew away reluctantly, reminding himself that it had been that kind of thinking that had led them to the current state of affairs. I'll see you in the morning. Remus said gently. Night, Dora. Night, Wolfie. Dora replied with a hint of her old spirit. He used the connecting door to walk into his own rooms, and for a long moment he stood in the dark, his mind racing. He shook himself. He had an early start, and he had absolutely no wish to greet the parents of the woman he'd knocked up on little or no sleep. But even as he readied himself for bed, he had a feeling sleep would be a long time coming. April 7th, 1995. Bill dropped the latest lot of brooms onto the transportation device and watched them zap away. He shook his head. By his reckoning, that batch brought the number of brooms found to an astonishing 111. Some of them were beautiful old classics, some of them were broken and unusable, and some of them were the very latest version. Bill couldn't help but wonder at the latter. Were some of the kids so spoilt rotten that they didn't notice when they lost their top-of-the-line broom? He shook his head, sadly. Perhaps it had been out of necessity, but one thing his parents had taught him was to value every galleon, sickle, and canute he earned, and by extension everything he bought with said money. It was a philosophy that had won him points with the goblins. He made his way back down the aisle. He was clearing and started in on a stack of books. He absently separated them into old and valuable, usable, broken needing repair, and beyond hope. He had found himself wondering again whether he'd return to Gringotts after his service was finished, his mind drifting back to the conversation he'd had with Sirius the previous summer. In many ways, Bill mused, he had only become stronger in his conviction that the life he had previously planned for himself was no longer the one that he would live. He watched Sirius and Harry. He watched the Potter Alliance. And more than anything, he wanted to be part of the future they were building for their world, to be an equal voice in shaping that future. An equal voice. That was important, because he had a voice in it already. Sirius and Harry both took time to ask for his opinion, considered his thoughts, included his suggestions as part of their plans. He knew he was lucky that their view of service was not subservience, but active and vigorous participation in making the house he was sworn to serve a success. Sirius had regular meetings one-on-one with Bill. Harry sought him out more than his own brothers did. He was tremendously lucky that they ignored the actual reality of his position, of the ancient and noble house of Weasley's position, and simply followed their own path. But he wanted, more than ever, to have earned a real position of authority, of responsibility. It was probably time to take up Sirius's offer to speak with him about his future and map out some kind of plan. He wanted to get his family seat back on the Wizengamot. It might take years, so Bill's focus had to be on building up the alliances and reputation needed to win a nomination. He wondered if curse-breaking was something he could incorporate into that. There was a lingering sense of duty urging him to complete his contract with Gringotts. The door to the room opened, and Bill barely paid any attention, knowing the magic wouldn't allow anyone but those who were allowed to enter. Bill. Caro's call echoed through the vast space. He raised his wand and sent up a spray of red sparks as a reply. She found him a few minutes later. "Wow, what time did you get up? You look like you got an early start." Bill flipped a pristine and unused copy of Gilderoy Lockhart's book on werewolves to the Beyond Hope pile. He shot her a teasing grin. "Maybe you're late." Caro snorted and tossed him the newspaper. 5 minutes, she admitted, but I had a good excuse. Got caught up reading Skeeter's latest article. She rolled up the sleeves of her plain blue robe and took over the book sorting as Bill unfolded the paper and began to read. House of Black seals alliance with werewolves with marriage. Baby boom for the House of Black. The April Wizengamot session started with a joyous announcement from Lord Black concerning its werewolf steward Remus Lupin and the daughter of Andromeda Tonks, née Black, Nymphadora, a marriage. Nymphadora Tonks was assigned back in January as protection detail for Remus Lupin following public unrest after the details of his accidental attack on Lords Potter and Black were maliciously leaked through an unsuspecting press as part of a vicious attempt by the former Lord Wenlock, now residing in Azkaban, to derail the new creature laws. In February, the pair went abroad to continue Lord Potter's work in building a sanctuary for all werewolves. It appears time spent in each other's company has led to a wondrous whirlwind romance between the two, culminating in the announcement of a spring wedding to be held on April 17th in Bulgaria, where Lupin is a known close friend of the current Bulgarian minister Bogdan Oblonsk. Lord Black made this official comment. "I am tremendously thrilled that a wizard I have long considered to be a brother will formally become part of our family and an official son of the House of Black. And, of course, that my cousin has found happiness." Of course, the marriage of the pair would not have been allowed under the previous werewolf laws. Minister Cornelius Fudge remarked, "It is truly a wondrous day for our society when we can acknowledge that our new laws are fair and equitable for all. Government should not interfere with the personal lives of our citizens in matters of the heart, and we celebrate this union as one of the first for those wizards and witches infected with lycanthropy." Others are not unsanguine about this societal shift. Lord Selwyn commented, "While the steward of the houses of Black and Potter is a learned and knowledgeable wizard in addition to his unfortunate status as a lycanthrope, we cannot help but feel he is an exception to the rule. Perhaps this union will be the first, but I rather feel it will and should be a rarity. How many lycanthropes have the control required to never bite or turn their loved one?" Dolores Umbridge, currently serving as an ambassador for the British Ministry abroad and original author of the Old Werewolf Laws, contacted this journalist to state in the most vulgar language possible that the planned union was disgusting, abhorrent, and abnormal. She also made comments regarding the lifespan of any progeny of the union, which have been passed to the DMLE for further investigation. Speaking of progeny, it was a somewhat sheepish Lord Black who admitted in his announcement that the love-struck couple had jumped the wand rather and a new addition to the House of Black was already on its way with an expected birth in the summer. He reported that the baby has already been confirmed as free of lycanthropy, and Nymphadora is blooming in her pregnancy. With the news announced some months ago that Narcissa Malfoy Black is also expecting her second child, it would seem that the House of Black is splendidly resurgent and will have much to celebrate in the coming months. We look forward to covering what will be the society wedding of the year. Bill huffed out an exasperated sigh at Skeeter's obsequious tone, but nodded in relief. It looks like it went better than expected. I'd like to know just how much Sirius had to pay Rita for her to spin it that way, Caro remarked. Bill kept silent. He knew something had happened between Sirius, Skeeter, Bones, and Moody just after the second task, but he wasn't aware of the details, and he figured it was better for his health to ignore it. I'm glad for Remus and Tonks, though. They don't need the stress. Caro continued. I'm pretty sure they'll still get a heap of howlers anyway. She probably wasn't wrong, Bill mused. His father had only just managed to stop his mother from sending one after they'd been told. At least it was out in the open with the announcement, though. The whole imminent marriage and baby had been the worst kept secret of British wizarding society ever since Tonks had started sending out invites. Bill refolded the prophet and put it aside. He started to help again. What do you think about it? He asked. I mean, honestly? Caro shot his a suspicious look and waved her wand at him. Why are you asking? Bill shrugged, the movement pulling his black t-shirt taut he refused to wear robes for physical work. Maybe I just want your view of the society wedding of the year. They both smirked at each other. Caro sneaked another peek at him as they settled back to the task of sorting the books. Honestly, I guess my view is skewed because I know them both. She frowned as she considered the question seriously. He liked that about Caro. She always took the time to properly answer a question, even when she didn't fully understand why he was asking it. I can see why most people will think her being with a werewolf is squicky. I mean, some of the young girls may think it tragically romantic in a Beauty and Beast kind of way, but there's no denying that she's living with a man who is carrying a horrifying disease. Maybe a bite or a scratch when they're, intimate won't infect her, but the risk... Caro sighed. She's got to either be fearless about it or just head over heels for Remus. I think it's the latter. Bill said. Tonks had pursued Remus as soon as she'd had a signal that he was looking for a relationship. Me too. Caro agreed. And I understand her attraction to Remus as a wizard and a man. He's an attractive bloke, powerful even though he hides it behind his mild-mannered steward persona, knowledgeable and very intelligent. And he's funny. He has the driest sense of humor of anyone I've ever known. And, of course, there's his friendship with Sirius and Harry. It's sweet and adorable how much he loves them. And I may need a sick bucket. Bill joked. He glanced at Caro wonderingly. She had joked about fancying Remus and Sirius in the past, had even flirted a bit with both of them. Maybe it had been more truth than fiction. All I'm saying is that I see the attraction from Tonks' viewpoint, Caro said firmly. And so because I also know Remus, I know he'll take every precaution and be extremely careful never to scratch Tonks, ever, never mind bite her. And while I do tend to find the whole being with a werewolf thing squicky in the abstract, I can see and understand why it's not a consideration for Tonks with Remus. She placed another book in the repair pile. On a social political level, I worry that young girls might romanticize this particular situation too much and find themselves out of their depth with werewolves who don't have the same sense of honor or care that Remus has. It was a good point, even if it did come close to parroting Selwyn. But Bill figured it wouldn't hurt to raise it with Sirius as something they needed to consider in the political arena going forward. As far as the unplanned Sprague is concerned, Caro shrugged. It's their business that they had sex and forgot to take precautions. I think everyone's sex life is private. Society should keep their noses out of it. She sighed. I guess the thing that jars with me most from what I've overheard so far is that Tonks is being singled out for criticism. But then I'm not really surprised that there's a double standard which paints the woman as a hussy who's trapped the poor bloke into marriage. Bill nodded. Harry cornered me a couple of weeks ago and asked me what was acceptable and not about sex before marriage and babies out of wedlock in the wizarding world, since he was getting a lot of conflicting messages from reactions to the news just in the Potter Alliance circle. He frowned at a book and set it on the old and valuable stack, carefully. I can understand why, since he's been mostly raised in the Muggle world. Caro agreed. As a Muggle-born, it's not easy traversing the culture. Normally, you don't even realize you've put your foot in it until your foot's already in it and sinking fast. She stopped sorting for a moment and rubbed her wrist. What did you tell him? Bill grimaced and paused himself. He crossed his arms. You have to promise never to tell my mother. Caro grinned at him. It's hardly likely that your mother and I will ever speak enough to. Caro. Fine. Caro raised her wand, as though taking a vow. Promise. I told Harry that he had to remember that the wizarding world would always react a bit like my mother where sex and marriage were concerned. Bill admitted chagrined. Namely that as far as my mother, and therefore wizarding society in general, is concerned, sex and babies don't happen outside of a marriage, and they happily have hypocritical self-imposed amnesia of any sex they had before they got a ring on their finger. Caro's eyes widened, and she burst into laughter. She bent over double before heaving herself back into a standing position. Oh, that's priceless. Bill sighed, but he couldn't blame her. Harry commented the view was very old-fashioned. It is. Caro agreed cheerfully, resuming her book sorting. And let me guess, the man is supposed to have the requisite amount of experience to make it wonderful for his wife on their wedding night. Never mind how he's supposed to get that experience, if all the women are meant to remain pure and innocent. Nobody said it was realistic. Bill commented dryly. Like I said to Harry, most wizards and witches have some experience by the time they get married these days, although some do wait for the wedding to go the whole way, but the decision is a personal one. And one Harry didn't have to make for a while, Bill concluded in his own head. But society as a whole still paints the witch as morally deficient if she does decide to have a sex life outside of marriage. Caro shook her head. The Muggle world isn't that much better. It's just as patriarchal and male-biased. It's improving, though, all the time. She sighed. I have to admit, I was surprised at Andromeda Tonks. I thought she'd be more sympathetic. Bill raised his eyebrow questioningly. Didn't she elope with her husband as a schoolgirl? Caro pointed out. She did, and it was huge scandal from what everyone remembers, Bill said. But she ran off with Ted to escape getting trapped into a loveless arranged marriage. And I get the impression Andy probably did wait for marriage for, Caro grimaced. Bill rubbed his nose with the back of one forearm. I haven't said anything to anyone else, but I overheard her and Ted arguing back when she and Tonks weren't speaking, and she was upset rather than angry. He frowned. She said because of the baby, Tonks had effectively tied herself into marrying Remus just as though there was a marriage contract, and she'd wanted Tonks to have a choice about who she married. He also figured Andy was upset that Tonks' choices had unthinkingly made life politically difficult for Sirius after he had welcomed them back to the House of Black. Caro pulled a small face, features distorting briefly before inclining her head to the side, like her sparrow form. I get the impression that if they weren't getting married, jumping the wand with the baby wouldn't have been forgiven so easily. In the Muggle world, it wouldn't be such a big deal these days, although some old biddies might disapprove. Harry mentioned Hermione had said something similar. Bill stretched, easing the kinks out of his back. I guess that's where I do get concerned. Caro said with a sigh. I'm a little worried Tonk's so wild about him. And She struggled to find a way to express herself, but finally heaved out a sigh. Not so invested? Bill nodded slowly. It wasn't as though he hadn't had the same thought himself. Add to that, most people are coming down on her like a ton of bricks, as though she was the only one who had sex. Caro continued, disgusted. You can see why, though, Bill said, and had to take a quick step back from the furious glare Caro pointed in his direction. He raised his hand in surrender. Look, all I'm saying is from the outside, she was the one pursuing him, and suddenly she's pregnant, and they're having to get married. You have to admit that to most people it looks like she set her cap at him and trapped him into it. Caro wagged her wand at him. That came direct from your mother, didn't it? Told you she was a good barometer of what the general reaction usually is. Bill quipped. In fact, the howler his father had intercepted had all but said the same thing, but in stringent and harsh language. But you don't think that, do you? Caro checked. Bill shot her a look. Give me some credit, would you? Sorry. Caro said quickly. It's just, I guess I'm more racked off than I thought about how everyone's blaming her when he could have kept it in his pants or remembered the charm himself. You're not wrong. Bill admitted. Remus is as responsible as Tonks for the baby, and he knows it too. He slapped another Lockhart book into the Beyond Hope pile. I hope for both their sakes the marriage works out. Yeah, me too. Changed your mind about coming with me then? Asked Bill lightly. Caro gave a throaty laugh. And miss out on the society wedding of the year. They grinned at each other. I'm surprised you didn't invite that pretty Vila who's following you around still. Caro said, a question lurking in the statement that Bill didn't ignore. She's still at school. Bill said firmly. She's of age, but I guess at least she won't have your mom blaming her for breaking up your relationship with Alicia like she does me. Caro said dryly. She doesn't blame you. Bill said automatically. But inwardly, he was wincing because his mom had automatically placed the blame on Caro despite Bill's denials, and he had a fair idea going to the wedding with Caro would mean that his mom would continue to put 2 and 2 together and get 5. He'd need to talk to her before the wedding, head her off. His split with Alicia had been very mutual and amicable. Caro levitated a decrepit-looking Hogwarts. A history. Repair or bin? Bin. Bill advised. And they were done with the latest pile of books. Accio book storage trunks. Caro called out. The trunks arrived, and one packing spell later, and trip to the transportation device, the books were gone. Caro eyed the next pile of junk with a weary eye. It was a towering stack of chairs. Remind me why we're going through this room, item by item, and not just searching out something that looks like the Ravenclaw diadem, because we have no guarantee that you know who didn't transfigure it into something else or create a decoy? Bill offered eventually. She gave a huff. You know, Brooks has been insufferable since the rat squad caught Travers and Dolohov. He was a little thrown by the change in subject, but figured she wanted a win to shove back in Brooks' face. Brooks is a wanker. The arrests didn't lead to much, did they? Bill pointed out. Dolohov and his frankly scarier sister were doing their own thing, and Travers ended up dead with his information old news. He shook his head, remembering the latter. Moody was unrepentant at his misdiagnosis and lack of concern over the prisoner's collapse during the interrogation. They did find that cottage in the Lake District. Caro retorted, and they got the proof they needed to raid the Durmstrang ship, both of which were abandoned by the Death Eaters well before the squad showed up. Bill said, I can't believe Karkaroff was killed off. Caro said quietly, shoving a stray strand of hair back behind her ear. Bill grimaced with disgust. Karkaroff had been badly tortured before he'd had his throat sliced open. I can't believe they left him in his office for some poor kid to find. It had been pure chance that the Aurors had gotten to the office first. They're Death Eaters, Bill. I'm sure they didn't think anything about it at all. Caro said, grimacing as she started sorting the chairs in a similar way to the books. I'm not going to lose sleep over them killing one of their own, but it's a damn shame they took the vanishing cabinets with them. I would have liked to look at them. They're very rare. Something tugged in his memory, and Bill paused in examining a rather odd wooden chair painted a rather lurid green to chase after it. A half-formed picture formed in his head. Caro, I think we might have a vanishing cabinet in here somewhere, Bill said, trying to remember whereabouts it was. Yeah. Her entire face brightened. Where? Bill pursed his lips and turned slowly. Over there. He pointed to his left. It's a couple of rows back. Caro gave a small cry of excitement and grabbed Bill's hand. Come on. He rolled his eyes and let her drag him through the aisles. I can't believe you're this excited about a piece of furniture. She mock-punched his arm and continued dragging him. I can't believe you remembered where you'd seen it in here. She slid him a considering look. You should think about joining the Unspeakables when you finish your service with the House of Potter. Croker would snap you up. Bill rubbed his forehead. I don't think that's going to be on the cards. He peered at the furniture. They were passing, trying to find a landmark that would there. He pointed at a dilapidated wooden cabinet. Is that it? Why wouldn't it be on the cards? Asked Caro, tugging him over, but turning to face him rather than cooing over the delights of their find. I've been thinking about the future, and... Bill shrugged, a touch embarrassed about speaking about his motivations. The Weasleys are an ancient and noble house. If my great-grandfather hadn't gambled away our seat and the money, we might have been helping Harry and Sirius the way Richard Bones and Augusta Longbottom are helping instead of helping through service and friendship. If you believe the origin stories of the family magic, we took an oath just as they did to protect the wizarding world. And I guess having seen Sirius and Harry put that oath into action, I want to do that too. I don't know whether I should continue with what I thought I wanted to do before or... He sighed. I just know that I want to make sure our world is safe. That's a lovely sentiment. Caro said, seriously, without a hint of teasing. A faint glow of light caught their attention. Caro gasped and grabbed at Bill's arm. Is that... Bill's eyes widened at the sight of the Weasley family totem atop the cabinet. The golden owl blinked back at him, almost proudly, and with a flare of its wings and a soft hoot, it disappeared. And the Ravenclaw diadem sat where the owl had been a moment before. Pronglet Fights Back, Chapter 8. Peter sighed at the latest front page of the Daily Prophet and thanked Merlin he'd been sent out on surveillance duties and would not have to deal with the latest Dark Lord rant. It had not been a pleasant few weeks, or rather months. Firstly, there had been the unmitigated disaster of the second task when the champions had apparently rallied together to overcome the task's constraints, ensuring there was no loss of life. That, combined with the heroic images of Potter wielding Excalibur, had led to days of Dark Lord ranting, including many hours spent planning how the Black Lake could be dredged so the Dark Lord could make the infamous sword his own. Recent events still stung more, though. Such was his devotion to their master. Dennis Travers had been the first to report his father's absence, handing over without delay the small missive his father had left him. The letter had been brief. Boris Dolohov had contacted him and was attempting an abduction that would please the Dark Lord. Travers Sr. was off to help him as he owed Dolohov a favor that he would return within a couple of hours. When noon had passed without any sign of his missing follower, the Dark Lord had immediately ordered them to move locations, for Travers to kill Karkaroff, and for Barty, who had long since taken on a new identity to provide a spy at Hogwarts, to relocate their vanishing cabinet to another part of the school. Travers had disguised himself once more as a Durmstrang student and escaped through the cabinet back to the cottage. As soon as he'd arrived, the second vanishing cabinet had been shrunk down and packed along with everything else. They'd moved back to London, settling back into the flat above the apothecary, the Dark Lord proclaiming that if Fenrir had meant to betray the location in a fit of pique, he'd already have done it. The Dark Lord was not pleased at having to relocate again, though. Travers had taken the brunt of the punishment on behalf of his absent father, but had been spared permanent injury because of his own devotion to the Dark Lord. When the news of Travers Sr.'s death had been announced in the papers, the Dark Lord had even allowed Travers a day without punishment to mourn. Still, Travers was still healing from the punishments inflicted from the Dark Lord's fury, and with Fenrir searching Europe for Remus, and Barty hidden away at Hogwarts in his latest persona, there was only Peter left to gather intelligence. Possibly the Dark Lord had assumed Peter would spy in his usual form as a rat, but Barty had made plenty of the modified polyjuice, and Peter had taken advantage of the stash Barty had left with the Dark Lord. He'd also helped himself to some of the petty cash Barty had stowed in the flat for emergencies. It was nice, Peter mused, to walk down Diagon Alley without anyone giving him a second look. To be among people again, rather than stuck in the cottage hideaway in the middle of nowhere. And Peter had chosen the perfect place for his eavesdropping the leaky cauldron, heaving with the lunchtime rush. Peter thanked Tom as he placed a steaming plate of steak and ale pie with a mountain of vegetables and a liberal amount of gravy in front of him. He took a large bite of food and almost moaned in pleasure. It was wonderful to eat something with flavor. There was a shambolically small number of meals he was capable of cooking, and none of them were very successful for all that they were edible. "I think it's disgusting," a woman remarked at the table behind him. "A werewolf, really?" "I don't know," her companion twittered. "Have you seen the photo of Lupin? He is a fine specimen, and his position with Lord Black would mean his wife would be granted access to the highest echelon." "Cynthia, there are times when I don't think you have the sense Merlin gave a goose," the other woman remonstrated. "You'd never catch me allowing a werewolf to so much as look at me. What self-respecting werewolf would want to look at her?" A young man on another table whispered to his date, who giggled. Peter allowed himself a small smile and tucked into the beautifully prepared cabbage, peppered with tangy bits of bacon and buttery onions. "No, I'm telling you, it was Moody who was last with... A lunching oar sank the last of his beer down his throat and set the empty glass forcefully on the wooden bar. It amused Peter that not once did they look in his direction. "You're just jealous at the squad, Jones," his colleague complained. "Everyone here knows it was the squad that took him in. I was here myself taking witness accounts from anyone present. Podrick is right, Jimmy. The female oar with them dipped a chip in a pool of brown sauce and ate it with gusto. Chambers, Wood, and Cambridge took down Travers Sr. But Lucy, my love, it was Mad-Eye who was the one to interrogate him." Jimmy crowed. He was the one who left him, even an attack in the cell. Jimmy ordered up another beer, and Peter felt a momentary flitting pang of a citizen's disapproval at the Orr's lunchtime drinking, before he drowned the impulse with the more amusing thought that Dennis would be pleased to know who he could hold responsible for his father's death. "Whatever, Jimmy." Podrick, a curly-haired 20-something-year-old, picked up his bacon sandwich and focused on eating for a bite. "The squad still deserves the catch." "Yeah," Lucy complained, waving a chip, "and Lise Chambers doesn't use it to get in a girl's knickers like Brooks." "As he got in yours then," leered Jimmy as he handed over money for his beer. "Leave off." Lucy poked him. "Probably got in Tonks, though, right? Seein' as she likes to drop them for the beastie." Jimmy laughed. "Oi." Lucy shifted upright, her brown eyes glaring at her partner. "You leave Tonks alone. Don't think I don't know what happened on your date with her. You toss her. She can't expect to be a metamorphmagus and expect a bloke not to ask if she can make her tits more than a handful, blustered the ill-mannered Jimmy. Peter wondered if he shouldn't try and discern a surname, so he could provide it to Sirius for retribution. Of some sort. There had been one rare occasion back in the old days when Sirius had dragged him around to his cousin's for tea. The bright, wide-eyed little girl in his memory definitely didn't need to be so publicly disparaged. And people wonder why she had to look to a werewolf to find a decent bloke. Lucy snapped up her cloak and stormed off. Podrick looked after her, set the rest of his bacon sandwich down, and slid off his stool. "Where are you going?" demanded Jimmy. "To catch up with her before she decides to hex my stuff along with yours," Podrick said wearily. Jimmy paled, downed his beer, and set off after his colleague. "Why, wait up, Podrick." With that, the entertainment was over, and the lunchtime crowd in the pub went back to their own conversations. Peter listened for a while, letting the discussions on potion prices and the standard of wizarding portkeys drift over him. He slid a final piece of pastry through the last drop of gravy and made a moo of disappointment that his meal was over. Tom beamed at him as he scooped up the debris of the meal. "Nice to see a clean plate." "It was wonderful," Peter agreed easily. "Dessert," Tom offered. "We've a nice summer pudding with cream, or there's spotted dick with custard." Peter was tempted, but the crowd was already thinning out, and he knew with that morning's news the Dark Lord would be impatient. "Alas, I have to return to work. My employer likes to crucio latecomers." Tom laughed heartily at what he supposed was a joke and bustled away. Peter drank down the rest of his pint and left a few nuts on the table for Tom. It had been a delicious meal. He ambled out of the leaky, timing his departure just right to slide out behind someone else, saving him having to use his borrowed wand. He took a direct route back to the flat, but kept his pace unhurried, and was satisfied when he reached the apothecary that no one had followed him. He used the wand to unlock the door and stepped inside full and content, nerves beginning to rise for his anticipated debrief. "You've been at the Polyjuice again," Barty's sing-song voice accused him sharply. "I don't make it for you." "No," Peter agreed, turning to face Barty, who wore the face of the seventh-year Ravenclaw he was masquerading as. "You make it for our Dark Lord." "He does indeed." The Dark Lord's voice had them both spinning around. Travers carried the Dark Lord in and placed him reverently onto a chair piled high with a stack of pillows. Barty immediately kneeled at the side of the chair. "Father, I bring news from Hogwarts." "Then you shall begin," the Dark Lord said silkily, his small hand carding through the sandy blonde locks of the boy Barty pretended to be. Peter lowered his eyes to hide his instinctive roll at Barty's simpering son act. "The school has been let out early by the old fool for an Easter celebratory feast," Barty said with the right amount of sneering snobbery at such frivolity. "The express will leave tomorrow and arrive in King's Cross as usual. However, the Potter boy will once again not travel upon it. He is remaining within the castle." "He is going abroad, father," Barty eagerly reported. "Both he and the treacherous Black. They are intending a small European tour from the little I was able to overhear from his gossiping schoolmates, culminating in Bulgaria with the wedding of the werewolf." "Yes," the Dark Lord purred. "It would appear that our young nemesis is determined to sway the werewolves to his cause, although I doubt many will want to marry the foul beasts." "As you say, father," Barty agreed eagerly. "Your cover is secure." The Dark Lord posed the question idly, but Peter knew better than to think the answer didn't matter to him, so did Barty. "My cover is secure," Barty confirmed. They did an attempt to check with the map Peter described. "I spotted it in the potions class I attended, but the masking charm was able to confuse it into believing I am who the Polyjuice says I am." The Dark Lord hummed. Well done, Peter, for informing us of the risk of the map and the way to circumvent it. Peter felt a bolt of satisfaction as the Dark Lord's praise warmed him. The others scowled at him, and Peter ignored them. And what of our spy, Bartemius? Is Severus well? The Dark Lord said, softly. Severus has agreed to meet with his lover during the break. Barty said before pouting. He claims in his letter that the antidote is progressing to the schedule he originally outlined, and that Dumbledore watches him too closely for him to sabotage it. The Dark Lord's eyes flashed angrily, the childish features showing a hideous fury before it was quickly masked. I want you to press upon him that I will be most displeased should the woman wake. If he cannot find a way to prevent the antidote from working, then he must find a way to prevent her from speaking. As you wish, Father. We will need to arrange a location so he can begin the next phase of the ritual potion. The Dark Lord murmured, Not here. Severus will not find this worthy of a potions master. The Lestrange Manor stands empty. Father. Barty murmured, It has a wonderful potions lab. No, the Dark Lord said, they know of you and of your association. They would have taken care to lay a trap. No, we must choose somewhere they would not suspect. His cold gaze turned to Peter, who immediately prostrated himself. My lord. My faithful servant, Peter. The Dark Lord said, smoothly. You will continue to use the polyjuice and return to the place we visited for the ingredient of my ancestor. He smiled nastily. The potions lab in the west wing of the mansion will suffice for Severus's needs. It simply needs to be cleaned. You will see to this. Yes, master. Peter replied immediately. I will place it under the Fidelius charm. The Dark Lord said with satisfaction. Peter prayed he wouldn't be made the secret keeper. You may tell us all you learned today now, Peter. His mouth dry, Peter took a moment to wet his lips. I discovered the identities of those who captured your fallen follower. My lord. Travers started forward but contained himself after a swift glance at the Dark Lord. Who? Asked the Dark Lord, a glint of madness flaring again. 3 of the team they call the Rat Squad. Peter explained, hurriedly. Chambers, Wood, and Cambridge were responsible for the arrest. The Dark Lord hissed angrily. However, my lord, Peter continued, it was our old enemy Moody who was responsible for his heart attack. The Dark Lord snapped his wand up, and a small ornament blew up, coating the mantelpiece with dust. He settled back in his throne of pillows and glowered. Dennis. Travers kneeled beside him, pain coming and going on his face so quickly that Peter was almost convinced he hadn't seen it. My lord. Faithful Dennis. The Dark Lord said slowly. You have been so good and taken your father's punishment with such grace. You deserve a reward. I live to serve, my lord. Travers said, devotion dripping from his tongue, with every word. Peter considered that if he himself was to die, it was likely that Travers would take the place of the servant in the ritual. Then all those are dear, Rat has named, are yours. The Dark Lord said, kill one or kill them all. I leave it with you. Thank you, my lord. Travers said with a deferential nod. Peter deduced that Travers would kill them all or die. Trying the latter was not an impossibility given Moody's long history of paranoia and prowess with a wand. Anything else? Asked the Dark Lord impatiently. The masses are diverted by the news of the wedding, my lord. Peter said quickly. The Dark Lord hummed. Your old friend must be lauded by his fellow Lupins. He said eventually. His relationship with Black has given him the power to suggest normality is a possibility for the pitiful creatures. But hardly socially acceptable yet, Peter said. Most of the remarks I overheard were not sympathetic to a witch, especially one with the gift of a metamorphmagus, aligning herself with a werewolf. Indeed not. The Dark Lord agreed. But if this marriage were to occur, it would send too much hope into the werewolf community. You do not set your dog at your dinner table and dress it in fine clothes. Peter thought of his mother's yapping Yorkie with its winter woolies and dog boots, and said nothing. No, dogs are good for guarding and terrorizing, but they should still be treated like dogs. The Dark Lord sighed. We cannot allow this marriage to happen. His eyes narrowed on Peter again. You said the witch had the ability of a metamorphmagus. Peter nodded swiftly. Then she may be an interesting specimen to keep. The Dark Lord said coldly, perhaps the child she carries would have the same value of examination. My lord, Peter said, prostrating himself again to hide his shudder of revulsion. He could imagine the horrors the Dark Lord's examination would form, and he would not wish it on his worst enemy, never mind a young woman, such as Nymphadora Tonks. The Dark Lord sighed. Fetch parchment and a quill. Peter rushed to do his bidding, laying them out in easy reach of the Dark Lord's tiny hands. While I did not want to provide Fenrir an advantage as part of his punishment, I fear I must change my plans. He grimaced. I had thought Fenrir would have tracked Lupin down and killed him by now. He was once a capable asset. Hopefully, the old wolf will realize Lupin will be in Bulgaria for his own wedding. Father. Barty offered dryly. Manic laughter erupted from the small child, and the Dark Lord patted Barty's head. You do amuse me. He waved around the room. Leave. I have letters to write to old associates. Vaguely aware that Barty headed for the vanishing cabinet to return to Hogwarts, Peter bowed and made for the door to fulfill the other mission his master had given him. He would need to apparate to Little Hangleton and assess the situation with the lab. And if on his way he stopped at the Owl post office and offered his old friend Mooney an early wedding present of a warning, well, he was only fulfilling his master's original wish and instructions on the matter of Fenrir, after all. Satisfied with his justification, Peter hit the street and, safely out of earshot of the tiny flat above the apothecary, he began whistling. Maybe there would also be time for a spotted dick and custard. The news of the diadem being found had Albus settling into the comfortable chintzy armchair he had conjured for himself with a squirm of glee. He took in the arriving teachers with a sense of satisfaction. He nodded to the 4 heads of houses as they made their way into the room. Their 4th staff meeting was about to commence, and Albus felt that they had made many improvements since the start of the year, the debacle of Harry being entered in the tournament notwithstanding, nor the ongoing sabotage of the tasks. The teachers seemed happier and more engaged, the students brimming with enthusiasm. Hogwarts hummed with happiness at the energy, both spiritual and magical. He smiled a welcome as Irma, Matilda, and Septima took their usual seats. The librarian, the historian, and the arithmancy professor had become a tight threesome during the previous months, as had the next trio. Bethesda, Allison, and Rolanda were not far behind the other ladies. The ancient runes professor, the Muggle studies professor, and the flying instructor were all Quidditch mad, it transpired. There was a heated debate about the last match of the season taking place from what Albus could overhear. He turned his attention to the unlikely duo lurking in their usual corner, Alastair and Severus. Both were watching everyone else. Albus hid a smile as Firenze entered deep in discussion with Aurora and Tobias. The dueling contest had concluded with a win for Beau's batons, but Hogwarts had performed well, especially given the lack of formal training in prior years. Opening it up to the lower years had made for a fascinating competition. Daphne Greengrass's prowess had been a definite revelation. Hagrid arrived carrying an injured owl and took a seat next to Pomona. Sybil arrived in her usual flurry of scarves, and finally Helen entered briskly, providing apologies for Poppy, who was treating a student in the infirmary. Argus took his place at the door, glowering as usual. Albus sighed inwardly. He feared the caretaker was seeing his last year at Hogwarts. Minerva cleared her throat pointedly. They were ready to begin. Albus greeted them warmly. "It is good to see us all here again for another roundup," he said cheerily. "Perhaps we shall begin with the academics." He listened with half an ear as Minerva covered the best and worst performers in each year, with each head of house chiming in as required. It was only as she reached Harry's year that he tuned back in as the conversation turned to the boy himself. "I think it's clear that Mr. Potter will require an individualized lesson plan next year." Minerva sighed. "If he returns." Severus inserted snidely. Minerva glared at him. "There is no suggestion currently that he will not. He does have to survive the tournament." Severus rejoined. Albus cast a warning look in Severus's direction. "Let us all hope that he will, and that he will resume his studies here with us formally next year. An individualized lesson plan will be the way forward." Filius agreed with Minerva. He has mastered most of the spell work required to achieve his newts. But not in every subject, Pomona objected, and his theoretical understanding is still somewhat behind newt level. Severus sneered. "With some tutoring, I believe he could pass his OWLs in the wand subjects early with exceeds expectations, if not outstandings." Minerva took a breath. He could also easily achieve newts in the wand subjects the following year, focusing on theory as opposed to the practical work, which he is already performing well. In all other subjects, bar runes where he is already a year ahead, I would propose to keep him with his year group. She paused. He could begin a mastery in one of the wand subjects post completing his newt. Albus wondered if she was hoping Harry would choose her subject. "It seems a sensible and balanced plan." Helen commented. "He doesn't need the isolation of being completely separated from his peers and his friends, but this recognizes that he has different educational needs without making him too different." Severus snorted quietly from his corner, but he remained thankfully silent otherwise. "What does Lord Black think?" asked Matilda, leaning forward. "Has this been discussed with him?" Minerva inclined her head. "Sirius and I had a brief discussion just this morning. He is happy with my proposal. He is concerned Mr. Potter is becoming increasingly disassociated with Hogwarts and his peers as the year progresses, and would like to encourage him to strengthen his ties with his friends and year group." She pursed her lips. "He has requested that, subject to some additional security, next term Mr. Potter be granted to spend the occasional night in the Gryffindor boys' dorm with his friends. I have granted the request." Albus was pleased with the news. He had been a touch worried that Harry would not wish to return to Hogwarts for his 5th year, or that Sirius would decide that Harry would be homeschooled instead. If there were plans to ensure Harry continued to feel a part of the Hogwarts student body, then his small concern was appeased. "Can we continue, or are we to assume Potter is our only student?" inquired Severus pointedly. Minerva sent him a quelling look, but she picked up the parchment she had discarded and continued with the academic performances of the other years. Albus subsided, content to hear that Natalie Warren was currently top of the 7th year and destined to graduate with a full set of outstandings. Minerva set one parchment and picked up another. "I shall move on to the point system. I am pleased to say that all professors are complying with the guidelines set out at the start of the year. The houses remain fairly equal, although Gryffindor currently leads due to our success in the Quidditch Cup." Severus glowered in the background as Minerva once again accepted the congratulations of her colleagues. "Shall we move on?" suggested Albus, smoothly inserting himself into a pause. "Helen, perhaps a report from the infirmary?" Helen nodded. "We have 2 second-year students currently in the infirmary, Amy Addison and Larry Cable." Pomona sat forward, and Albus was reminded that the students in question were Hufflepuffs. Both mistimed the stairs yesterday, and had a bit of a nasty fall. Helen continued, "They should be fine for the express tomorrow." She cleared her throat. "Generally, we have had a good term. A few minor accidents and misspells, but no major outbreak of illness. The at-risk children are all doing well, I'm pleased to say. 2 have been removed from their current living situations due to the evidence, and have been placed with either close relatives or godparents. There was 1 report of bullying, but Professor Flitwick was quick to step in. An attempt at theft. Phileas reported with a disapproving scowl. The culprit has been issued with a first warning. Poppy is doing duty over the Easter break, as I have a return to the States planned. That's all from the infirmary." Helen concluded. Albus smiled at her benevolently. "And that does neatly bring us onto the arrangements for the upcoming holiday. Alaster, if I can prevail upon you. Security will be maintained over the holiday." Alaster said firmly, "We will maintain constant vigilance." Albus ignored Minerva rolling her eyes. "What about during the Lupin wedding?" asked Septima seriously. She leaned forward attentive and curious. Alaster glowered. "Bloody stupid timing, but we have it covered." He nodded at Minerva. "Those with personal invites will attend. Minnie will be away for the entire weekend of the wedding, the headmaster for the day before, and of the wedding. Me, I'm going just for the day." The invitation was extended to all Remus's former colleagues. Albus explained hurriedly, "But clearly we need to maintain a quorum of teachers given the students remaining within the castle." He nodded at the head of Ravenclaw. "Phileas will assume overall responsibility for the school in my absence with able assistance from Professors Snape and Sprout. There'll be a group of Aurors patrolling during the period and all." Alaster said firmly, "That's reassuring." Allison commented, "There are rumors going around the school that a former follower of Voldemort may be masquerading as a student." There was an evident question in her tone, and Alaster snorted while Albus shot her a faintly disapproving look. "It is a suggestion that perhaps those with ill intent who had hidden on the Durmstrang ship and killed Headmaster Karkaroff have entered the school under false pretenses." Albus conceded. "However, there is no proof. We did have an artifact in our possession that allowed us to identify the students benignly without asking them to take a blood identity test." Alaster growled. "There was no evidence of anyone not being who they said they were, and the Board of Governors have seen fit to refuse the request to run additional tests. No student is acting out of character as yet." Snape added snidely, "Although we should all endeavor to be observant and raise any such aberrant behavior to their head of house or the headmaster." The rest of the teachers nodded. "Will we have to retake identity tests?" asked Irma pointedly looking at Alaster. "It would help eliminate the possibilities." Alaster said, "But I've been told I can't insist on it unless you leave the grounds. We could volunteer." Allison said, "I'd be happy to offer to do a test." "Me too." Helen concurred. As more staff stepped forward until they all had confirmed they'd retake a test, Albus beamed at them widely. "Excellent," he said finally. "As Alaster has said, it will help eliminate the possibilities, and in the meanwhile we should all keep our eyes and ears peeled for trouble. Wish the sodding French were as accommodating." Alaster grumbled. "Has anything come of the investigation into the sabotage of the second task?" Rolanda asked. Alaster sighed heavily. The sea snake was supposedly in a cage and under the control of a merman. There's evidence that the merman was subjected to the Imperius curse. Albus said gravely, "We fear it was Bartemius Crouch, Jr. He has no doubt inherited his father's aptitude with languages. The merman was under orders to release the snake regardless of how the task was done." Alaster said brusquely, "At least nobody was killed or hurt this time." Helen said grimly, no doubt remembering the death of the dragon handler in the first task. "And the preparation of the third task?" asked Tobias delicately. "Is that going well?" "We've locked down as much as we can, but that maze is so bloody public." Alastair gave another glowering grimace. Albus didn't respond to the disapproval. The Quidditch pitch was the most sensible choice. It was Rolanda's turn to snort. "Do we know which students are staying over in the castle over the holiday period?" asked Matilda, returning them to the topic at hand. "A full list will be published shortly." Minerva confirmed briskly. "However, as usual for this break, all the 7th and 5th year are remaining behind in anticipation of exam revision, and we have a good proportion of the other years choosing to remain behind across all 3 houses. Some of the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students have requested leave given the recent terrible events, and they have all been granted dispensation to travel home, but will face an identity check on their return." Albus said, "We expect the temporary placement of Professor von Humberg as the headmaster of Durmstrang to be made permanent in the new term." "Those poor children." Pomona sighed. "Such a terrible event. Some have taken up the counseling we have offered." Helen said comfortingly, "A most unfortunate incident." Albus demurred. He quickly brought the meeting to an end and called for Severus to remain behind. "I noticed you received another letter at dinner," Albus said without preamble. Severus looked at him sourly. "As you know, I have been summoned to a meeting during the holidays with Crouch." Albus nodded gravely, remembering the last time the two had met. He hated that Severus risked his life in his role as a spy, but he knew that there was no choice. If Sirius had not insisted on Severus resuming his role, no doubt Albus would have had to request the same at some point. "It is remarkably dangerous for you to meet him alone, Severus." "Never fear," Severus sneered. "He will court the displeasure of the Dark Lord if he attempts to harm me again, and my position with the Dark Lord is assured as long as he requires potions made." "I do care for you, Severus," Albus remonstrated gently. "Not just your worth as a spy." Severus gazed back at him with an even dark gaze that in true Slytherin style gave away nothing. "Why has he written again?" Albus asked, steering the conversation back to business. "He requests that in the event I cannot sabotage the potion to awaken the Summer's woman, the Dark Lord is insistent that I do not allow her to speak." Albus stroked his beard softly. "He gave something away in her presence." "Undoubtedly." Severus inclined his head. "But what?" He made a sharp motion with one hand. "I assume you have assessed the likelihood of the person hidden at Hogwarts being tasked with the mission of destroying the potion." "It is a possibility." Albus mused. "We should increase security to your lab." "Alastair and I have already taken care of it," Severus informed him. "If there is nothing else." Albus inwardly sighed and allowed Severus to leave in an impressive billow of robes. He sometimes wondered if he had made other choices, whether Severus would have taken a different path. His choices in regards to Harry had been so far off the mark that he found himself questioning whether his actions in regards to Severus had been the same. He rather feared he had misstepped in Severus's youth, allowed the Marauders too much latitude in hindsight, and punished Severus too severely in comparison. Perhaps. He shook his head. He could not change the past. He could only work to make a better future. There was a sense that the end was almost upon them. The third task was not so far away, and with it the inevitable confrontation that would take place between Harry and Tom. Albus sighed and shook himself out of his melancholy contemplation. He should think of happier things, he determined. There was a wedding to look forward to after all. Sirius sat on the arm of the easy chair in his study and stared at the blackboard. He sighed and, raising his wand, scratched out diadem. There was only one more possible Horcrux to go the snake. Of course, they just had to hope that Voldemort hadn't made any others in the meantime, but the general consensus was that it was unlikely. His mirror buzzed on his desk, and he frowned. It was the silent signal, the one that he and James had spelled into the mirror in the event one of them was stuck on a date from hell and needed the other to call them for some reason. He'd never told Harry about that particular feature of the mirrors, and none of the new mirrors he created had it, which meant, Sirius mused, rapidly walking over to the mirror, the only person it could be was Moony, as he very much doubted Wormtail had a mirror still or would use it. He picked up the mirror and sat down at his desk. He tapped the mirror carefully. "Moony." "Padfoot." Remus replied immediately. The image wavered as Remus hurried out an excuse to whoever it was he was with and settled into a more private space. "Why the signal for an emergency call?" asked Sirius, half amused and half impatient to know the reason. "Andy and Dora have been talking about wedding colors for over an hour, Padfoot." Remus sounded completely bewildered. "Over an hour." Sirius laughed and settled back in his chair. "Oh, come on. That's nothing. How can you not remember Lily and Alice spending 2 hours on the subject for Alice's wedding to Frank?" "Are you sure I was there for that?" demanded Remus, bemused. Sirius raised an eyebrow. "You were there, just as you were there for the marathon discussion they had about whether lilies were an appropriate flower for a wedding when Lils and Prongs got hitched. In all honesty, Padfoot, I think my mind has blanked out both events in self-preservation." Remus said dryly, "Lucky you." Sirius muttered. He had tried drinking to forget at the time, and it hadn't worked. "Colors, Padfoot." Remus stressed. "I mean, what does it really matter if the yellow is the wrong side of sunshine and things should be more to the gold side of the spectrum? It's a woman thing." Sirius shrugged. Remus sighed and cast a look beyond the mirror. "I should get back. Andy's being very, well, I don't know how to put it, but I think Dora's pretty on the edge. I just needed a breather." "Look, Moony," Sirius said, softening his tone, "Andy just wants Dora to have the best wedding and the best marriage." Remus flushed bright red. He breathed deeply as though gathering himself, and heaved a sigh. "I know I'm not the best catch." "That's not what I'm saying, Moony." Sirius interrupted him sharply. "You're a great catch, and frankly, you're the one Tonks wanted. Andy just hasn't come round to the way it happened yet. That's all. In the meantime, indulging Andy's fervor is probably not a bad thing." "You mean I should man up?" Remus sighed. "Moony." Sirius sighed, dragging a hand through his hair. The last thing he wanted was to pressure Remus any further about the marriage and the kid. Remus had stepped up and done the right thing. "No, Padfoot." Remus said firmly, "I'm sorry." He reached out as though to touch Sirius and dropped his hand. "I know you're in a difficult position. Has it been very bad, the fallout?" Sirius gave a half shrug. "The press has been good, but commentary-wise. Dora's getting the worst of it. I'm just pleased Andy and Ted are out of the country. They don't need to hear everyone calling their daughter names." Remus's eyes flashed amber. "They'd better not call her names at the wedding. We both made the lapse of judgment on birth control. Our friends are being supportive." Sirius waved his hand dismissively. "The Alliance mainly disapproves about the lack of thought on the political implications by both of you. They're not wrong about that." Remus said, "I'll make sure we send some kind of pre-wedding apology note, maybe with the wedding favors." He sighed heavily again. "What are favors anyway? Did Prongs have favors? Because I don't recall anything." "Sure," Sirius said. "They had those little bags with hangover potion in them for everyone." Remus stared at him. "How do you remember all this?" Sirius made a vague, dismissive gesture. "I think I thought Lily would kill me if I didn't. I was the best man." And there had been the hours spent making the damn potion. Remus smiled at him nostalgically. She probably would have done. They shared a look of fond remembrance. Remus cleared his throat. Any ideas for mine and Dora's? If you're going to use the favors as an apology, something suitably expensive. Sirius said dryly. That's. Remus paused, actually very helpful. Sirius smirked at him, and suddenly realized he hadn't told Remus the latest news. Also, on a completely different topic, we found some treasure today. Treasure? Remus's gaze sharpened. In the room of requirement. Sirius nodded enthusiastically. The Weasley owl showed up right on top of it. Bill was blown away. Is the item destroyed? Remus asked, the image distorting as he changed position. Yes. Sirius nodded again. Same as the others. One priceless treasure, now one puddle of useless slag. So, there's just the snake to go in the treasure hunt. Remus smiled at him. That's excellent, Padfoot. Bertie's over the moon. Sirius said wryly. Both he and Amelia were looking smug at the council tonight. Why was Amelia looking smug? Asked Remus. A monitoring ward on somewhere we've identified as a possibility for a hidey hole pinged this afternoon. Sirius explained. When the squad went to check, they got confused. An apparat back. Bertie confirms that there's now a Fidelius in place. Amelia thinks they're gearing up to move there for the final months leading up to this ritual, which puts them somewhere we know they're generally at thanks to the location of the monitoring charm, Remus said, but somewhere we now don't know about and can't get into without the secret keeper. Bugger. Exactly. I guess Voldemort's not against using something his enemies have come up with if it works. Sirius sat back. To be honest, I don't think it matters that we don't know where they are right now. On the day of the ritual, we'll be able to pinpoint them if we allow their plan to play out. That's a big if, Sirius. Remus murmured. Sirius nodded in somber agreement. Harry thinks we should be thinking of the endgame, though, and I agree with him. Although I'm hoping with the diadem found, we can go after Voldemort more aggressively and take him down before then. If we haven't got him before the third task, Harry and the kids have a good training plan. But, as he points out, the third task isn't really about winning the tournament. As soon as it's over, winner or not, as an ingredient all the prep's done, and he'll be ripe for the picking. Well, that's a horrifying thought. Remus commented sadly. Harry believes Voldemort has to have something planned for grabbing him. Sirius pushed a hand through his hair. So frankly, I think the main worry right now is Hogwarts. They lost the ship as their way into the school, and I think they'll have planned a contingency. It's what I'd do. Remus sighed. What would you do exactly? Ron was right. The easiest thing is take the place of a student or a teacher. Sirius replied promptly. Albus says the teachers volunteered for tests, but we're not performing identity checks unless people leave the grounds otherwise, and not at all for all the Hogwarts students. So there's a risk someone will go home for Easter and come back as someone else. Remus surmised. We have the map. Yes, Sirius agreed, but we don't know if Peter has done something to get round it. And if we do spot someone as Harry says, do we then keep them in play where we know where they are, or do we take them out? Remus sighed again. Another good question. He shifted and caught Sirius's gaze. You said Harry has pointed out a lot of this. I'm very proud of him. Sirius felt a lump in his throat. I am kind of torn about not wanting him to have to think about this kind of thing, but I'm pleased he's taking it seriously, you know? I know, Padfoot. Remus took a deep breath. I felt the baby move today for the first time, and all I can think about is how can I keep that tiny scrap of life protected and safe? I know I love Harry, but I guess there's still a bit of, I don't know, distance? Maybe because I know he's yours, and I'm still only Uncle Mooney at the end of the day. But that feeling yesterday, it was overwhelming. And if that's how you feel about Harry, I don't know why you aren't bald from pulling your hair out. Sirius gave a weak laugh. Welcome to parenthood, Mooney. They both smiled somewhat sappily at each other before the realization that they were smiling somewhat sappily at each other had them both suddenly snapping into action. Right, Remus shook himself. What about the power? He knows not. With the diadem found, we do need to think of the endgame, and that needs to be part of it. Did the Italians let you have the caveated copy of the Lumiere account? Sirius shook his head. It's worthless anyway, Remus, you know that. However, he rooted around his desk and picked up a parchment, lifting into the view of the mirror, with a loud tada. A letter. Remus squinted. I can't read it, Padfoot. Then allow me. Sirius declared cheerily. Dear Lord Black, I thank you for your recent correspondence delivered to me by our mutual friend, Elaine Delacour. She has kindly agreed to host a small introduction between us and your son, Lord Potter, on the 10th of April in Paris. I look forward very much to meeting you both. Yours, etc., Vivian Vert. He put the letter down. It just arrived this afternoon. I wish I could attend with you. Remus sighed, frustration tensing his face momentarily. I feel like I'm letting you and Harry down. You should stop beating yourself up, Remus. You made a mistake, but you're stepping up and taking responsibility. Sirius contradicted gently. Harry, and I understand you have different obligations now, and you aren't letting us down. You're still there for us, we know that. Remus gave a snort, but he subsided with a nod. So, any thoughts on color? I prefer gold to sunshine yellow, if that helps. Sirius said. Remus rolled his eyes, gave a wave, and disappeared. Sirius looked at the blank mirror and put it down gently on the desk. He missed Remus a great deal. He missed his counsel and steady support, missed having Remus's calm to offset his own frenetic energy. His other friends had stepped in, and he knew he only had to call Minnie, and she'd pop over for a nightcap and a chat, but he'd had this particular ache before, Sirius reminded himself. It was the ache of a man who knew that life was changing because his best friend had found a romantic partner, had found a relationship which would take precedence over every other relationship in their lives, even their oldest and dearest friendship. Sirius could remember the hurt he'd felt when his friendship with James had become secondary in his best friend's eyes to James's love and relationship with Lily, when nights out with Sirius had been eschewed for nights in with Lily, when time spent with just the guys suddenly became time spent with the guys and Lily. In retrospect, the resentment and angst he'd felt at the time all seemed so childish, especially when he considered that Lily had become the sister he'd always wanted. And it wasn't the same with Remus and Tonks, Sirius mused. Remus and Tonks were already family, and Sirius was mature enough that he understood Remus's changing priorities and even supported the change. But change was change, and the ache of the losing what they had built since Sirius had become Lord Black hadn't yet been soothed by what they would become in the future. There was a small knock on the door before it opened, and Harry entered. He dressed for bed, and Sirius glanced at the clock, startled to realize it was after 10. You okay? He asked as Harry wandered over to sit in the visitor's chair in front of the desk. Just restless, I guess. Harry smiled at him. I'm kind of excited about tomorrow and France. He gestured vaguely. And Bulgaria and seeing Remus again. He pointed at the mirror. Did he call? I called him. Sirius said, ignoring the complicated rescue signal. Did you tell him about the diadem and the letter from Madame Vert? Harry asked excitedly. I did, Sirius confirmed. He got up from the desk and held out a hand to pull Harry from the chair. I also told him we were starting to think about the endgame. Harry glanced back towards the blackboard as Sirius slung an arm around his shoulders. It's weird to think we're almost at the end. It feels like it's been going on forever. Sirius hugged his son to his side for a long moment. It will end, Harry. He paused. And then you will have responsible sex. get married, have babies, and live happily ever after with the woman of your dreams. Oi. Harry laughed, pinching Sirius in the ribs. They wrestled for a moment before Sirius slung his arm back around Harry and marched him from the room. Come on, Sirius declared. If we sneak down to the kitchen, Dobby will make us hot chocolate and marshmallows. His gaze darted to the blackboard as he leaned back to close the door, and he shot a spell to cover it once again. Maybe they were getting close to the end, but it wasn't over yet. Thomas Marvolo Riddle stared up at the ceiling above him. He was ostensibly resting. The young body he inhabited tired easily, and after his letter writing of the afternoon, he had been fatigued. It was frustrating, but it would soon be over. The plan for his physical resurrection was in full motion. In only a few short months, he would have a new adult body. Once again, he would have the physicality to match his intellect and spirit, the ability to move and act. He had underestimated the Potters that Halloween night. He had been too self-satisfied by Peter's betrayal of their hiding place and his grand plan to create an inviolate Horcrux that he had not considered the fact that James and Lily Potter had already thrice defied him, knew of his want to kill their child, and had perhaps planned for the event. The ancient Wiccan magic that the mudblood, which had used to protect her child, was powerful. He had felt the wrath of an angry mother as it had sent his killing curse back full force to him, obliterating his body into ashes in a way the curse would never have done otherwise. Powerful and unknown, it was not a magic Tom would ever be able to wield, as he was neither a witch nor a mother, and he had no wish to become either despite his envy at the magic. But he was powerful enough to defeat it. Choosing the Potter boy Harry for the ritual worked for him on several levels, not least of which was the hypothesis that taking the boy's blood would neutralize the blood protection the boy's mother had placed around her child. He had done the arithmancy, and the theory supported his proposition. And really it had been the only reason for his defeat that Halloween. Without it, a mere babe would not have withstood his attack or his power. Without it, he would have killed the boy before he'd turned 12. Thomas gave a disgruntled huff. Occupying Quirrell had been difficult despite the wizard's simpering adoration of him, but it had given him the ability to spy on the 11-year-old Harry and contemplate what about the boy was special. The answer had been nothing. Nothing about Harry Potter was special. He was thin, small, and under the school robes wore clothes that were second-hand and raggedy. Thomas recognized the signs of neglect from his time in the orphanage. He had felt a hard, bitter satisfaction at that. Perhaps a baby had reduced him to a wraith, but without his formidable parents, little Harry Potter had grown up without love or kindness, it seemed. Dumbledore knew, of course. It wasn't hard to see how the old fool sometimes looked upon his boy Wonder, with eyes filled with sorrowful regret. But Harry's situation didn't matter any more to Dumbledore than the plight of Thomas Marvolo Riddle had done so many years before. Thomas contemplated that for a moment, and wondered if he'd played it wrong with the boy back then. Yes, he'd made a half-hearted attempt to the boy onside during their confrontation in front of the mirror, but if he had approached the boy not as himself, but as a savior, as someone who would rescue him from his situation, as repentant perhaps could he have swayed his nemesis to his side? Possibly not. The boy he'd observed that year had been filled with too much righteous anger against the wizard who'd murdered his parents. Of course, the boy he'd observed that year hadn't been anything special beyond his name, and a fame he hadn't even known he'd possessed. Harry Potter was an average student, no discernible intellect or power, and with only flying as a potential talent. He'd certainly managed to stay on that damnable broom longer than most when Thomas had convinced Quirrell to jinx it, and yet Harry had stood firm in their confrontation. Yes, the boy had been scared, but he had still defied him, still challenged him. And in the end, his mother's protection had saved him again. Quirrell had burned at the touch of the boy. Thomas's own form had been weakened with immense pain. It had taken Thomas months to recover. And then Peter had turned up. There had been the babbling tale of how little Peter the rat had been discovered, tales of his old friends Black and Lupin almost murdering him only for little Harry to stop them. Poor honorable Harry, whose sense of justice had wanted Peter locked up for betraying his parents rather than dead. And then, as Thomas had plotted and planned, Peter's stumbling information about young Harry and tales of the 2 years he'd missed. The tale of the heir of Slytherin, the basilisk, and Harry slaying the snake had angered Thomas. It was unthinkable that the boy had spoken Parseltongue, although magical transference on the night of the Halloween had probably been the cause. Maddening that he'd killed such a powerful weapon that Thomas had under his thrall. Infuriating that Lucius had used one of his precious artifacts in what amounted to nothing more than a political ploy. But then, the diary Horcrux had been filled with more than soul. It was filled with his writings and plans. He had written in many times after he had realized what he had done in making it, and had felt the pull of his own Horcrux wrapping icy fingers around the remaining soul within his body. A young girl would not have withstood it for long. Perhaps Lucius had been alerted to his survival after the events of his son's first year at Hogwarts, and really the younger Malfoy was a disappointment, and taken the diary out in anticipation, and perhaps the diary had instructed Malfoy. Thomas would find out from Lucius when he was returned to full power. He smiled cruelly. The diary was not the only thing Lucius had to account for. It appeared that Lucius had bowed to the political will of Lord Black faster than a tissue crumpled under a few drops of water. Lord Black. Thomas found his mind drifting towards the matter of Sirius Black and allowed it to drift. The wizard was proving to be a worthy adversary. Thomas had always admired the Blacks. Arcturus had been a contemporary a couple of years ahead of him at Hogwarts, and he had ruled Slytherin house like a king. There were few wizards Thomas admired, but Arcturus had been one of them. Highly intelligent, political, and Slytherin to his core. And Sirius Black was Arcturus's chosen heir. In retrospect, Arcturus had never truly supported Lord Voldemort, had never intended to become a Death Eater, Thomas mused. As Lord Black, Arcturus had remained behind his formidable walls and told Thomas only when the entire living house of Black was in support of him would Arcturus allow himself to be marked. Arcturus had to have known his grandson, Sirius, would never have supported Lord Voldemort. Back then, the young Black hadn't really registered with Thomas as anything more than an annoyance and acolyte of Dumbledore and another faceless hit wizard. He'd been angered at the revelation that Sirius Black, undercover and undetected, had managed to screw up the European side of the war for months. The Carrows had spent time under the Cruciatus Curse for that oversight. He'd also been angered that Black had somehow escaped and killed so many in his wake. But he'd never stopped to evaluate him, too focused on Dumbledore, Bagnold, and others. That had been a mistake. Black was every bit as dangerous as his grandfather, every bit as wily. Peter might have tricked him. Once, but Black had escaped Azkaban. He had escaped again after Peter had fled to Thomas. But instead of going to ground as a wanted fugitive unable to do anything but hide, Black had claimed his lordship and had turned the British wizarding world on its head. He'd assumed political control with ease, subjugated Lucius, and invigorated society, kicking it out of the inertia and apathy that would have allowed Thomas to have taken power with ease. All for one boy. Thomas wondered what it was to have someone love them so much they literally changed the world to ensure their loved one's safety and happiness. A part of him that remembered his childhood and the nights he dreamed of his parents turning up, telling him it had been a horrible mistake, and whisking him away to a loving home. That part of him envied Harry Potter the love of Sirius Black. He glowered at the ceiling. He had never had anyone but himself. He had never needed anyone else but himself. That little Harry needed Sirius Black. So much, it was a weakness. Of course, apart from Peter's foray at deception over Yule, they hadn't truly been able to exploit that weakness. Bartemius's plan had been a complete failure and eliminated 2 of his better supporters in Mulciber and Rookwood before they'd even entered the fray. Thomas tooted under his breath. Bartemius was intelligent and cunning, but it hadn't escaped Thomas's notice that he was insane. No, Bartemius was useful because his obsession with getting revenge on Black was all-consuming, and he would help Thomas achieve his aims so long as that revenge was on the table. Thomas was not going to lose sight of that. Bartemius had already killed one father, and even if he played at the role, Thomas had no intention of becoming a second victim of Bartemius's taste for patricide. Dennis Travers was a loyal and faithful follower, but he was dull and lacking creativity. He was a good foot soldier, but he was not and never would be a lieutenant. Before Azkaban, his father had been a smart man, but his cleverness had dimmed with exposure to the Dementors, and Thomas believed he'd been a liability, something that had been proven when the wizard had gotten caught and interrogated. Death was a lucky escape for Travers Sr. His Dark Lord would have tortured him for months for his transgression. And Peter was a good servant. He had done all Thomas had ordered him to do, and he could not fault Peter's care. But Thomas was never going to lose sight of how quickly the rat had turned on his friends. How Peter had ended up in the House of the Brave was a mystery to Thomas. The rat would always look to the strongest to protect him. Severus, on the other hand, was a worthy follower, intelligent, a genius at potions, and cunning. He had clearly capitalized on the advantage of being thought of as Dumbledore's spy, and used it to save himself at the end of the previous war. Perhaps he should be angry at Severus for upsetting Quirrell's plans, but Thomas had always believed his followers should be able to prevail on their own against all obstacles, and Severus clearly had no idea that his Dark Lord inhabited the sniveling defense teacher the potion's master had seen no need to hide his disdain for. Thomas did wonder if the death of Lily Potter might have affected Severus's loyalty, but the hatred Severus had shown young Harry eased his mind on that score. He rather feared Fenrir, was one dog who'd had his day. Lupin was in his prime, and Fenrir would be hard-pressed to win against the younger wolf on an even playing field. Of course, Thomas had no plans to allow an even playing field. The Carrows had been his most vicious followers, and he fully expected that they would ensure victory. Soon, Thomas promised himself, soon he would have his body back, and he would be able to entice his better compatriots back to his side. It was a shame Black had killed the Lestranges, especially Bellatrix, but once Thomas had removed Harry Potter from the world, the likes of Malfoy, Nott, Selwyn, Gibbon, and Wilkes would once again bow at the feet of Lord Voldemort. Stupid purebloods, sneered Thomas's inner voice. So superior, so convinced of their own place in the world. Thomas had created the persona of Lord Voldemort to appeal to their snobbery, and with the truth of his status as the only true heir of Slytherin, it ensured that he had ruled over them once and would again. It amused him that they followed so avidly as he killed their kin indiscriminately. All Thomas wanted was power. Power to rule, to make them all regret the day they had ignored or belittled a penniless orphan named Riddle. Power to ensure he would never again be that helpless or subjugated. Potter wasn't a pureblood, either, for all he had been clothed in the robes of a pureblood family, mused Thomas. He had actually decided Potter was the more likely candidate for that infernal prophecy because he wasn't a pureblood. Stupid, Thomas berated himself. If only he hadn't chosen either of them, perhaps he might have escaped the prophecy. He really should try to find out the whole thing, but that would involve risking a trip to the ministry, and with the security measures that had been put in place, it was unlikely he would be able to get in and out without being noticed at all. No, it would have to wait until he was restored to a body, and then it would be moot as Potter would be dead. Although Harry, under the tutelage of Black, was proving to be a rather different enemy. The boy's abilities had grown since his observation of them at Hogwarts, or perhaps Harry had hidden his true abilities back then. He had killed a basilisk at 12, after all. His performance in the tournament was astounding. Thomas could lay some of it at Black's door. He mused. No doubt Sirius Black was coaching the teen. But that didn't detract from the fact that at 14 Harry Potter was as much a magical prodigy as Thomas himself had been. But Thomas was certain of his ability to best Harry once he was back in his own body. He had decades of knowledge and experience. In a duel, Thomas would beat Harry, and all would see that he was the better wizard. Images of spells and fighting flashed across his inner landscape, and Thomas felt the pull toward sleep as the dream of defeating his nemesis tempted him into rest. His last thought whispered in his inner ear as he let go of his hold on consciousness. He would beat the boy, but perhaps he shouldn't underestimate Harry Potter the way he had underestimated his parents. And that wraps up part 10, where the pieces on the board began to move in ways even Harry didn't expect. What do you think of how the Marauder's influence is shaping Harry's moral compass? Which character arc surprised you the most in this part? Drop your theories and reactions in the comments below. We always read them. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this audiobook with others in the fandom. Your support, especially through the Wizard Army, helps us keep these incredible stories alive in audio form. Did you know? Some fans speculate that a Marauder's plan inspired elements of later fanfictions focused on prepared Harry tropes, helping define a new subgenre in HP fanfic storytelling. Up next, part 11, where sacrifices will be made, and Harry must decide which values he's willing to bend and which he'll fight to protect. Until then, power can open doors, but heart decides which ones are worth walking through. Stay sharp, stay hopeful, and stay magical.